I'm chasing the wonder. I unravel myself.
So these are
All in
the
slow
ways that we have previously conducted individual talks and sessions and all of that. Our last event in Visakhapatnam with our
from corporates, how many working professionals do we have here? Okay. So we have sent quite a few confirmations for them. I think they are one audience group that we did not have attendance yet. We started GDG and WTM Vizag in 2017, towards the end. And this is a global community. What we mean by that is you get to be part of technologies that are the most hottest topics across the world. So just now you saw 5 people come over here and speak about their domains. It is what we have nurtured in this community. ఈ కమ్యూనిటీ మేము స్టార్ట్ చేసాం 2017 ఎండ్ 2018 లోని. అప్పటి నుంచి ఒక టెక్నాలజీ కమ్యూనిటీ కింద అండ్ అ ఫ్రీ కమ్యూనిటీ కింద వీ హ్యావ్ మేడ్ ష్యూర్ వీ ran it. And we had immense fan following for us. We have across 3,000 plus registrations even for our community, and ivala ee event ki we had 1,500 plus. I think most of them are stuck in some traffic, that's why you're not seeing many here. Anyway, so we have done a lot of content around each of these domains, be it web, be it క్లౌడ్, ఎంఎల్, ఇవన్నీ ఒక్కొక్కటి మేము ఆన్లైన్ ఆఫ్లైన్ బోల్డ్ అని సైమల్టేనియస్లీ ప్యారలల్ గా మేము చాలా సెషన్స్ చేసాం. అండ్ దీస్ సెషన్స్ వీ కండక్ట్ యాక్చువల్లీ త్రూ అవుట్ ద ఇయర్. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ లైక్ వన్స్ ఎ ఇయర్ kind of plan. So we have 2 flagship events. Avi memu chala large scale lo chestam. One is called DevFest, which is the short for Developer Festival, and the second one is called Women Techmakers Event. Adi memu International Women's Day kosam chestam. So these 2 actually are we do it across the state. In fact, GDG WTM Visakhapatnam is one of the only community in Andhra Pradesh. Across the country, we have about 30 communities, and we are proud to say that in Andhra, we are the only one. So, the ecosystem today, or the how many of you are already doing that? Do you know that people who came over here just now, who spoke, be it Maniteja, be it Vasant, be it Manas, they have been starting earning while they were in college. And it is in times of great uncertainty like in the pandemic that it really helped them very much to support themselves, their aspirations, and even many a times their families as well. And we are so proud of them being part of our community. Today, they lead all these domains, help fellow as well as upcoming professionals like you with whatever they have learned. They try to learn more by constantly being in that ecosystem, in that particular domain, try to upgrade themselves and help their individual colleges. So they each of them come from different colleges. So wala college ki, wala company ki, they are going to help in multiple ways. I think this is something you should all tap into and aspire to imbibe actually for yourself. I can go on and on, but maybe in 5 minutes time we will start with the lamp lighting and the program. Actually, we have such a awesome lineup for you today. I'm sure you'll have a great learning experience, connecting with each other, as well as knowing about a lot of resources today. I encourage you to take notes wherever you can, at least in your apps or whatever. Know about some tools that you can use to enhance your productivity, and go back feel go back with the feeling of new connections, lot of new resources, and a fun-filled day. Thank you so much. There is a lot coming up. Just hold on. We just didn't want to start with very few actually, and that is why with all this delay. Thanks for bearing with us. We are starting very soon. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Two minutes.
In your seat belts, fasten your seat belts.
Yeah, we request the attendees at the back seats to please come forward. I know that all of us love backbenchers, but yeah. Today's event is not going to be a class, so we don't have attendance, so yeah, please come forward. Let's make it as fun as possible. Oh, okay. So yeah, the time comes which none of us are really interested in, something that really bugs us at school, in college or school, university or at office. The rules, yeah, I know they're difficult, but we do need to follow some rules. In college, they ask us to maintain 65% attendance, or they ask us to come to class, they ask us not to bunk class, they don't ask us to do this. We cannot do whatever you want, but we try to make our thing as not as much as university kind of rules and stuff, but we have a few rules that you need to make sure that you need to follow throughout the event so that we have a hassle-free, diverse experience for everyone and that no one's feelings are hurt. So Google is very serious into this and is dedicated to providing a harassment-free and inclusive event experience for everyone, regardless of their gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, disabilities, neurodiversity, physical appearance, ethnicity, nationality, race, age, religion, or other protected category. In an effort to make the event as inclusive and diversity as possible, gender neutral will be offered throughout the venue. We don't tolerate harassment of event participation in any form. Google takes violation of a policy seriously and will respond appropriately. All participants of Google events must abide by the following policy and our code of conduct. So now we share the code of conduct.
Be nice to other attendees. We're all part of the same community, so be friendly, welcoming, and generally a nice person. Be someone that other people want to attend and be with you.
Be respectful and constructive. Remember to be respectful and constructive with your communication and discussions to fellow attendees. Don't get into flame wars, make personal attacks, vent, or rant unconstructively. Everyone should take the initiative to diffuse tension and stop a negative threat as early as possible.
Be collaborative. We are here to learn a lot from each other, share knowledge, and help each other out. You may disagree with ideas, but not with people.
Participate. Be a good listener. Be mentally present in the sessions you are interested in. Join in on discussions. Show up for the sessions on time. Offer feedback on your event experience and help us get better in our community engagements.
Keep off-topic discussions to a minimum. Don't be spammy by advertising or promoting personal projects which are off-topic. Thank you.
So I know, guys, these rules are a bit elaborative, but I guess they're very easy for us to follow. Just be nice with everyone that you see around, network with people, get to know a lot of people, because that's how we grow and we learn from each other. So with that, we now hand over the session and we would want to get started. Thank you very much.
A very good morning, everyone. Good morning. I expect. Hello. Okay. Before we start the session, we want to engage more. So we have an icebreaker session happening. So please feel free to take part in it. Swapna will lead you on. Yeah.
First, I don't want me to be the only one speaking and giving the answers. Please, everyone, please join into our session.
So the icebreaker session is about non-tech event. I'm going to ask the question and give some options, like 4 options. People who know the answer, just raise your hand. Our volunteers will come, and if you get, if you're able to get a correct answer, then you get goodies. So be patient. Okay. So there is no goodies for now. Like this is just a test round for the upcoming event and upcoming technical event that you are going to add on these marks. So first question: are you guys ready? What? I need more. People are not excited to be able to attend the IWD event. Are you people excited? Say yes. We are not the online audience, right? Okay, my first question. What is the difference between yesterday and tomorrow? And the option goes like this. A, none. B, time. C, today. And D, shadow. Anyone? Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, today. Correct answer. What's your name? Yeah, Charan got 1 point. And where are you from?
I'm from Vizag College.
Okay. And Ravi Insani College got 1 point. And the second question. What kind of nut has no shell? Option A, peach. Option B, brain. Option C, donut. And option D, mango. Yeah, donut. Okay, GVP Women's got 1 point. And this is our college. And the third question goes like this. Who is the author of the book 1984? And options are A, Thomas. Before telling me the answers, like, can you just tell your answer before telling the option?
George Orwell.
Yeah, great. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Gopichand from GDG College of Engineering.
Okay, Gopichand from GBP itself. And the next question goes like this. Which Indian cricketer becomes the fastest batsman in the world to reach 20,000 international runs? Option A, KL Rahul. Option B, Virat Kohli. Option C, Sachin. And option D, Rohit Sharma. Yeah.
Mike.
Exactly, Virat Kohli. Yeah. So we are going to start our session. Be attentive and listen.
A very good morning to everyone present here and welcome you
I'm Swapna.
And I'm Srinadi.
This is our first hosting experience for a massive event like this. And we are thrilled to be your host for the today's festivities.
And we have a great lineup of events ahead of you. So please be thrilled to attend them.
Yeah. So we had a great lineup of events and we are going to excited to be your attendees and we are thrilled to be your host for the today's events.
But first, Swapna, what is the theme of IWD today?
Well, Srinidhi, I'm glad that you asked for what is our theme. And the first theme is all about Dare to Be.
And what exactly does Dare to Be mean?
In my point of view, to be simple and crispy, what exactly a Dare to Be means, being whatever you want and achieve whatever you like.
So it's safe to say that we're here to have fun, make connections, and just explore ourselves, right?
Exactly.
So let's get started with this then. Firstly, we'd like to open this event with lamp lighting. So we request Commander Gurumurthy Gangadharan Sir, the Associate Dean, Careers and Services and External Relations, along with Vikas Sir, to come and grace us with lighting the lamp.
We also request we are honored to speak to call upon our speakers and join lighting this lamp. We call all the attendees to stand up and join this lighting.
Can we have applauses, please, guys? Loud round of applauses. It's the beginning of the day.
I request Kiran Garu, Madhvi Lata Garu, Madhuri Garu, please join us on stage.
The fest with the light of these lamps. As mentioned earlier, IWD basically means Dare to Be this year. And what better way to not start it with our GDG organizer, Usha Ramani ma'am, talking about what Dare to Be you exactly means. She is also a tech entrepreneur, philanthropist, and backbone of our community, GDG. So please welcome her with a huge round of applause.
So, good morning yet again. I started this community in 2018 and I'm so happy to see all of you here. It is only growing by the year. As I shared previously, the intent of the community is to especially women tech makers community is to have a safe space for women in technology so that women can thrive in tech. It is to provide visibility, community and resources for women and allies in technology. So this is the basic purpose of the community. I'm an entrepreneur by profession, and this is my voluntary activity. I volunteer my time and inputs so that this community thrives. I have been somewhere around there actually during my college days, and I wanted to be part of a big company, world-class company. Find how to do it at that time, and then I thought, being an entrepreneur in my journey, I thought I can be the initiator of a community that helps people, and that is why this community today, and I'm so happy to see it thriving in this way in Visakhapatnam. So this is a part of a global community. Can we have the next slide, please? So this, as I said, this is part of a global community. There are thousands actually of communities in places around the world where events like this happen, where events like this which are tuned to the audience of that ecosystem happens. My community in Visakhapatnam comprises of mostly students and a little percentage of professionals, but in some communities it might be more of professionals and a little percentage of students, freelancers. It's a varied demographic, but especially women tech makers, the intent is to provide a safe space where women can speak, can come forward, talk about their accomplishments, share about it to each other and grow in the process. This is the intent behind this community, and this is a part of a global community. Next slide. We have had so much impact in 2022 despite the pandemic and its after effects. That was the impact. Like you can see, some 460 plus events across the world has been conducted. 132K people have been touched, and so many speakers. 132 plus events have happened across the world. Yeah. Next slide, please. Again, this is what happened this November actually in the same hall. We are so grateful for Geetam for giving us the opportunity to host our event here, and it was a resounding success with more than 500 attendees come and join us last November. We thought that event will be the same this year. Let us see how many more will join us today. Next, please. So the theme of this year's IWD, International Women's Day, is Dare to Be. So if you see, actually, the pandemic has been a great enabler and disruptor. Disruptor because a lot of our normal suddenly changed. The world over, actually, many people lost their jobs, lost their livelihoods, and it was very important to be what is genuinely you, what you really know, and how you can make money to survive. It came down to that. And so for women especially, it is important that we dare to be something, dare to do that something which we have always been scared of. When it comes to you, actually, as students, today we are given a lot of stereotypes. Become like this, you have to be an engineer, okay, doctor avtava, engineer avtava, chinnappa nunchi, that is what we are like told. Maybe in some families it is written, it is already told before we decide for ourselves what we have to take up. But then the time has come when you take the ownership of your life and dare to do that something which you like, which is uniquely you. And that is where the theme comes from, because it is not for this particular place or demographic. It is the same that is going across the world. Everybody is struggling to find their identity, come out of their comfort zone. Have you heard of this term, imposter syndrome? Yes or no? What does it mean? It is something that you feel, I'm not as good enough. Today, when I have to to step onto the stage and share my opinions, my thoughts with you, I'm like, really, do I deserve that? Can I pull off? Can I really give value to the people who are listening to me? These thoughts still go in my mind, though I have been doing this for quite a while. This feeling of I'm not enough or maybe I'm not good enough is something that all of us have, and this is called imposter syndrome. We have to, as women especially, we have to break these barriers and overcome. And this is not something that somebody else has imposed on us. It is something that is there inherently, that are our fears. So unless we come out of that, nobody can bring us out of it. And it is always that challenge. If you see, actually, if we want to blame others, we can always, there will be thousands of ways that we can blame others, circumstances or opportunities or anything. But to stand up and take that opportunity, it is quite a thing. It is not easy. But only a few have done it, and those who have done it are really someplace today. They have made a mark for themselves. Do you agree or not? I want that for you. And that is the reason I have started this community, and we are trying to do events around it. So I very much resonate with this theme of dare to be. And I invite you to think about your dare to be statement. What is it? Dare to be bold, dare to be resilient, dare to be creative, dare to do that something that you really want to do. If you are here because of your parents or because somebody thinks you will do well in engineering, good. But what is it? Do you like arts? Do you like designing? Do you like photography, wildlife photography? Have time for that. That is what makes you truly you. And have that courage to take up those aspects and work on them, fine-tune them, hone them, because you never know why and at what point it will be helpful for you. Across the world, this is what is going. Dare to be bold, dare to be creative. What is your dare to be statement? What do you want? Creative? Independent? Inclusive? Think about that word that really matters to you. Write down the statement and put it in front of you. This is my barrier. Me barrier edo meer chudandi. Choosukoni meer adi raskondi and dare to overcome that. That fear, that insufficientness, that imposter syndrome is within all of us. You are not alone. There are thousands of women who are struggling with this. Women and allies, everybody. But you can be that person who just comes, it's okay, I still have to do it. With that passion, please try to come out of that. Next slide, please. So my message for you is dare to be you. When I say you, there is something unique about you. What is that? Next slide. Why do you think we have to be ourselves? Why do you think this is important? Dare to be you. Because, can we have the next slide, please? The coming era is going to be of machines. Have you heard of ChatGPT and a lot of other stuff actually? Today we have packed an interesting session for you. You are going to love it. You know, the entire technology ecosystem is going to change, and change in a big way. When I studied engineering, there were a lot of things that we did not know, and we were in awe sitting at that chairs and when somebody was sharing. Today, the entire concepts that we talked about and that really put us in awe are no more relevant. It is the ecosystem is so, the landscape is so fastly changing. And then the machines are coming. Matrix chusara? Machines are coming. What does it mean? If you are not putting that unique yourself into the work that you do, if you are not passionate about it, if you are not thinking of doing it in the long term in a sustainable way, you will not be able to hold on for long. And if you are not able to hold on for long, you will be redundant. You will be quickly replaced by machines. మీరు చేసే ప్రతి పని మెషిన్ చేయగలదు, అవునా కదా? సెర్చ్, ఒకప్పుడు ఇవన్నీ మనమే చేయాలి, చూసుకోవాలి అని. ఇమేజ్ సెర్చ్, ఇప్పుడు మెషిన్ అక్కడ పెడితే అది ఏంటి, మనం ఈవెన్ ట్రాఫిక్ దానిలో వీఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు క్యాచ్ ఇన్ దట్ క్విక్ సెకండ్ దట్ నేమ్ ప్లేట్ అండ్ ద నంబర్ ఓవర్ దేర్, అండ్ యూ ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు, దట్ is getting recorded. Yes or no? All this is happening at lightning speed, and even more actually, because all these data points are getting collected at some point and they are going and enriching some system. Data science and annar kada. When we have ML and data science, one of our domains actually, all these data points together actually they're feeding onto something. Akkad nunchi. So ninna nenu when I gave actually, okay, I want to give a motivation speech for Women's Day to my audience ani ChatGPT lo pedte. They gave me the entire speech. And I'm like, Usha, you have to be unique some way, your element. Lakpote, I can just as well put it there. Right? So that you is very important and don't lose that you. So మీరు ఏమి ఇష్టమో అది చేయండి సస్టైనబిలిటీకి లాంగ్ గా మీరు చేయడానికి. అండ్ అది మీరు ఎప్పుడైతే చేస్తారో మీకు ఇష్టమైన పని యూ విల్ ఫైండ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఇన్ దట్, యూ విల్ ఫైండ్ వేస్ టు మేక్ మనీ ఇన్ దట్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ డూ యాక్చువల్లీ ద landscape will only grow, the opportunities will only grow. Today we have an excellent line of speakers and I've carefully curated the speakers who are entrepreneurial. Listen to their stories, listen to what made them truly them. Each of them bring a unique perspective. So dare to be you, and that you is very important. Yourself ni ekkada don't lose that. Again, coming to stats, actually 40% of women in India actually. I want to bring one perspective across the world, US, లేకపోతే ఇంకా యూరోప్ లోని all these places actually people are trying to bring more people into STEM. Why? Because there aren't. Because all these countries have previously emphasized more importance on English and humanities and languages actually. So math and all this STEM was just ignored or not given that much importance at that time. But now it is being given. Everybody wants to be part of the STEM. But fortunately for us in India, that has not been the case. Man chinnapadi nunchi maths cheskunnava leda? How many of you are interested in math? For us, math was a basic, right? And we had to be good at it. And we are good at it. So today, actually, we Indians can say with pride that STEM is very important to us and we are very much there. Can we go to the next slide, please? If you see across the world, actually, India is one of the highest percentage having women in STEM. So be proud of it. We are always already there. We are doing so many good things actually, so many things right. But are you there in that? See where you fit in. What is unique to you? What you care about and how you can hone that, enhance that to your advantage. మీకేం ఇష్టం? డేటా సైన్స్ అని అంటున్నారు, అందరూ డేటా సైన్స్ వైపు వెళ్ళిపోదాం. నో, అసలు మీరేం చేయగలరు అందులో? మీకు నిజంగా are you interested in statistics? Are you interested in crunching numbers? లేకపోతే data science at some point you will feel overwhelmed. అలాగా మీకు ఏం ఇష్టం దాన్ని మీ తాలూకా కెరీర్ తో హుక్ చేసి అటువైపు వెళ్ళడానికి ట్రై చేయండి. దట్ ఈస్ వేర్ యువర్ ఫ్యూచర్ విల్ లై, ఎస్పెషలీ ఇన్ ద చేంజింగ్ landscape of technology and new aspects coming to light every day. Yes, please. So I request you all to dare to change your narrative. Don't say I had to do this, my family is not encouraging enough, or there are so many challenges, rightfully so. But challenges unnapade kada, that will push us to our potential. We will try to overcome that and then we will realize that we were capable of something. Until then we will not know. Anta comfort zone lo unnappudu we are like very good, everything is going on and all. But once we are pushed to our comfort, to our boundaries, then we try to say, and when we look back we are like, oh my god, did I do that? Did I pull off? So ivala meer engineering lono lekapothe whatever careers, even I'm talking to professionals as well. Imagine the backstory of Apple actually. If Steve Jobs did not take up that calligraphy course when he was in college, would he have had one more, the entire domain of fine art, that those fonts which I iOS లో ఫాంట్స్ చాలా బాగుంటాయి అంటారు యాక్చువల్లీ iOS యాపిల్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ లో. అండ్ దిస్ యాక్చువల్లీ బికాస్ బై ఛాన్స్ హీ టుక్ అ కాలిగ్రఫీ కోర్స్. సో మీకేం ఇష్టమో అది పట్టుకోండి. అండ్ దానికి ఎక్కడో అక్కడ యూ కెన్ ఓన్లీ కనెక్ట్ ద డాట్స్ లుకింగ్ బ్యాక్వర్డ్స్ అంటారు. యూ నెవర్ నో హౌ ఇట్ విల్ హెల్ప్, రైట్? సో I want to leave you all saying, next slide please. So you can say actually today women are changing the world in so many ways. It is not, change the narrative. Yeah. I would like to leave you all with this. So dare to live the life that you dreamed for yourself, not somebody else's dream, your dream. Finally, dare to be you. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Being a woman, stepping out is not easy, and pulling a community like this is not at all easy. But we are inspired by seeing Usharamni ma'am from the past 1 year by being a part of the community. Thank you so much for your insightful thoughts, and I hope all the audience and the attendees who are present here have got what exactly a dare to be you means. Now, I would like to invite Manas Malla, Android Exam Facilitator from WTM and GDG community, Ms. Bala Triprasundari, Ambassador for the Women Techmakers Vizag, and Mr. Sampath Balivada, former GDSC lead from Vignan Institute, software engineer at PayPal. Hearty welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. Respected speakers, attendees, a very good morning to one and all. This is Bala Triprasundari, working as a Flutter developer at Ekfraso Technologies, Bangalore. And I'm also Women Techmakers Ambassador for Vizag. It has been a 1 year. Exactly for this month, it has been a 1 year for me as serving as a WTM Ambassador. So yeah, here we are. This is something different, I can say. So yeah, we have come out with something unique, which from others. So I just want to give you a backstory of this. What happened actually? The idea behind what we are doing this now. One day we are planning. Okay, one day we're planning for this to IWD. What can be the keynote and who can we call? What to do? What uniqueness we can show in them. So we were just going for the speakers, like how can we do, how can we make this happen. So we were so so confused, like we were very confused, like whom to call, like what content we need to give them. So I just at that time, as ChatGPT is something trending, so we thought, okay, like, why don't we ask ChatGPT for a better talk? Then again, we came out with an idea that, okay, why don't we give a keynote using a ChatGPT? So that is how our idea came out first. So here we are. I don't know whether you like it or not, but yes, we made an attempt. We are giving a keynote using a ChatGPT now. Yeah, here is the how we did it and all. My team will share it with you. You can go ahead.
Hi everyone.
Come on, team.
Thank you for the applause. And welcome you all to IWD Vizag 23. And yeah, can we go to the next slide? Yeah, the execution, right? So we had this idea, we tried asking ChatGPT for speakers, but then we ended up trying out ChatGPT as the speaker. So the execution is, we thought of different ways. So we had a very huge prompt asking for very specific stuff. We also gave a lot of information about, GDG and WTM as well, all the activities that we do. And we made sure ChatGPT has all of the context of what's happening around here. So that was, we had to do some amount of prompt engineering, because by default ChatGPT would give us about 400 or 500 words. That's it, right?
So we had to make sure we are asking ChatGPT for the right amount of words so that we get an appropriate length of video and audio. So after that, we ran it through one of another tool called Descript. So Descript is also actually a startup that started in 2016. It's also based on a research, and it's about overdubbing, right? So what it does is it synthesizes someone else's speech, tries to synthesize that speech, and remember what the nuances are, right? And then change or maybe generate audio that sounds similar to them or exactly like them. So yeah, so we tried doing that. So now we have a voice that is very pre-recorded and pre-trained. So we'll be using that, and yeah, so we have a result, and I would love if Manas will actually go through with you that. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so before we go ahead, I guess how many of us know what is a keynote here in the audience? Anyone? Any idea what is a keynote? Anyone has heard any keynote talks? Okay, very few hands. Okay, okay, sorry. Yeah. So let's just give a brief about what's a keynote. So a keynote is basically like an introduction to the whole session where we give some basic highlights about okay, this is what's going to be happening during today's session and what are the latest updates in the industry that we're currently focusing on. So that's the keynote. So usually prominent speakers, people who really motivate the audience usually come up on stage and they give a keynote. We had a few speakers in the past who are really good keynote speakers. This time we wanted to take it up a bit level. We wanted to level up. So we wanted to call great prominent speakers like Ms. Sudha Murthy, PV Sindhu, ma'am, and then like, a few prominent speakers. But when we tried that, we felt that we could not probably reach out to them. So that is when we got this idea of going for ChatGPT and using AI. So I guess AI is a tool that like ChatGPT just came out in the recent times, but it has blown out because all of us use it to copy in our exams. I know that teachers are there, we should not speak about stuff, but let's accept the fact that we have been using ChatGPT to copy in exams and all this crazy stuff has been going. But we tried to do something useful using ChatGPT and something that was totally unique, so we hope you love it. So we believe that ChatGPT has served over the internet. We have given it a few prompts. We hope it has served over the internet. It has maybe gone to Forbes and some probable great websites that people would usually wander into, not people like us, some great people like him. They would wonder about that. And yeah, they would probably get the results from that. And that was what was being shown, and we hope that you would love the keynote. It's an experiment. If anything, few glitches are there, we would love you to share it out. With that, thank you. Next slide is a play.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here today and speak at International Women's Day 2023, organized by Women Techmakers Vizag. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak, and I want to acknowledge the amazing work they are doing in providing visibility, community, and resources for women in technology. Today, we celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women worldwide. On this day, we also acknowledge the challenges that women face and the work that still needs to be done to achieve gender equality. Women have made significant contributions to various fields, including technology, and it's important to highlight those contributions. Women have been an integral part of the history of technology, and their contributions have been significant but often overlooked. For example, many people know that Charles Babbage is considered the father of the computer, but do you know that Ada Lovelace, a mathematician and writer, is credited as the world's first computer programmer. She was the first to recognize that the machine had applications beyond pure calculation and published the first algorithm intended to be processed by a machine, the analytical engine. This invention laid the groundwork for modern-day computers. However, women's contributions to technology have not always been acknowledged or celebrated. Historically, women have faced significant barriers in entering the technology field. These barriers have included social and cultural expectations, a lack of access to education and training, and discrimination in the workplace. As a result, women have been underrepresented in technology, and this underrepresentation is particularly evident in AI and other emerging technologies, where women hold just a small percentage of the jobs. The lack of diversity in technology can lead to biased systems, and this is where women's equal participation becomes essential. Biases in AI systems can have significant negative consequences, and it's essential to address these biases to ensure that AI systems are fair and equitable. For example, a facial recognition system trained on a biased dataset may misidentify people of color or women, leading to false arrests, or other negative consequences. Inclusive teams that represent a diverse range of perspectives and experiences are more likely to create AI systems that are fair, unbiased, and representative of all users. Now, let's talk about AI and large language models like GPT-3. These models are changing the world, and women have been a significant part of this journey. For example, Fei Lai, a Chinese-American computer scientist, is known for her research in computer vision and co-creating the ImageNet dataset, which helped to fuel the AI revolution. Meanwhile, Emily Bender, a professor at the University of Washington, is a leading expert in multilingual natural language processing, which is essential for building large language models. However, despite these contributions, women remain underrepresented in technology. This underrepresentation is particularly evident in AI and other emerging technologies, where women hold just a small percentage of the jobs. The lack of diversity in technology can lead to biased systems, and this is where women's equal participation becomes essential. Equal participation of women in creating better technologies and applications is not only a moral imperative, but also an economic one. Diverse perspectives and experiences lead to better innovation and problem solving. Inclusive teams produce better results, and it's been shown time and time again that diverse teams are more productive, creative, and innovative. So, what can we do to promote women's participation in technology? There are several strategies that can be effective in addressing this issue. Encouraging girls and young women to pursue STEM education. Many girls and young women may not consider STEM careers because of stereotypes or a lack of female role models. Encouraging girls and young women to pursue STEM education and careers can help to address this issue. Addressing bias in the recruitment process. Companies should ensure that their recruitment processes are fair and unbiased. This can include eliminating biased language in job descriptions and ensuring that diverse interview panels are used. Providing mentorship and support for women in technology. Mentorship programs and support networks can help women in technology to feel supported and encouraged. These programs can also provide opportunities for networking and professional development. Promoting women's leadership in technology. Promoting women's leadership in technology can help to address the underrepresentation of women in the field. This can include promoting women to leadership positions and providing opportunities for women to speak at conferences and events. Addressing the gender pay gap. The gender pay gap is a significant issue in technology and needs to be addressed. Companies should ensure that they are paying women fairly and equitably for their work. Building an inclusive workplace culture. Creating an inclusive workplace culture is essential to promoting women's equal participation in technology. This can include promoting flexible work arrangements, providing resources for parents, promoting diversity and inclusion, and providing training on unconscious bias. Addressing harassment and discrimination. Addressing harassment and discrimination in the workplace is essential to creating an inclusive workplace culture. Companies should have clear policies and procedures for addressing harassment and discrimination, as well as providing training on respectful workplace behavior. Supporting women entrepreneurs in technology. Supporting women entrepreneurs in technology can help to address the underrepresentation of women in the field. This can include providing access to funding and resources, as well as mentoring and support networks. Advocating for policy changes. Advocating for policy changes can help to address systemic issues that contribute to the underrepresentation of women in technology. This can include advocating for paid family leave, affordable childcare, and policies that promote diversity and inclusion in the workplace. By addressing these issues, we can work towards a more equitable and diverse technology industry. It's essential to recognize the contributions that women have made to technology, from Ada Lovelace to Grace Hopper to the women working today to create new AI systems. Women have been instrumental in shaping the technology industry, and their contributions are essential to creating technologies that work for everyone. In conclusion, women have made significant contributions to technology, including the creation of modern-day computers and large language models like GPT-3. However, women remain underrepresented in technology, particularly in AI and other emerging technologies. It's essential to promote women's equal participation in technology to ensure that AI systems are fair and unbiased. Inclusive teams lead to better innovation and problem solving, and it's been shown time and time again that diverse teams are more productive, creative, and innovative. By encouraging girls and young women to pursue STEM education, addressing bias in the recruitment process, providing mentorship and support for women in technology, promoting women's leadership in technology, and addressing the gender pay gap, we can work towards a more equitable and diverse technology industry. Thank you.
Yeah. So here is how, from the idea to the execution, how we came. So this is our very small idea. We don't know whether, even we don't have find that much time to work on it on the 100%. But yes, we tried somehow. Yes, this is how we did this. This is how we executed finally. Thanks to the team Sampath and Manas, because they really worked hard for this. So yeah, this is how we did it.
So I hope you like this presentation. The idea behind it was to bring Sudha Murthy garu, to bring PV Sindhu on board, okay, to be there and speak. So if not today, maybe in our next session, we would definitely be able to do something, or you will surely soon see that in action. Today, there are so many resources and tools available which you can tune, which you can fine tune and ensure that something like this is happening. You can see them lip sync actually. Now you have just seen, we have fed it the prompt. We have given the prompt and it came. Text speech, it came as what you listened just now, right? Shortly, the technology is changing at such a rapid pace. You will surely see Sudha Murthy garu talk on this AI in our conference. PV Sindhu talk. Sundar Pichai garu talk. Coming and giving a talk on our stage might not be possible actually, but మనం లిప్ సింక్ తో ఇవన్నీ చేయగలం యాక్చువల్లీ అండ్ దట్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఇస్ కమింగ్ అప్. ఆ టీమ్ వాంటెడ్ టు డూ దట్, బట్ మాకు ఆ టూల్స్ అన్ని దొరకలేదు. బట్ ఐఎమ్ రియలీ హ్యాపీ ద వే దట్ ఇట్ టర్న్డ్ అవుట్. థ్యాంక్స్ సో మచ్. గుడ్ జాబ్ టీమ్.
Wow, that was a baffling revelation, guys. Thank you so much. Moving forward, now we want Kiran Sangeeta, the CEO and MD of Sales Software, to come onto the dais and say the changing face of tech in our roles. We welcome you on board, sir.
How about now? Oh, better. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. And thank you, Sharamani garu, for inviting me. Again, by way of introduction, I'm Kiran Sangeeta, the CEO of Sales Software Solutions. We are a company that's based out of Visakhapatnam. We primarily into software development for the cloud, right? And I think, one of our major customers do work with, Google GCP cloud and all of that. So a lot of our team members do use all of those products and services. that we have. Now, I think day before yesterday, Usha Ramani called me and asked me to kind of, be part of this speaker panel and, give some insights. Now, I had done some preparation, I would say, but I'm actually blown away by what you guys have done. So, great job by you. The future that holds right now. You can clearly see based on what you've seen where things are evolving, right? And if you've observed closely what they've done, right, and that is what you need to kind of in the future, right, as the technology is evolving, a lot of these tools are coming out, right? All these tools are to enable us as individuals to take it to the next level. Right now, there's a lot of talk right now about these technologies, especially ChatGPT and these coming into the foray, and making a lot of jobs redundant. And unfortunately, that is going to be true. However, it's also going to create new opportunities for each one of us to be a lot more thoughtful and insightful, and use these tools to provide better service and take innovation to the next level, right? So the number one I would say attribute skill that you need to develop is how to use these tools to be inquisitive, to be able to be able to kind of build upon what is already there, right? So as these guys have done, these they could have sat and done all the research, gone through all the websites, but all of this is already there and provided by ChatGPT, right? So what did they do? They spent the time, kind of not only took whatever ChatGPT has done, right, but they kind of fed it into a different model, which kind of converted text to speech. Now, that's where the industry in general is evolving. And as you kind of come out of your colleges, right, come out and set forth for what you want to do in the future and where you want to build your career, I would say, try to understand what these tools are able to do for yourself, right, and how to solve the problem and how you will be able to transform. Now, I had a speech that I've kind of prepared, but all of this has gone out the window, so I'm going to be improvising over here and talking a little bit about myself and my experience and what is it that I can kind of tell you guys right now. There are a lot of women students, and that's a good stat that we have, that 43% of women STEM graduates are women in India, right? That's a huge percentage. Now, that is definitely less proportionate to the population, which is supposed to be kind of 50-50, right? But I'm also glad that at Sales Software, 45% of our employees are women employees, right? So we kind of take that as a compliment. And initially when we started, it was a team of 7 people. We had one person, Kavita, who was in the HR space now, and it was all boys, men, and slowly we realized that touch of having women employees around, right? The empathy, the sympathy, and ability to kind of analyze, that balance was missing, right? So very consciously, we made an effort to hire a lot of women employees, and it's been a great trajectory since then, right? There is no looking back. And it's something that has definitely helped us as an organization, and I'm hoping that a lot of you, I see a lot of women graduates over here, and I hope that you guys find a good career. More importantly than a career in an organization, you become entrepreneurs like Usha Ramani and so on. Because India, as a whole, is going to go through a trajectory growth, right, over the next 20 years, and there's going to be plenty of opportunity for each one of you. And how you take hold of that opportunity is going to be really up to you. How you are able to ride that coattails, if you will, to that growth. And there's going to be plenty of opportunity, and it's about you being diligent as to what you want to be able to do, what is passionate, as she mentioned earlier. What are you passionate about? And once you're passionate about something, right, you will be able to excel at that, and other things fall in place. That's what I tend to tell each one of my employees who join as well. Now, having said all of that, there's great prospects for each one of you, I think, and good luck. And I don't know if I'm able to add anything, any questions I'm able to answer, but and thank you for the opportunity to speak on here. Thank you.
It was a pleasure listening to you, sir. Robert Frost once wrote a poem called The Road Not Taken about the paths less traveled. Although we couldn't bring Robert Frost himself here, we have an amazing speaker called Anjali Gurmurthy, a lawyer by profession, who's also an internet enthusiast and a graphic designer, talking about paths and climbs less traveled. So let's welcome her onto the stage. Please give her a massive round of applause.
Hi, I'm Anjali, and for the next 15 minutes, you're going to be listening to me talk about my life like it was a children's TV show, and hopefully you love it. My life has been extremely privileged. I was born to two spontaneous, creative, fun-loving, adventure-seeking, and thankfully loaded people who made me who I am today. Quoting directly from my college application, my dad taught me to always question the how of things. None of my doubts, born of childish innocence, were met with straight responses, and I would be pushed to seek out answers from the crevices of my own brain. I was taught to explore and question the world, not just accept it as it seemed. From my mother, who's sitting in the crowd there, I have inherited the impulse to seek beauty in the mundane, to seek out shapes in clouds, to notice how the grass is greener after it has rained, and to stop and smell the roses. And the combination of these two have encouraged me to seek new experiences and adventures that would open my eyes to the wonders of the world. It's always fun to introduce people to the people that I meet. The fact that 12 years of my school life have taken place in 8 different schools in 7 different cities. I'm putting up an embarrassing picture of myself, so you better pay attention. It's from the glamorous city of Mumbai to the, wait, where is that city of Port Blair? I've seen it all. And that has its ups and downs. For example, I'm standing here and I can boast to you that I have friends in every corner of the country. But behind that is the struggle that goes behind making friends in every new city that we get transferred to. But to say that my life has been adventurous has been an understatement. To begin with, I've had a multitude of different hobbies. I've done skating, abacus, pony riding, horse riding, sketching, painting, crafting, karate, yoga, keyboard, both Indian and Western, hiking, cycling, photography, Kathakali, freestyle dancing, baking, origami, classical singing, basketball, volleyball, and shot put. And for a brief period of time, I even had a small business. And to say the least, my parents were pretty exasperated at this point, but some good did come out of it. I still pay geography team, but above all, I trek. I have experienced things that most people wouldn't consider exploring, from wild hikes in rugged terrain to engaging with remote cultures to scaling peaks in sub-zero temperatures. And having posted on LinkedIn, I'm of course qualified to give a speech about it. Hiking and trekking have been a recurring activity in my life. 4-year-old me scaled the Lowghat Peak in Lonavala and Duke's Nose, while 7-year-old me climbed the Debeda in Ooty. Valley of Flowers was probably the first major trek that my mom and I went to, after which I undertook a major upgrade and we went to the Burangati Peak in the Himalayan ranges and the Everest Base Camp last year. And now trekking happens in 3 different stages. There is the prep, which begins over 1 month before the trek itself. Then comes the trek, which can extend from 1 to 3 weeks, and the aftermath, which is the life lessons, the human friendships, and the sense of fulfillment, which remain lifelong. Let's see what I mean. Pre-trek preparation involves looking at vendors, looking at people who can give you the services that you want, and choose the route that's most apt for you. After which comes the ticket booking process. The 3 major treks that I've been on began from Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and Nepal. So a chunk of your expenses would go in the travel itself. And we've often felt like the 3-hour flight to Delhi, plus the travel to the location of the mountains and the travel to the foot of the mountains itself can feel like the trek has begun. Which is why comfort above everything else is something you need to prioritize while you seek out, when you shop for apparel and footwear. And that's where, I swear this isn't a sponsored ad, Decathlon comes in. Decathlon Vizag has been a trusted source of both clothing and footwear, with a long list of items that's deemed necessary for a trek. So do not skimp out, if you do plan on going for treks, do not skimp out on good quality winter wear, rugged pants, jackets, and most importantly, shoes. That's my dad's packing right there. Moving on to the trek. While the duration of the entire trek can range from 1 to 3 weeks, not all of those days will be spent climbing. A small thing called acclimatization plays a big role in your journey. Like you can see, day 1 acclimatization, and day 4 acclimatization, day 7 acclimatization. Acclimatization is the process of getting used to the new altitudes and climates that you subject your body to. For example, if you were to take a helicopter from Vizag to Mount Everest, you would probably experience extreme headaches, nausea, and mountain sickness, which can often be life-threatening. Acclimatization ensures that your body has the time to adapt to new conditions and ensures optimum functioning. And that's why you're advised to come to the starting point of the trek, where you first, get your accommodation and meet your trekking group at least 2 days in advance. Moving on to the trek in itself. If I could describe trek in one word, it would be introspectual, which is a word I just came up with. In the 5 to 9 days that you spend on a trek, your mind gets a chance to explore life beyond Instagram and doom scrolling. Among the laps of Mother Nature, your mind gets to think about all the things that you otherwise would not think in the busy city life, right? I've personally never experienced the lack of a phone in my hand, and I'm someone who's addicted to phones and technology. So coming from me, that's a big thing. Purely because of how enthralling the surrounding environment is. From new experiences, as you can see, that at the bottom is the runway that our flight landed on. We went to the base of the trek in the small slide that you see in between, landing on the mountaintop runway. To creating lifelong relationships. That is our trek group. We've gone on multiple treks, and we are still in touch with all those we went on treks with, right? And getting used to new food. The meal that you see on the top left is the meal that we had for 10 days constantly, just because it's deemed fit for mountain consumption, right? And that's what will keep your body at optimum functioning. So all of these are new experiences that trekking will expose you to. And of course, it goes without saying, mind-blowing scenery. You get to experience sunrise, you get to which we clicked, and they're not Google. So these come right from the source. And a chance to partake in other activities, paragliding, river rafting, and bungee jumping. That's not very clear, but that's me bungee jumping in the end. Trekking truly has multiple USPs. Sure, it might be tough at times, like my mom's face aptly shows, with harsh weather, lack of stamina, homesickness, and sheer exhaustion due to the seemingly never-ending route. In the end, it's always worth it, and that's us at the Everest Base Camp after 9 days of constant trekking. And after this, our next trek is scheduled to the Kalanag, which is at 20,000 feet and which is more than we have ever trekked before. This is in May. I would obviously invite all of you to come join us and to partake in this activity. But to end my speech, I'd like to call upon my dad, Commander Gurmurthy, to come and say a few words.
Okay, this is not a sponsored program, okay? Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity. It took a good amount of time for me to motivate Anjali to give this speech because she landed. Yesterday was her last day in the college. After that, she had to go for a movie, came back, submitted to applications for scholarship. Today morning, we postponed this program because her presentation was not ready. Notwithstanding, me and my wife have always been trying to provide her the best of the opportunities, sometimes by force, sometimes by choice. She has been taking it up all. But one thing that we have ensured is that she enjoys every bit of it. That opened up not only her world, but also our world, in the sense that I'm sure you all would agree, in India there is no proper method of teaching a newly married couple how to parent a child. We all learn it by experience, sometimes by force, sometimes by doing mistakes, sometimes by learning from the kid. I keep telling my team that my terms of reference is fixed, whereas for Anjali, the terms of reference are moving. What I call as a reference point, she says, sorry, it is for you, it is not for me. Mountaineering is one activity in which both of us agree. So we enjoy doing it as a family. Thank you very, very much.
That was a splendid talk, ma'am. We really appreciate your journey so far. Moving on, as students, we need help to be efficient, which is working while studying. I'm so sorry. As much as is all needed, so does balance. And we are having a perfect speaker who is going to enlighten and tell about what is exactly yoga means. Moving on, as students, we need help to be efficient, which is working while studying. And our next speaker will convey the same. She is none other than Shilpa Dandugaru, founder of IWD Vizag. We welcome her there.
A very good evening, good morning to all of you, and I'm so glad to be here because this is my second time I am with WTM, and every time Usha make sure that I'm part of this event. Thank you, Usha, for inviting me. I just wanted to, share my experiences rather than, go with the presentation. And I'm not a tech maker. So if you want some inputs regarding technology, I'm not the person. So let me tell you my journey. I actually was supposed to be an engineering student because I took MPC. All of us can relate to it, right? How many of you are MPC students? All of you might be because you're in the technology space. So it was not my choice. It was my parents' choice. It was my principal's choice. Okay? I did not get a chance to decide because I'm talking probably about 20 years idea of how to go about what to become. So the easiest thing was a lot of people were going into software space. So my family, every second cousin of mine was actually a software engineer, Java, AI. At that point of time, I really had one cousin of mine who was in the AI space those days. So my parents were very sure that, you should do computer science, you should do engineering. And I ended up doing MPC. Trust me, that was not my journey. I actually resisted continuing, MPC, but somehow I managed to complete it. And next choice was engineering. I said, I'm not doing engineering. Whatever it takes, I'm not doing. I was termed as a rebellious kid. Please understand, it is okay to be termed as rebellious kid. And I did not have a direction because I was not sure what I wanted to be. At that point of time, I somehow convinced my parents, and my parents also convinced me, saying that, okay, you're not doing engineering, do something related with computer sciences. So I ended up taking Bachelor of Computer Applications. So that's how my journey started. Again, the question is, I did not go to a regular college because my dad was a banker, and I had to, go into correspondence because I was here. So the easiest thing for me was to, do a distance course and only 1 month contact classes. So I had a lot of time on hand with me. That's when I actually convinced my dad, saying that, why don't I work while I am studying? Because, I don't need to go to college. Trust me, that is where my journey started, because I could explore other than computer sciences. I could see that. And okay, tell me one thing, you enrolled into a engineering computer sciences course. Immediately, can you become a software professional in the first year? So you need other skills, right? You need communications, you need talking, you need, different kind of skills. So why don't you, the reason why I chose the topic is I want you to definitely, while you're studying, learning is definitely, learning, studying, working, these are all a part of it. You cannot, just think of, okay, I'll study after 4 years of my college, then I'll go work. And please also do not think that, you have to earn money while working. Please, because your students do not think about money, because many times what happens is students come to us and say that I want to earn this much money. Please understand, to get an opportunity, it is very important. So if you have that experience, by the time you complete your 4 years, if you have 4 years of experience, trust me, this will take you long way. How many times do we stand in a bus stop without a destination? Do we stand? Do we board any bus that comes into the bus stop? No, right? So it is very important to set our goals rightly, frame them. And in case you are like one of me, you don't like it, but you have come into the tech space, kindly don't think that, it is the end of the world. I have to be a software engineer. No, there are other opportunities. You know how I used my technology, knowledge? How did I use it? I started selling the courses. So I understood technology. I started selling the same courses to students because I was working in a computer training center. That's how I used that knowledge. So it's very, very important to identify while you're doing your engineering technical courses, don't just think that, I will enroll myself in C++, Java, .NET, different programs, please. Because many times what I see is basic communication skills is something that we are lagging. And how much ever ChatGPT, these kind of things come. Today I have a 4.5-year-old daughter. So will I tell her use ChatGPT? I mean, she has to use her mind, right? I cannot introduce her to technology at that age. And today, luckily, she doesn't even have a screen time because we want her mind to grow. Chat GPT, these kind of things only, suppose we have used Chat GPT, something comes up, it is not, I mean, God or something, where everything, the way we want it frames. No, it doesn't. We need to actually, again, redo certain parts of it. It will only give a basic idea. It is an AI interface. Please understand. I mean, the world is growing rampantly with technology, but somewhere we have to use our own minds to grow. And do not use technology where you think that, only use technology for smart, working. Don't use technology to replace your brains. It can never replace your brain. All right. So, did you get the gist of it? That everybody needs to work while they are studying. It is the bottom line, and you have to dream. If you don't dream, you cannot. I mean, people say, if you think of sky, that kind of goal, you will reach somewhere here. If you don't even dare to dream, then you won't be able to reach. And especially for women, please do not think that, I've studied engineering, now my parents want me to get married, and I have to get married. See, there is no thing like I have to get married. It is your choice. Kindly be independent first, make a name for yourself, and then you can get into all those areas. It is not a mandate to get married. And if you have the ability to convince your parents, first stand on your own feet. Why are you doing engineering? To get married? No, please. So you think beyond all these things. Don't have limitations. If you have limitations, then it is only going to stop you. See, I'll just quickly wind up. I'll just run you through my journey. I started as a counselor. I became a front office manager. I was selling courses, okay? And then I got an opportunity to work as a center head for a training center in hardware related and security related courses. So trust me, BCA didn't teach me any of these things. It taught me Pascal, COBOL, and some random outdated technologies which I don't know if people are using currently. So those days itself, it was very, very outdated. Okay, and then I went to Tanzania. I got an opportunity because at that point of time, I wanted to go out of country, and I didn't get an opportunity to go to US. I didn't go to Australia, Singapore, one of these countries. The first opportunity that I got was Sri Lanka. My dad was like, no, I'm not sending you. Then the second opportunity I got was Tanzania. I landed up in Dar es Salaam after a lot of fights with my family, saying that I will go. No, you will not go. I will go. You will not go. So luckily my granddad said, let her go. In case she's not able to survive, let her come back. When I came back, I found an opportunity to work in Visakhapatnam in an IT company as a director for India and Asia Pacific operations. I was getting very highly paid in 2006, but trust me, I didn't enjoy the job. Because for a performer, I have been always a performer, okay? And for a performer, what is important? Money is not important. Recognition is important, okay? So I did not get the recognition. I quit the job, and that's when Vizag started. I do not know anything about print media. Writing, I still don't write. I have writers, a team of writers who write for me. But today, Vizag has 4 million page views. All right? And COVID actually taught us a lesson that, however big brand you create, doesn't matter. In no time, it will just vanish. And trust me, it was a very difficult thing, even to tell you guys that, I had to stop the print edition of Vizag. I did stop in 2020 March. That was my last edition. But it didn't bother me. I thought, after COVID, subsides, I will bring the edition back, the print edition back. But trust me, today today I'm in much happier space because my web is growing exponentially. Because we had same Vizag web portal had 6,000 viewership, and today it has 4 million page views. So it is a great jump. Secondly, we never dependent on Vizag because we had to survive. We started a creative advertising agency. Again, trust me, I have no knowledge on. I gathered information, people who would work with us and whose brands we would take. Today we work with some of the biggest brands from the city. It is CMR group, okay? If you see CMR jewelry, or if you see Kanchi Kamakshi silk hoardings, or any of their ads, Fame Reality, Shriram Properties, Navy, these are our clients for Idea First. So the journey didn't stop. And COVID again taught me I cannot, depend on service industry, because these are purely, if I give service, I get money. So I had to go beyond that, beyond my comfort zone. And somehow with my interest in handloom and handicraft, I entered into something called, basically handcrafted toys, wooden toys. And my startup is called Gulab Tribe. Trust me, I'm again making small baby steps. With Gulab Tribe, I have no knowledge. Again, I have to unlearn everything, every aspect. Okay? So this is my journey, and I basically wish you all very, very bright future, and may you all do whatever you have to do in these, in these years, and have a great time at the event.
Thank you so much. I have curated all these speakers, inspirational speakers for you, because I want them to share their story and, unfiltered, the real ones actually. And I'm so happy you joined us. Kiran Garu, I request you also. Gurumurthy Garu, can you please come over actually? We'll quickly have a memento. Team, can you give Bala? This is from Vizag. He's sales software. Yes, sir. I would like to call Shilpa as a serial entrepreneur, one after the her journey is very inspiring, and I am sure we have to take from it. Likewise from Kiran Garu. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for the needed address, ma'am. As much as the talks are needed, so does balance. Before moving on, how many people practice yoga every day? How many people practice it? That's a very good response. Thank you. We believe that yoga is as old as India. Now, we have the perfect speaker highlighting the power of pranayama. Now, I would like to call upon the stage Madhavi Lata Garu. She is the founder of Swasi Yoga and she is certified yoga guru with 10 years of experience. She is the first international certified pregnancy yoga trainer from Vizag.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్. అబ్బా ఏంటి యోగా బోరింగ్ సబ్జెక్ట్ కదా. ఎంతమంది యోగా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తున్నారు ఇక్కడ? ఒకసారి రేజ్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్స్. Hardly 10 members. So make interesting on session. So let me introduce my trainers. She's Bindu and she's Shravani. మీకు ఈ రోజు అసలు మీరు బ్రీత్ సరిగ్గా చేస్తున్నారా లేదా? అసలు మీరు బతికే ఉన్నారు, బట్ ఎంతవరకు బ్రీదింగ్ మీరు మీ లంగ్స్ కి ఇస్తున్నారు, అసలు మీ లైఫ్ స్టైల్ ఎట్లా ఉంది, చిన్న కరెక్షన్స్ ఏం చేసుకోవచ్చు అనేది ఒక 10 minutes లో మీకు చాలా షార్ట్ అండ్ క్రిస్పీగా ఎంటర్టైనింగ్ గా నేర్పిస్తాను. రెడీ రెడీ చలో స్టార్ట్. చాలా అంటే యోగా అంటే నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఆసనాస్, బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ ఇవన్నీ కలిపి మనం ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తేనే అది ఒక ప్రాపర్ ఆసన కింద కన్సిడర్ చేయొచ్చు. సో ఆసనాస్ ఏదో నేర్పించవచ్చు కదా, ఇలా కూర్చోబెట్టి గాలి తీసుకోవడం మాకు వచ్చు కదా అనుకుంటారు. సో మీరు అసలు ఎంత ప్రాపర్ గా ఇన్హేల్ చేస్తున్నారో ఎక్సేల్ చేస్తున్నారో అనేది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేద్దాం. ఓకే, సో చిన్న నాతో పాటు మీరు కూడా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి. సో మీ మొబైల్స్, మీ వాలెట్ అన్ని పక్కన పెట్టేసేయండి, ఫ్రీగా కూర్చోండి. ఐ వాంట్ ఎవ్రీవన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీవన్ మీకు ఆల్రెడీ వచ్చి ఉన్నా కూడా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. ఓకే, యువర్ పేపర్స్, పెన్, మొబైల్, బ్యాగ్స్ అన్ని పక్కన. ఓకే, కీప్ యువర్ స్పైన్ స్ట్రైట్. పొద్దు నుంచి కూర్చొని ఇలా అయిపోయారు యూ లాగా. స్ట్రైట్, కీప్ యువర్ spine erect. Okay, now let's start a small warm up. Direct ga pranayama anukunda chinna warm up cheddaamu so that మీ బాడీ కొంచెం సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో let's start with neck exercise. All of you together, let's start. Inhale up, raise your head up. Just we'll demonstrate చేస్తారు, ఒకసారి చూడండి. Inhale up, inhale చేస్తూ neck ని పైకి stretch చేయాలి and exhale down. డౌన్ డౌన్ కిందకి. ఇద్దరు ఉన్నారమ్మా చేస్తున్నారు చూడండి. అగైన్ ఇన్హేల్ అప్, ఎక్సేల్ డౌన్, అగైన్ ఇన్హేల్ అప్, ఎక్సేల్ డౌన్. నౌ రైట్ టు లెఫ్ట్. మన అమ్మాయిలు కనుక ఇలా తిరిగిపోతుంది కదా, అలాగే ఇప్పుడు కూడా జస్ట్ రైట్ లెఫ్ట్. అమ్మాయికి బొటిక్స్ కనబడితే హెడ్ అలా టర్న్ అవుతుంది, అలా అన్నమాట. అబ్బాయికి గర్ల్స్ టర్న్ అవుతుంది, అమ్మాయికి బొటిక్స్ కనిపిస్తే అలా టర్న్ అవుతుంది. ఇన్ ద సేమ్ వే టర్న్ యువర్ హెడ్ టువర్డ్స్ రైట్ సైడ్ అండ్ దెన్ లెఫ్ట్, అగైన్ రైట్ లెఫ్ట్. నా ఇప్పుడు రొటేషన్ కంప్లీట్ గా క్లాక్ వైజ్ హెడ్ ని రొటేట్ చేయాలి. జస్ట్ లుక్ ఎట్ ద డెమో. వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు, చూస్ చేయండి. అప్పుడే మెడబట్టేసిందా? వీళ్ళు చేస్తున్నది చూసి చేయాలి. చేయకపోతే మీ పేరు తెలియకుండా లెటేస్తాం డ్రెస్ కలర్ తో. నౌ యాంటీ క్లాక్ వైజ్. నౌ రిలాక్స్. ఓకే, కొంచెం వార్మప్ అయింది కదా. నౌ లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్. అసలు ప్రాణాయామం అంటే ఏంటి ఏంటి ఎవరికైనా తెలుసా? ఒక వన్ ఆర్ టూ వర్డ్స్. వాట్ ఇస్ ప్రాణాయామం? నాలుగు ప్లీజ్ చేశారు యోగా చేస్తున్నారంట. యా ప్లీజ్. బ్రీదింగ్ లైఫ్. ఓకే, బ్రీత్ చేయడం లైఫ్ అంటే ఏంటి? ఓకే, ప్రాణాయామం అంటే ఏం లేదు, గాలి తీసుకోవడం, ఇన్హలేషన్ అండ్ ఎక్సలేషన్ విత్ రిటెన్షన్. మీరు తీసుకునే ఇన్హలేషన్ అంటే లంగ్స్. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీ ఫ్రిడ్జ్ లో ఒక వాటర్ బాటిల్ ఉంది, ఒక సోడా బాటిల్, వాటర్ బాటిల్ ఏదో ఏదో ఒకటి ఉంది. మీరు రోజు వాటర్ బాటిల్ ఉంది, ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళకండి, వాటర్ బాటిల్ ఉంది, దాన్ని ఒక 1 లీటర్ ఫిల్ చేశారు. ఓకే, కొత్త బాటిల్ కొన్నారు 1 లీటర్. చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తున్నాను మీకు, సో దట్ బోరింగ్ గా కాకుండా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ గా ఉండడానికి చెప్తున్నా. 1 లీటర్ వాటర్ బాటిల్ తీసుకున్నారు, ఫిల్ చేశారు, ఫ్రిడ్జ్ లో పెట్టారు. కొంచెం ఎంటీ చేశారు, ఒక 1/4 మళ్ళీ ఫ్రిడ్జ్ లో పెట్టారు. మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మళ్ళీ రీఫిల్ చేశారు, మళ్ళీ కొంచెం తాగారు, మళ్ళా పెట్టారు, మళ్ళీ థర్డ్ డే. సో అలా ఒక 10 days ఆ బాటిల్ ఎంటీ చేయకుండా అలా పైన ఒక 1/2 లీటర్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు, 1/2 లీటర్ ఫిల్ చేస్తున్నారు. అలా ఒక 10-15 days, ఒక 1 month యూజ్ చేయకుండా ఫుల్ బాటిల్ అట్లా రీఫిల్ చేస్తా ఉన్నారు అనుకోండి, ఏమవుతుంది? గెస్ వాట్? ఏమవ్వచ్చు? మనకి కనబడకుండా లోపల చిన్నగా బ్యాక్టీరియా ఫామ్ అవుతాయి. అంటే ఫ్రిడ్జ్ లో పెట్టినా అవి కూడా చల్లగా లోపల ఉంటాయి. తర్వాత వాటర్ స్మెల్ వస్తుంది. ఎందుకు అలా జరుగుతుంది అంటే మీరు ఆ బాటిల్ కంప్లీట్ గా ఎంటీ చేయటం లేదు, హాఫ్ ఫిల్ చేసి హాఫ్ మళ్ళీ పాత వాటర్ తోనే మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఒక 1 month తర్వాత 10-15 days తర్వాత ఎంత ఫ్రిడ్జ్ లో పెట్టిన బాటిల్ అయినా అది స్మెల్ వస్తుంది. ఇన్ ద సేమ్ వే లంగ్స్ కి కూడా అంత ఇన్హలేషన్ కెపాసిటీ ఉంటుంది. పర్ డే మీరు అప్రాక్సిమేట్ గా పర్ అవర్ కి 960 నియర్లీ 1000 times ఇన్హేల్ ఎక్స్హేల్ చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. యాక్చువల్ గా పర్ డే నియర్లీ 22,000 to 24,000 అప్రాక్స్ గా ఇన్హేల్ ఎక్స్హేల్ చేయాలి. కానీ మనం ఎంత బాగా చేస్తామంటే అందులో హాఫ్ కూడా చెయ్యం. సో వాట్ హ్యాపన్స్? మీ లంగ్స్ కి లాస్ట్ బెంచెస్ ఏదో తెచ్చుకున్నారు తినడానికి, ఏమవుతుంది? మీ లంగ్స్ కెపాసిటీ బలూన్ లాగా, తెలుసు కదా సైన్స్ కొంచెం ఎంత టెక్ అయినా, అంత మీరు బీటెక్ స్టూడెంట్స్ అయినా మీకు స్కూల్లో చెప్పినదే లంగ్స్ కి ఎలాస్టిసిటీ ఉంటుంది, అవునా? లంగ్స్ ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతాయి, మీరు ఇన్హేల్ చేస్తే ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతాయి. చూడండి, పోలీస్, మిలిటరీ, ఆర్మీ ట్రైనింగ్స్ వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు ఇక్కడ మెజర్ చేస్తారు. సో అంటే వాళ్ళు ఇన్హేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు చెస్ట్ ఎంత ఎక్స్పాండ్, ఎక్సైల్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎంత అవుతుంది. స్పోర్ట్స్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ వీళ్ళందరిది చూడండి, ఇక్కడ షోల్డర్ చాలా ఓపెన్ గా ఉంటుంది, ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు ఎక్సర్సైజ్ చేయడం వల్ల ఇన్హలేషన్ లంగ్ కెపాసిటీ బాగా పెరుగుతుంది. సో మనం ఏం చేస్తామంటే మనకి బద్ధకానికి లంగ్స్ కి పెద్దగా ఇవ్వకుండా ఎక్సర్సైజ్ కొంచెం ఇంత బుజ్జిగా ఉండే లంగ్ ని ఇంత చేస్తా ఉంటాయి. కానీ మీరు ప్రాపర్ గా ఇన్హేల్ చేస్తే బలూన్ లాగా ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతుంది లంగ్. సో మన లోపల ఉండే టాక్సిన్స్ అన్ని కూడా బయటకి ఎక్సైల్ చేసేటప్పుడు రిలీజ్ అవ్వాలి అంటే మీరు ప్రాపర్ ఇన్హలేషన్ చేయాలి కదా. హాఫ్ వే గాలి తీసుకొని బాడీలో ఉండే టాక్సిన్స్ బయటకి రిలీజ్ చేయాలంటే అవ్వదు కదా. కానీ మనం చెయ్యం కదా, ఎందుకంటే బద్ధకం. సో దానికోసమే మనం త్రూఅవుట్ ద డే ఫోకస్డ్ బ్రీదింగ్ అనేది జనరల్ గా ఇది నేనైనా మాట్లాడుతూ దృష్టి పెట్టి బ్రీత్ తీసుకోవాలంటే అది ఇంపాసిబుల్ కదా. సో ఫోకస్డ్ బ్రీదింగ్ మనం పర్ డే డైలీ ఒక 15 minutes అయినా, అట్లీస్ట్ 10-15 minutes అయినా మన రెగ్యులర్ డే టు డే లైఫ్ లో మనం ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసుకోవాలి. వాట్ ఎవర్ you may go for yoga, gym, gymnastics or zumba, whatever, ఏదైనా చేయండి, cycling, but at least morning or evening before going to bed at least ఒక 10 minutes of breathing practice is must. అప్పుడే మీరు హెల్దీగా ఉంటారు. సో అన్ని సెల్స్ యాక్టివేటెడ్ గా ఉండాలి అంటే మీరు బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ బాగా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తేనే మీకు ఓవరాల్ అవుట్పుట్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. లేదంటే సిక్ అయ్యి అంత అవుట్పుట్ ఉండదు. మీరు ఏం చేసినా కూడా ఈవినింగ్ అట్లా ఎనర్జీ లెవెల్స్ మార్నింగ్ లాగా ఉండవు. ఉండాలి అంటే ఏం చేయాలి? బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ ప్రాపర్ గా ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. సో చిన్న డెమోతో మీకు ఎట్లా మీరు చేసుకోవచ్చు. యూట్యూబ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత, కోవిడ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ప్రతి ఒక్కరు అన్ని నేర్చేసుకున్నారు, చాలా వరకు తెలిసిందే, కానీ ప్రాక్టీస్ చెయ్యం. ఇలా లైవ్ గా అమ్మాయిలు పెట్టి చూపిస్తే మేబీ మీకు మైండ్ లో సేవ్ అవుతుంది. అందుకే అమ్మాయిలే తెచ్చాను. ఓకే, సో మీకు అది సేవ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి వీళ్ళు కూడా మీలో బీటెక్ స్టూడెంట్స్, కానీ చూడండి అంత చక్కగా వైట్ డ్రెస్ వేసుకొని ప్రాక్టీస్ కోసం అంత ఎనర్జెటిక్ గా వచ్చారు. సో డే టు డే లైఫ్ లో చిన్న పిల్లల నుంచి ఏజ్ లిమిట్ 70 క్రాస్ అయిన వాళ్ళకి కూడా బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్ అనేది చాలా చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. ప్రాపర్ బ్రీత్ వేలో చేయకపోతే మన బాడీలో ఎలాంటి ఇల్నెస్ వచ్చినా కూడా అంత ఫాస్ట్ గా మనం రికవర్ అవ్వం. రెసిస్టెన్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా సరిగ్గా ఉండదు. సో అందువల్ల మనం బ్రీదింగ్ అనేది ప్రాపర్ గా ఎలా చేయొచ్చు అనేది నేర్చుకున్నాం. గాలి తీసుకుంటున్నప్పుడు కూడా మీరు అనుకుంటారు, ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం ఎలా తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఓకే, స్పైన్ ఎరెక్ట్, క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఐస్, క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఐస్. అంటే మీకు చేయడం ఇష్టం లేదనుకోండి, పక్క వాళ్ళకి వెళ్ళకండి, సరిగ్గా కూర్చోండి. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండి చేయాలి అనుకునే వాళ్ళని పక్క వాళ్ళని డిస్టర్బ్ చేయకండి ప్లీజ్. సో క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఐస్. ఇన్హేల్, రెండు నాస్ట్రల్స్ నుంచి గాలి బాగా తీసుకోండి. ఇన్హేల్, ఫిల్ అప్ యువర్ లంగ్స్. ట్రై టు ఇన్హేల్ మోర్. సెల్ఫ్ కౌంట్ చేసుకోండి ఎంత మీరు ఇన్హేల్ చేయగలరు. 10 seconds, 15 seconds. మీ లంగ్ కి ఒక కెపాసిటీ ఉంటుంది, అంటే రోజు ఒకలాగా అలవాటు చేస్తారు కదా, అంతవరకు ఇన్హేల్ చేసుకోగలరు. ఇన్హేల్ and slowly exhale. Don't open your eyes. Very good. Second round, inhale. And again, exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Focus. Observe చేయండి, నేను ఒక క్వశ్చన్ అడుగుతాను దీని తర్వాత. Inhale. లంగ్స్ ఇమాజిన్ ఇంటర్నల్లీ మీరు ఇన్హేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఒక బర్త్డే బెలూన్ లాగా మీ లంగ్ ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతుంది. జస్ట్ ఇమాజిన్ దట్. అండ్ ఎక్సేల్. నౌ ఓపెన్ యువర్ ఐస్. గాలి బాగా తీసుకున్నారా? ఫుడ్ బాగా ఇచ్చారా లంగ్స్ కి? వెళ్ళిన తెలుస్తుందా మీకు ఏమైనా ఇన్హలేషన్ అవుతుంది, చెస్ట్ ఎక్స్పాండ్ అవుతుంది, సంథింగ్ ఏదైనా డిఫరెంట్ గా జరిగింది అని తెలిసిందా? దిస్ కాల్డ్ ఫోకస్డ్ బ్రీత్. మనం నార్మల్ గా ఇప్పుడు నేను బ్రీత్ తీసుకుంటున్నా, తను తీసుకుంటుంది, కాకపోతే దానికి కాన్షియస్ గా మనం ఏం తీసుకునే అవసరం లేదు. బట్ ఇప్పుడు మనం పర్ డే 24 hours లో అట్లీస్ట్ ఒక 10 minutes మనం కాన్షియస్ బ్రీదింగ్ అనేది మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి. దాన్ని ప్రాణాయామం అంటారు. సో ఇప్పుడు ఒక నాస్ట్రల్ బ్లాక్ అయి ఉంటది, ఒక నాస్ట్రల్ ఓపెన్ ఉంటది, ఒక్కొక్కసారి రెండు మూసిపోతే నోట్లోంచి గాలి తీసేసుకుంటాం దొరికిన కదా అని. మనం నచ్చినది చేస్తాం, ఎక్కడైతే హోల్ ఉంటే అక్కడ నుంచి తీసేసుకుంటా ఉంటాం, అంతేగాని దాన్ని కరెక్ట్ మాత్రం చేసుకోం. సో ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని కరెక్ట్ చేద్దాం. సో ఏం చేయాలి? నాస్ట్రల్స్ రెండు క్లియర్ అవ్వడానికి ఫస్ట్ గా భస్త్రిక. హై బీపీ ఉండదు, నేను చిన్నపిల్లలు కదా, మీరు ఉంటే చెప్తున్నా. ఆస్తమా, సివియర్ ఆస్తమా ఉంటే మీరు మాత్రం ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయొద్దు, మిగతా వాళ్ళు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయొచ్చు. డెమో ఇస్తారు, పక్క వాళ్ళు ఏమైనా గుడ్డేయకండి, తను డెమో ఇస్తుంది, ఇద్దరు చూసి అట్లా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. పిడికలు వేయించాలి, మెటోఫిస్ట్. ఓకే, రెండు హ్యాండ్స్ పైకి రేస్ చేస్తూ కిందకి తీసుకురావాలి. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ భస్త్రిక. ఇన్హేల్ చేస్తూ హ్యాండ్స్ రెండు పైకి తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. జస్ట్ చూడండి, తర్వాత ఎక్సేల్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, ఒకసారి డెమో చూడండి వాళ్ళు ఎలా చేస్తున్నారు. ఇన్హేల్ ఫోర్స్ గా గాలి తీసుకోవాలి. ఎక్సేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు డబుల్ ఫోర్స్ తో గాలి బయటికి రిలీజ్ చేయాలి. నౌ ప్రాక్టీస్ స్టార్ట్. Exhale. Again, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now we practice church. Inhale. Full force apply చేయండి. Exhale. Again, inhale. Vacuum cleaner లాగా లాగేసుకోవాలి. Exhale చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు ఇష్టం లేని త్రో చేస్తే అలా చేస్తాం, అలా. Inhale. ఎక్సేల్, ఫుల్ ఫోర్స్. నోరు ఎక్కడ ఓపెన్ చేయకూడదు, నోస్ రెండు నాస్ట్రిల్సే, మూడోది వాడద్దు. ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఐస్, ఎక్సేల్. లాస్ట్ 5 rounds క్లోజ్ చేయండి, ఐస్ మాత్రం క్లోజ్ చేయండి. కొంతమందికి ఏమైనా చిన్న డిజీనెస్ ఫీల్ అవ్వచ్చు, బీపీ ఏమైనా ఉంటే, లో ఆర్ హై బీపీ, బట్ డోంట్ వరీ, యూ కెన్ ప్రాక్టీస్. చలో స్టార్ట్. ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, డోంట్ ఓపెన్ యువర్ ఐస్. ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఫాస్ట్ గా, ఫోర్స్ గా, చేతుల్లో బలం ఉండగా. ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్. లాస్ట్ 3. ఇన్హేల్, ఫాస్ట్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్. రిలాక్స్, డోంట్ ఓపెన్ యువర్ ఐస్. కళ్ళు ఇప్పకండి, కళ్ళు మూసుకొని ఉండండి. మళ్ళా మీకు క్వశ్చన్ ఉంది. Relax your mind, relax your body, relax your breath. Hands free గా రిలీజ్ చేసుకొని తోడల మీద ఎక్కడైనా పెట్టుకోండి. రిలాక్స్. అబ్జర్వ్, మీ మైండ్ లో ఏం జరుగుతుందో అనేది అబ్జర్వ్ చేయండి. రిలాక్స్. నా ఓపెన్. ఏదైనా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందా ముందుకి ఇప్పటికి? కొంచెం, లిటిల్ బిట్. హ్యాండ్స్ రైజ్ చేయండి, అట్లీస్ట్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది కదా. ఎందుకు అట్లా చేయించాలి అంటే నాస్ట్రల్స్ రెండు బ్లాక్ అయ్యి లోపల ఏదైనా చిన్న డిస్టర్బెన్సెస్ ఉన్నా, రెస్పిరేటరీ ట్రాక్ లో ఎక్కడైనా డిస్టర్బెన్సెస్ ఉన్నా ఈ ఫోర్స్ఫుల్ ఇన్హలేషన్ ఎగ్జిలేషన్ చేసేటప్పుడు దొరుకుతుంది అనమాట. సో తుడిచేసారు, ఇప్పుడు పెట్టి ఫటాఫట్ తుడిచేసుకున్నారు, దారి సెట్ చేసుకున్నారు. అప్పుడే కదా లోపలికి లంగ్స్ లోపలికి ఎయిర్ మనం ఫిల్అప్ చేసేది. సో మనం ఏం చేసామంటే ఫస్ట్ క్లీన్ చేసుకున్నాం నాస్ట్రల్స్ ని. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ భస్త్రిక. మీరు రెగ్యులర్ ప్రాక్టీస్ లో ఇవి మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోవాల్సింది. నా ఇప్పుడు నాస్ట్రల్స్ క్లీన్ కాబట్టి సెకండ్ దానికి వెళ్దాము. ఉజ్జాయి ప్రాణాయామం అంటారు. ఎవరి థాట్ ఉండాలి లేదా ఎవరైనా మంచి సింగర్స్ అవ్వాలనుకుంటే, సింగర్స్ ఆల్రెడీ సింగింగ్ ప్రాక్టీస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు, ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళకి యూజ్ అవుతుంది ఇది ఉజ్జాయి. ఓకే, ఉజ్జాయిలో మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే సపోజ్ ఒక గ్లాస్ ఏదైనా పెట్టారు, గ్లాస్ గాజు గ్లాస్ లాంటిది, దాన్ని జస్ట్ నోటితోని హ అన్నప్పుడు ఒక ఫాగ్ లాంటిది ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. దాన్నే మీరు రెండు లిప్స్ క్లోజ్ చేసి లోపల నుంచి ఇన్హేల్ నాస్ట్రల్స్ నుంచి తీసుకుంటారు. ఎక్సేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు థ్రోట్ నుంచి ఆ సౌండ్ చిన్న స్నోరింగ్ సౌండ్ లాగా వస్తుంది. జస్ట్ చూడండి, ఇన్హేల్ చేసానా, ఎక్సేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు థ్రోట్ లో నుంచి స్లైట్ గా లాక్ చేసి గాలి వదులుతాం. అంటే చిన్న పిల్లలు స్నోరింగ్ సౌండ్ లా వస్తుంది. ఇది చేసేటప్పుడు ఇక్కడ థైరాయిడ్ గ్లాండ్ యాక్టివేట్ అవుతుంది. కొంచెం టఫ్ అనిపిస్తుంది, కాకపోతే చాలా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ గా ఉంటుంది చేస్తే, సింగర్స్ అయిపోతారు అందరూ. ఓకే, ఇన్హేల్, ఎక్సేల్ చేసేటప్పుడు థ్రోట్ నుంచి సౌండ్ చేస్తూ రిలీజ్ చేయండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక గ్లాస్ ఆర్ ఏదైనా ఉంది, దాన్ని ఫాగ్ ఇవ్వాలి అనుకునేటప్పుడు మనం ఎట్లా వదులుతాం అదే లిప్స్ లాక్ చేసి చేయాలి. ఒక చిన్న సౌండ్ వస్తుంది. దీన్ని ఉజ్జాయి ప్రాణాయామం అంటారు. మేబీ పర్ఫెక్ట్ గా రాదు బికాస్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఫస్ట్ టైం, బట్ మీకు ఒక చెప్తున్నాను దీని వల్ల బెనిఫిట్ ఏంటవుతుంది అని. టీనేజ్ లో కామన్ గా ఇప్పుడు అందరికీ వచ్చేస్తున్న ప్రాబ్లం ఒకటి థైరాయిడ్. సో దానికి కొంచెం కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఇది యూజ్ అవుతుంది. ఓకే, నౌ ద థర్డ్ వన్ ఇస్ అనులోమ విలోమ, ఆల్టర్నేట్ నాస్ట్రల్ బ్రీదింగ్. రెండు వైపుల నుంచి ఆల్టర్నేట్ గా గాలి ఎలా తీసుకోవాలి, ఎలా వదలాలి అనేది థర్డ్ టెక్నిక్. ఓకే, దానికి యూజ్ యువర్ రైట్ హ్యాండ్. ఓకే, రింగ్ ఫింగర్, థంబ్ ఉంటుంది కదా, థంబ్ ని ముందు చెప్తా వినండి. థంబ్ ని రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్ తో క్లోజ్ చేసుకోవాలి. థంబ్ తో రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. రింగ్ ఫింగర్ ఉంటది కదా, ఆ రింగ్ ఫింగర్ ని లెఫ్ట్ నాస్ట్రల్ క్లోజ్ చేయడానికి యూజ్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, ఇండెక్స్ ఫింగర్ అండ్ మిడిల్ ఫింగర్ ఫోల్డ్ ఉంటాయి ఇట్లా లోపలికి. ఓకే, యు ఆర్ యూజింగ్ ఓన్లీ ద థంబ్ అండ్ ద రింగ్ ఫింగర్. థంబ్ టు రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్ అండ్ ద రింగ్ ఫింగర్ ఫర్ లెఫ్ట్ నాస్ట్రల్. సో ఇలాగా యూజ్ చేస్తూ మనం ప్రాణాయామం ఎలా చేయాలో చెప్తాను. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ డెమో, యూజ్ యువర్ రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్, రైట్ థంబ్ తో రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. ఓకే, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉండే గాలిని ఒకసారి వదిలేసేయండి బయటికి. లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉండే గాలిని నాస్ట్రల్స్ నుంచి వదిలేసేయండి. నౌ ఇన్హేల్, ఇన్హేల్ లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ నుంచి చేయండి ఒకసారి. డీప్ ఇన్హేల్, మీ లంగ్ కెపాసిటీ ఎంత ఉంటే అంత, 10 seconds. నౌ ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి, చేస్తేనే తెలుస్తుంది ఆ స్వీట్నెస్. ఇన్హేల్. ఓకే, నౌ రింగ్ ఫింగర్ తో లెఫ్ట్ నాస్ట్రల్ క్లోజ్ చేసేసేయండి. చేసాక రైట్ నాస్ట్రల్ ని వదిలేస్తే రైట్ వే దొరుకుతుంది కదా, రైట్ నుంచి వదిలేసేయాలి గాలి తీసుకున్నది. అర్థమైందా? లెఫ్ట్ ఇన్హేల్, డెమో చూడండి. లెఫ్ట్ ఇన్హేల్, రైట్ ఎక్సేల్. ఓకే, అండ్ నౌ రైట్ ఇన్హేల్. ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఆల్టర్నేట్ అని చెప్పాను కదా, రైట్ సైడ్ నుంచి ఇన్హేల్ చేయండి, లెఫ్ట్ నుంచి వదిలేయండి. ఇట్స్ లైక్ ఇన్వర్టెడ్ యూ. లెఫ్ట్ డోర్ నుంచి వెళ్ళి రైట్ డోర్ నుంచి వస్తారు, రైట్ డోర్ నుంచి వెళ్ళి మళ్ళా లెఫ్ట్ డోర్ నుంచి వస్తారు. ఎందుకు అంటే ఊరికే. ఓకే, నా ప్రాక్టీస్ దీన్ని కంటిన్యూ చేయండి. ఈ డోర్ నుంచి ఆ డోర్కి ఎందుకు వచ్చారో నాకు తెలీదు, దానివల్ల బెనిఫిట్ నాకు తెలీదు, దీనివల్ల మాత్రం మీ సెల్స్ అన్ని యాక్టివేట్ అవుతాయి. సో మీ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ సెల్ కి ఆక్సిజన్ బాగా సప్లై అవ్వాలి కాబట్టి ప్రాణాయామ ఇస్ ద వన్ ఆఫ్ ద వండర్ఫుల్ టూల్ అన్నమాట. కోవిడ్ ఎక్కడ వెళ్ళిపోలేదు, మీ చుట్టుపక్కల మీ చీరలోనే ఉంది ఎక్కడో ఒక దగ్గర. సో ప్రాణాయామ చాలా హెల్ప్ అవుతుంది. సో ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ రెస్పిరేటరీ డిజార్డర్స్, ఆస్తమా, ఈ కొత్తగా వచ్చిన కోవిడ్ అవ్వనండి, ఏదైనా కూడా మీరు బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ కనుక ప్రాపర్ గా ఫాలో అవుతే ఐ బెట్ యూ మీకు అలాంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏది రాదు. ఒకవేళ వచ్చినా కూడా క్రానిక్ అవ్వదు. సో జస్ట్ అట్లా పలకరించి చుట్టంలా వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. సో అది కావాలా, లేకపోతే వాళ్ళు అది వచ్చి హగ్ చేసుకోవడం కావాలా? వద్దు కదా. సో కోవిడ్ హగ్ చేసుకోవద్దు, అలా వచ్చి హాయ్ చెప్పి వెళ్ళిపోయినా ఓకే. అలా జరగాలి అంటే మనం బ్రీదింగ్ ఎక్సర్సైజెస్ ప్రాపర్ గా చేసుకోవాలి, ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయాలి. అర్థమైందా? దీన్ని అనులోమ విలోమ ఆల్టర్నేట్ నాస్ట్రల్ బ్రీదింగ్ అంటారు. గాట్ ఇట్? మీరు ఇంట్లోకి వెళ్ళి దాన్ని ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోండి. అర్థం కాకపోతే రైజ్ చేస్తాం, అలా చెప్తా, లేదంటే విల్ మూవ్ టు ద other one. ఓకే, నౌ రిలీజ్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎప్పుడు కూడా లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ నుంచే రిలీజ్ చేయాలి. ఎక్కడి నుంచి అయితే స్టార్ట్ చేసామో అక్కడ నుంచే ఎండింగ్ పాయింట్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఓకే, నౌ ద లాస్ట్ వన్. టైం తక్కువ ఉంది కాబట్టి అన్ని చెప్పలేను, లాస్ట్ దాంతో ఎండ్ చేసేస్తాను. దీన్ని భ్రామరి ప్రాణాయామ అంటారు. హనీబీ సౌండ్ అన్నమాట. హనీబీస్ ఒక 10 మీ ఇంటి చుట్టూ ఎక్కడైనా తిరిగితే ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ సౌండ్ వస్తుంది, గుయ్యమన గోల్ వస్తుంది. సో దాన్ని ఇప్పుడు మీరు మీ బ్రెయిన్ కి ఇస్తున్నారు అన్నమాట. ఓకేనా? దీనివల్ల మీకు పిట్యూటరీ గ్లాండ్ యాక్టివేట్ అవుతుంది. నిజంగా ఇది సీరియస్ గా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తే మీకు చాలా లైట్నెస్ అనేది తెలుస్తుంది. అది ఎట్లాగనేది చూద్దాం. ఇది కూడా ఒకసారి డెమో చూడండి. మీ 2 చెవులు మీ ఇండెక్స్ ఫింగర్ తో లాక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఇండెక్స్ ఫింగర్, దీనిలో చాలా టెక్నిక్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇలా కళ్ళు మూసుకోవచ్చు రకరకాలుగా, కాకపోతే నేను కళ్ళు అవి మూసుకోమని చెప్పట్లేదు, బికాస్ మీరు ఎవరు చూడట్లేదు. సో నాకు ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. సో ఈ 2 ఇండెక్స్ ఫింగర్స్ ఇయర్స్ ని లాక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ముందు నేను చెప్పేది వినేసి అప్పుడు లాక్ చేసుకోండి, వినబడదుగా. ఓకే, లాక్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత అని ఒక మకారం సౌండ్ ని మీరు తీసుకురావాలి థ్రోట్ నుంచి. కళ్ళు మూసుకోవాలి, చెవులు మూసుకొని ఒక హమ్మింగ్ సౌండ్ అది తెచ్చినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీ బ్రెయిన్ లో ఒక టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఫీల్, ఏవో చిన్న చిన్నగా కదిలినట్టు అనిపిస్తుంది. బ్లడ్ వెజల్స్ అంటే బ్లడ్ ఫ్లో చాలా ప్లెజెంట్ గా, అంటే ఎంత కాలానికి ఒక మంచి పని చేస్తున్నారు వీళ్ళు అన్నట్లు మీ బ్రెయిన్ చాలా హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అవుతుంది, రెస్పాండ్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. దట్ యూ కెన్ ఫీల్ చాలా హ్యాపీగా లైట్ గా ఉంటది. కానీ వెటకారంగా చేస్తా అవ్వదు, సీరియస్ గా చేయాలి. ఓకేనా? దానికి ఏం చేయాలి? ఇయర్స్ 2 లాక్ చేసుకోవాలి. అది లౌడ్ గా కళ్ళు మూసుకోవాలి, పక్క వాళ్ళు ఎవరిని చూడకండి. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ ద లాస్ట్ వన్. ప్రాపర్ గా చేయండి, డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందా లేదా మీకు తెలుస్తుంది. 5 times చేద్దాము. వీళ్ళు ఒకసారి చేస్తారు, చూసేసి మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేయండి. చలో స్టార్ట్. రెండు హనీబీస్ వెళ్తున్నాయి కదా, ఇప్పుడు ఇన్ని హనీబీస్ సౌండ్ రావాలి. ఓకేనా? అంటే ఈ హాల్ కొంచెం ఇట్లా షేక్ అవ్వాలన్నమాట. అలా సౌండ్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయండి. డిఫరెన్స్ చేసిన వెంటనే కళ్ళు దయచేసి ఓపెన్ చేయొద్దు. ఒక 10 seconds ఐస్ క్లోజ్ చేసుకునే ఉండాలి, అప్పుడే యూ కెన్ ఫీల్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఓకేనా? చలో లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్. క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఇయర్స్, క్లోజ్ యువర్ ఐస్, అండ్ నౌ మేక్ ద సౌండ్. Repeat second time. Again inhale. రాట్లే, ఒక్క హనీబీ తిరగట్లే. Louder, louder, louder. Louder, continue, don't open your eyes. Continue. Relax, don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. కళ్ళు దయచేసి ఓపెన్ చేయకండి. ఒక 5 to 10 seconds కళ్ళు మూసుకొని ఉండండి. నా అబ్జర్వ్, ఏం జరిగింది మీ బ్రెయిన్ లో, ఏం జరిగింది ఈ సౌండ్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసేటప్పుడు. జస్ట్ అబ్జర్వ్ దట్. ఓవరాల్ గా 10 minutes సెషన్ లో బిఫోర్ అండ్ ఆఫ్టర్ ఏమైనా చేంజెస్ ఉన్నాయనేది నోటీస్ చేయండి. డోంట్ ఓపెన్ యువర్ ఐస్. Relax. Relax. Relax.
Now gently open your eyes. నిదానంగా కళ్ళు ఇప్పండి ఇప్పుడు. డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందా? చాలా ప్లెజెంట్గా, కూల్గా, హ్యాపీగా అనిపిస్తుందా? దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ బ్రాహ్మరీ. బ్రీదింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ చాలా ఈజీ అండ్ చాలా సింపుల్. సీరియస్గా ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తే ఒక 30 days తర్వాత మీకు అదొక హ్యాబిట్ అయిపోతుంది. ఓకేనా? హోప్ ఈ సెషన్ ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ గా ఉంది అండ్ యూస్ఫుల్ గా ఉందేమో అనుకుంటున్నాను. హోప్ యూ లైక్డ్ ఇట్ అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ శ్రావణి అండ్ బిందు. మీకోసం వాళ్ళు అన్ని మానేసి వచ్చారు డెమో ఇవ్వడానికి. థ్యాంక్స్ ఉషా గారు ఫర్ గివింగ్ మీ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
Sir, would you like to join us? Thank you, sir.
As someone who doesn't do yoga, now I feel urged to do it more often. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful session. So we need lots of support for any big tech event to be happen. For us, Mr. Pawan Gupta is one of our sponsors. So a big thank you for Aventech Innovation Private Limited. Sir, please come on to the stage.
Morning all. Good morning all distinguished speakers, guests and students. All students, hi. Yoga program tarvata already I feel you all are relaxed. But relaxed here, okay. So basically I am an inventor. ఇన్వెంటర్ అంటే తెలుసా అందరికి? ఇన్వెంటర్ అంటే తెలుసా అందరికి? ఓకే. సో for any business or entrepreneurial journey starts with an problem statement. ఏదైనా మనకి ఐడియా రావాలి, ఒక తయారు చేయాలి అంటే వీ హ్యావ్ టు స్టార్ట్ విత్ ఏ ప్రాబ్లమ్ స్టేట్మెంట్. సో నా ప్రాబ్లమ్ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే మీకు చెప్తాను. బట్ మీలో ఎంతమంది బిగ్గెస్ట్ వాటర్ వేస్టేజ్ ఇన్ యువర్ హోమ్ చెప్పగలరా ఎవరైనా? బిగ్గెస్ట్ వాటర్ వేస్టేజ్ ఇన్ యువర్ హోమ్, ఎనీవన్? ఓకే ఓకే okay. Due to time lag, actually biggest water wastage in our home is overflowing problem. మీరు యాక్చువల్గా మోటార్ ఆన్ చేస్తారు కదా, మోటార్ ఆన్ చేసిన వెంటనే అంటే మోటార్ నిండక ముందే ఆపేసే వాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? నిండిపోయిన తర్వాత ఆపే వాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? So actually the problem problem statement for us is that one only. Next slide. So per year our water wastage ento ఊహించగలరా ఎవరైనా? 1 lakh liters per year per house. 1 lakh liters per year per house. అది మీరు ఓన్లీ 10 minutes per day మర్చిపోతే. ఇంకా అంటే నాకు తెలిసి హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ 1 hour మర్చిపోయిన కూడా చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. సో దీన్ని బట్టి మీరు ఊహించుకోవచ్చు ఎంత వాటర్, అండర్ గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ మనం వేస్ట్ చేయగలుగుతాము. సో ప్లీజ్ అటెంటివ్ ప్లీజ్. అంటే దిస్ ఈస్ అ యూస్ఫుల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ నీడ్ ఆఫ్ ది అవర్. ఎందుకంటే బోర్ లెవెల్స్ ఈస్ డ్రాపింగ్ డౌన్ ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్. సో ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ గురించి ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నాం అంటే చాలా ఇప్పుడు యూస్ఫుల్ ఉంది ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ అనేది. సో ఇది కామన్ గా మన ఇంట్లో జరిగే ప్రాబ్లం. సో నెక్స్ట్, సో యాజ్ అన్ ఇన్వెంటర్ ఇన్ 2011 నాకు మా ఇంట్లో జరిగే ఇదే ప్రాబ్లం పక్కింట్లో చూశాను, మా ఇంట్లో చూశాను, చాలా దగ్గర చూశాను. వాటర్ వేస్టెస్. సో ఇంత టెక్నాలజీ డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. సో ఆల్రెడీ మార్కెట్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఎందువల్ల ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ యూజ్ చేయట్లేదు అని మార్కెట్ స్టడీ చేస్తే ఆల్రెడీ ఫ్రమ్ 30 years ఎలాంటి ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వీఆర్ ఇంపోర్టింగ్, చైనా నుంచే తెప్పించుకున్నాం మీ టెక్నాలజీ. అండ్ ద స్పేర్ పార్ట్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ అవైలబుల్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ ప్రొడక్ట్ మోస్ట్ సెన్సిబుల్ ఐటమ్. సో దాన్ని బట్టి నేను ఏం చేశానంటే నెక్స్ట్ లైక్ I brainstormed, and as a research guy, I worked for 1 year. But I studied in diploma in mechanical engineering. But out of interest, I studied this electrical concept. I made this product, which is complete durable and electromechanical device. Ikkada meeru indulo ఏ product చూసినా కూడా no PCB, no sensors. ఎందుకు తయారు చేశాను అంటే there should not be a repair problem. ఒకవేళ రిపేర్ వచ్చినా ఇట్ షుడ్ బి మెయింటైన్ అండ్ ఇన్స్టాల్ బై లోకల్ పర్సన్స్ కి అర్థమైనట్టుగాని ఏదైనా ప్రొడక్ట్ డిజైన్ చేయగలిగితే ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్ మార్కెట్ కి ఈజీగా రీచ్ అవుతుంది. సో అందుకు ఈ ప్రొడక్ట్ 2011లో స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. సో ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ నెక్స్ట్ after a huge response from the public, we supplied to the naval dockyard and Lalita Jewelers and hospitals, schools and domestic houses. After getting feedback from the customers, we made a different product. This is a final product that is for monoblock motors, submersible motors. And మన మోటార్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఒకటి అందరికి కనిపించే మోటార్, ఇంకో మోటార్ ఏంటంటే సబ్మెర్సిబుల్ మోటార్స్ అనమాట, అంటే లోపల ఉండిపోద్ది. అది మీకు అందరికి తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. సో ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే అవైలబుల్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఏంటవుతాయి అంటే మనకున్న ప్రొడక్ట్ కాకుండా వేరే స్టార్టర్ తో పాటు వేరేగా కంట్రోలర్ కొనాల్సి వస్తుంది అనమాట. సో దానివల్ల యూ హావ్ టు పే 10,000 అమౌంట్ రూపీస్ పర్ ఇయర్ పర్ స్టార్టర్. సో మేమేం చేసామంటే స్టార్టర్ తోనే కంట్రోలర్ కానీ ఇచ్చేస్తే కస్టమర్ కి ప్రైస్ తగ్గుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ అందరూ యూజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది అందరూ యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల వీఆర్ సేవింగ్ lakhs of billions of underground water per year. సో అది 2018లో ప్రోడక్ట్ తయారు చేయడం జరిగింది. అండ్ వీ అప్లైడ్ ఫర్ ద పేటెంట్. సో పేటెంట్ అప్లై చేసాం. తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ we started a startup company, and glad to share that was recognized by the DPIIT. So we started with my wife's support. I started a startup company. This is a women enterprise recognized by DPIIT, mentored by Kalam Dream Lab. సో కలాం డ్రీమ్ ల్యాబ్ గురించి మీలో కొంతమంది తెలిసే ఉంటుంది, సాష్ గారు అని. ఆయన ఫస్ట్ మన ప్రొడక్ట్స్ చూసాక నేను చాలా మామూలుగా ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్ కంపెనీ నార్మల్ గా చేసేవాడిని అనమాట. సో ఈ ప్రొడక్ట్ ఇలా చేయకూడదు, ఇంకా వేరే లెవెల్లో వెళ్ళాలి అని చెప్పి సార్ గైడెన్స్ వల్ల మేము పేటెంట్ అప్లై చేశాను ఫస్ట్. సో పేటెంట్ అప్లై చేసి అండ్ ఐ ఇంక్యుబేటెడ్ అట్ ఏఐసి అనంతపురం, అది నీతి ఆయోగ్ అండర్ లో ఉంటుంది ఇది. సో మేము ఇంక్యుబేట్ అయ్యామంట స్టార్ట్అప్ తో, ఆ సెంటర్ తోనే. So now we have 1,800 customers, happy customers till today. ఇందాక మీకు చెప్పినట్టు అన్ని PSUs, ఇండస్ట్రీస్ అండ్ డొమెస్టిక్ హౌసెస్ తో కలిపి. సో ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ మనం 2018లో లాంచ్ చేసిన తర్వాత నుంచి we had getting a recognitions. నెక్స్ట్ 6 నేషనల్ వైడ్ అవార్డ్స్ వచ్చాయి, 1 ఇంటర్నేషనల్ అవార్డ్ వచ్చింది. అండ్ generally మీకు తెలుసు, any bank if you want to apply loan, they ask many questions. But HDFC Bank, by seeing our work in innovation and this product, they grant CSR grant of 10 lakhs rupees last year. సో అది మాకు చాలా బిగ్గెస్ట్ అచీవ్మెంట్ అయిందనమాట. ఎందుకంటే CSR గ్రాంట్ అంటే మనం మళ్ళీ ఇట్స్ లైక్ ఎ రివార్డ్ అనమాట. And these are the organizations which were recognized by them: Action for India, Jagriti Yatra, IFIA in the international organization, and HDFC Bank ACSQ. Next. సో మీ అందరికీ పేటెంట్ గురించి ఐడియా ఉందా? ఓకే, సో పేటెంట్ అనేది ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనేది నా లైఫ్లోని అండ్ దిస్ ప్రోడక్ట్ గ్రోత్ లెవెల్లోని ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అనమాట. ఇది ఈ వన్ ప్రోడక్ట్ హ్యాస్ ఏ వన్ పేటెంట్, వన్ డిజైన్ పేటెంట్ అండ్ 2 ట్రేడ్ మార్క్స్ and one design patent already granted in India, ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్. అండ్ మీకు ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పాను, ఐఎమ్ ఇన్వెన్షన్స్ మీద చాలా వర్క్ చేస్తుంటాం. దిస్ ఇస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ప్రోడక్ట్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద సెకండ్ ప్రోడక్ట్. ఇదేంటంటే మీకు కాంటాక్టర్స్ రిలేస్ గురించి ఐడియా ఉందా? సో అదే అవుట్ ఆఫ్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ పీపుల్ అనుకుంటా. సో ఈ కాంటాక్టర్స్ రిలేస్ అనేది ప్లాస్టిక్ కన్జంప్షన్ ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. దానివల్ల నేను ఏం చేశానంటే కరోనా టైంలో కొద్దిగా ఫ్రీ టైం ఉన్నది కాబట్టి ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ తయారు చేశాను అనమాట. దీనివల్ల 80% ఆఫ్ ది ప్లాస్టిక్ కన్జంప్షన్ రెడ్యూస్ అండ్ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ కాస్ట్ కూడా 50% తగ్గిపోతుంది. దానివల్ల ఏంటంటే ఈ అడ్వాంటేజెస్ వల్ల ఐ అప్లైడ్ పేటెంట్ అగైన్ దట్ వాస్ గ్రాంటెడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా అండ్ నౌ అప్లైడ్ ఇన్ 25 countries like USA, Japan, European patents. So because of this innovation work, I have been awarded an inventor title. I am the third person in India who got this title, means like doctorate. Like doctorate, I can be called as INV, means inventor B. Pawan Kumar Gupta worldwide. So and other facilities kuda dan valla untayi. International organizations free ga vellachu and EP1 visa they will provide for USA. And next. This is a media coverage because this is a social enterprise and social impact on a product. Next. So generally I want to say the entrepreneur cycle. If you take a problem statement, then brainstorming or research, and then you have an idea or solution, and then that solution should be protected, either software or hardware. That solution should be protected by the IPR, means patents or copyrights or design patent. Many other aspects are there. Is a big topic. After getting IPR protection, make the product commercialization. So after that, after commercialization, you know that many employment generation is there and wealth generation will be there. And as I said before, recognition will be there across India and across world. And you can work on the next project, next problem statement, and then cycle repeats. So problem to idea to the business and means entrepreneur level. So మీరు ఏదైనా మీరు ఎక్కడి నుంచి రండి, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్ నుంచి రండి, ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్ నుంచి రండి, చిన్న స్కూల్ నుంచి రండి, పెద్ద స్కూల్ నుంచి రండి, కానీ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ కమిట్మెంట్, ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ ఐడియా అండ్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ హార్డ్ వర్క్ ఇన్ నేచర్, మీ వరకైనా వెళ్ళడానికి చాలా స్కోప్ ఉన్నది ప్రెజెంట్. అంటే మేము చదువుతున్నప్పుడు ఉండే స్కోప్ కన్నా ఇప్పుడు చాలా చాలా ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. మంచి మంచి వ్యక్తులు ఉన్నారు మిమ్మల్ని చేపట్టుకుని లేపడానికి. సో మీ ఐడియాని మాత్రం వదలద్దు. మీ ఐడియా దాని మీద వర్క్ చేస్తే మాత్రం యూ విల్ బి సక్సీడెడ్. వెనక్కి లాగే వాళ్ళు ఉండరు, చేపట్టుకుని సపోర్ట్ చేసి లాగే వాళ్ళు కూడా చాలా మంది ఉంటారు. సో మనం ఎవరు చేపట్టుకోవాలనేది మనం ఆలోచించుకోవాలి. సో ఇఫ్ మీరు కంపల్సరీగా టు అచీవ్ ఎనీథింగ్, అంటే ఇందాక మేడం చెప్పారు ఆఫ్టర్ మ్యారేజ్ కొన్ని చేయలేకపోవచ్చని, బట్ ఒకవేళ మ్యారేజ్ అయినా కూడా లైక్ మై వైఫ్ ఆఫ్టర్ మ్యారేజ్ నేను ఈ ఇన్వెన్షన్ చేసిన తర్వాత నేను ఎక్కువ రీసెర్చ్ ఫీల్డ్ ఉన్నాను. సో నేను ఎక్కువ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయలేను. సో మా వైఫ్ సపోర్ట్ తీసుకొని ఆవిడే స్టార్ట్అప్ ఫౌండర్ అయ్యి ఆవిడ నాకు చాలా సపోర్ట్గా ఉందన్నమాట. సో ఇంకా ఆఫ్టర్ మ్యారేజ్ అయినా బిఫోర్ మ్యారేజ్ అయినా ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ ఐడియా అండ్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ అచీవ్ గోల్, దాన్ని రీచ్ అవ్వడానికి మీరే దానికి కష్టపడాలన్నమాట. ఇంకోళ్ళు ఎవరో వచ్చి సపోర్ట్ చేయరు. ఫస్ట్ మీరు కష్టపడటం మొదలెడితే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా దేవుడు కానీ ఆ సొసైటీ కానీ ఇట్ విల్ హెల్ప్ యూ అవుట్. నెక్స్ట్ స్లైడ్. సో big thank you for my idea to this stage to my parents and my guru also unnaru aa peru I marchipanu KNS Prakash garu is an diploma head, polytechnic head, and my friend who connected me these all things. And after he connected Dr. Unnikrishnan, he is PhD from Japan. Dr. Unnikrishnan connected this Satish Garu. After this person connected, my change it to the professional way. Special thanks, sir. And he connected Rakesh Garu, and he connected AIC Anandpur, and he connected HDFC. మనం జర్నీ స్టార్ట్ చేసేప్పుడు ఇవన్నీ ఊహించాం. ఎవరు మనకి కనెక్ట్ అవుతారు, ఎవరు ఏ విధంగా హెల్ప్ అవుతారు అనేది యూ కెనాట్ ఇమాజిన్. బట్ ఇఫ్ యూ గో ఆన్ వర్కింగ్ ఆన్ యువర్ గోల్, ఆటోమేటిక్ గా దేవుడు మీకు కనెక్షన్స్ ఇస్తూనే ఉంటారు. అది యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రాబ్ దట్. నెక్స్ట్ టైం. So finally, thank you to Usha Garu and Satish Garu for connecting me again this ఆర్గనైజేషన్. యాక్చువల్ జనరల్ గా వ్యక్తులను పరిచయం చేయడం వేరు, వ్యవస్థలను పరిచయం చేయడం వేరు. సో సతీష్ గారు కొన్ని వ్యవస్థలను కొంతమంది పరిచయం చేస్తుంటారు. వీ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రాబ్ దెమ్ అండ్ యూటిలైజ్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ టు మేక్ ఇట్ యువర్ గోల్ సక్సెస్. So I have to show you the one video how is my product works.
Do you know we are wasting thousands of gallons of water every day due to overflow of water tanks. This water goes into the drainage only because we don't concentrate on switching off the water. Our Jal Raksha protects this valuable water resources and also saves power with protection. Its main features are Jal Raksha is a low cost with high durability as its electromechanical device. Jal Raksha is maintenance free and trouble free to install. Jal Raksha is 100% safe and shock proof. It has overload protection. It protects slabs from damages due to overflow of water. By saving water and power, you get your money back. Jal Raksha comes with 1-year warranty.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I sense the audience's energy are quite low, so we have a very fun session brought to you by Uma, Pratimaka and all her team. So be excited for the icebreaker session. Thank you.
Yeah, I think all of you are waiting for this Slido. So let's have fun with this Slido. I request everyone to open your phones and log into the given QR code. Please join by using QR code or ID 223203. Much time, please quickly. So make it fast. Only 16 people are joined. 20 seconds. Okay. Check my. More 20 to go.
Oh, 86. Shall we start?
Bro. Let it be 100.
Okay.
We are waiting for the 100 count.
2 more to go.
Done.
Hey.
Manas?
Hey. Yeah, join fast. We will start. 2 more seconds.
కార్తీక్ పిలువ ఫోటోస్ ఇస్తారు
Yeah, okay. 119 people are joined. Shall I wait or start?
I think we can start.
I don't get responses. Okay.
So let's go to the first question.
Yeah, here is your first question. What is the color associated with International Women's Day?
You're going to give in 30 seconds to answer it.
Yeah. I think most of them are answered.
Manas.
Wow.
So most of them are for blue.
But some people are answered correct. I think 20%. But I think you get tie purple because okay. Here is your next question. I think I don't want to read this question. If I read, you will get the no answer.
2024.
Come on, guys, quickly. No more cheatings.
Not even ChatGPT, okay?
Don't use ChatGPT for this question now. I think most of them are answered. Okay.
Let's see what's the answer.
Yes.
I think you can congratulate yourself for correct answer.
Next question.
Next question. Identify the movie based on the dialogue.
నీ శత్రువు ఎవరో తెలిస్తే నీ బలం ఏమిటో తెలుస్తుంది. I think
most of you all can answer this.
Yes. How many of you are fans of Ram Charan?
Only 3? Who has seen the latest movie Orange released?
Yes. The correct option is Dhruva.
96%.
Yes, you are correct.
The next question.
And the next question is, yeah, you got the leaderboard now.
So first place goes to Roy.
Who is the Roy? Oh, congratulations. Okay, next question, please. Next question. Which of the following can you see the flag of pirate ship? Oh, 115 are answered.
More 2 seconds.
Answer, please. A skull with crossbones. Yes.
Wow, 97%. Okay. Next.
I'm waiting to say 100% with the one answer. I'm waiting. Okay, next question. Where was the IWD 2022 was conducted in? It's not 2023, it's 2022.
More 5 seconds. Oh.
I know, I said that's why it's not 2022, 2023, it's 2022, I said. Okay, Aviation Institute in Vizag. Okay. Can you go to the leaderboard, please? Yes.
So Yashwant,
your leaderboard.
please come friend. Second
I
place goes to Mary Neelam.
Can you please
Come on
to
the
the stage, please, for the top 5? Yashwant, Mary Neeram, Hari, Oliver, guys, can you please come?
Please come on the stage.
Guys, please come onto the stage.
Please give a round of applause.
Don't know the question. I really don't know.
Can we see Mary also on the stage? Harry also.
We didn't knew the questions, guys.
Guys, please come onto the stage.
Harry.
Ma'am, can you join us? No, come. Yeah, for the top one. And come over here. Jashwant, can you wait?
Mary, please come. Harry.
We will take one group photo. Come over. Yes. Chetta, can you hold out? And reminding one.
Thank you all for your participation. We'll be having again an icebreaker.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And you can give your questions to it. So that was a fun-filled session. I'm sure it must have ignited the energies in you guys. Moving ahead, as we all know, women's holistic development is crucial for creating a balanced and a healthy society. It involves addressing all aspects of women's life, including physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, career growth, social, and cultural empowerment. Today, we have gathered some of the most distinguished experts from different fields to share their valuable insights on various important topics like PCOD, breast cancer, mental health issues, and many more. So without further ado, let's invite our panelists. But before that, may I request all our audience to please put forth your questions. Our volunteers are towards your left side. You can put forth your questions and our volunteers will put forth your questions to our panel. So we request all of you to put ahead your questions. Without further ado, let's invite our panelists with a huge round of applause, guys. Dr. Prabhavati, Dr. Madhuri KP, Dr. Ramarao Malla, Mr. Pradyumna Sharma Vedula, and this panel discussion will be moderated by Mrs. Usha Ramani. Huge rounds of applause, guys.
So thank you everyone for joining us in this panel discussion. This was an important part of the entire session today, of the event today, because I believe for students and young professionals, there are some questions that always remain unanswered. And I thought through this panel, we can bring out those questions and answers by asking the experts themselves. I really thank Dr. Prabhavati Garu. She really made time for us. She's from Geetham.
Institute of Medical Sciences.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Yeah. Can I stand?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
No.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, everyone. It was really overwhelming sessions, particularly starting from the beginning topic, which I have started to watch. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Prabhavati. I am Professor of Gynecology working in Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences. I really respect the engineering graduates and postgraduates because they have brought many technologies even in the medical sciences. You see now many surgeries now it is going on robots. This is who has done all these youngsters with the great innovation and technology. We are really enjoying that. And at the same time, I would like to say that I am an NABH assessor. What is NABH? Like recently all in Geethams we had NACs, right? NAC accreditation. This is looking into the academics. But the NABH, it is the one body which is a voluntary body by the Quality Council of India where you look into the quality of patient safety. Like for example, you are coming to the hospital. Do you like that to wait long times to meet the doctor? Definitely no. Do you like to be operated on a wrong side? Definitely no. Do you like to have a patient where the doctor has forgotten a mop or instrument in your body and closed the abdomen? Definitely no. So these all parts, I am the one who is promoting the quality because I am the NABH assessor. I usually go for assessments to various hospitals to look into the quality and patient safety because I have done a postgraduate diploma in quality management, total quality management, where I was working in Saudi Arabia. So my passion is quality and patient safety. So I'm here and I would like to thank Ma'am Usha Ramani ma'am for giving the opportunity to sit in front of you and clear all the doubts. So this is a short introduction. Thank you.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Namaste, sir. Kindly introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Ramarao Malla. I am a professor in biochemistry in Geetham School of Science. My research in the past 20 years in India and abroad on the breast cancer and brain cancer. Apart from the teaching, we are conducting a lot of research on the cancer in Geetham. And apart from the academics, I used to organize various awareness programs in colleges, universities, and even the other areas, the tribal areas, etc., to aware the people about the breast cancer, which is one of the deadliest cancer raising all over the world. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. If you have any questions, I can definitely will address to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am Madhuri Garu, kindly introduce yourself, please.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Madhuri. I'm a physical therapist by profession, and here at Geetham, I'm the director for School of Physiotherapy and also the chairperson for the Women Empowerment Cell. So first of all, I would want to congratulate you all on celebrating the International Women's Day. So one round of applause for that, because because when we are focusing on all our ambitions, our goals, we are driving so many things. Celebrating Women's Day is not only a celebration as such, but it is one of our responsibilities, because during such kind of events, we focus on not only the health and not only the goals and the achievements of women, but also on the health of women, which is very much needed. This kind of a talk and this kind of platform is needed for the overall health of women and the girls, so that they perform better later on in their lives. So that's about it.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Namaste, Pradyumna Garu. We have here Mr. Pradyumna. He is an expert in mental awareness and career guidance through his company. Kindly introduce yourself.
So, very good afternoon to one and all. My age is almost equal to the experience that my co-speakers have in their respective fields. But yes, over the last 5 years, I've taught around 18,000 students in and around South India. And if I've witnessed anything, it's that we are lifelong learners. And mental health is one field that I'm so passionate about that I left my first degree in engineering. I left my job as a scientist and I got into doing my master's in psychology. And now I run a small startup which tries to provide affordable and accessible quality of mental health to everyone around. So we try and provide pro bono sessions to students, no matter what kind of a student you are, what age you are from. And we do wellness services for everyone. Here, there are a lot of engineers here, right? How many of you are from computer science or electronics domain? Okay. How many of you have ever been sad? Okay. Wouldn't it be great if just like that girl, I could just put on a hat and my sadness could go away? It'd be great, right? Yeah. The research wing of BrainMage is actually working on a similar hat. We were trying to work on a technology called as transcranial magnetic stimulations. Basically non-invasive methods to help people with depression. So that's what we do on a daily basis.
Thanks so much for the lovely introduction. I would like to start with a few questions that we got from the audience. Before we start the panel, my request to all of you, this is going to be very important for quite a lot of you, like real advice, tips. If you have questions regarding any of these topics, we want you to please come and give your questions to the volunteers here near the dais so that they bring it up to us. We want to answer questions that you have, that you're struggling with, that you just can't get access to. Imagine if you have a question, the first thing what we do is Googling. But again, as I mentioned in my talk previously, that uniqueness, that yourself, that identifying ourselves with the problem, here we have experts right in front of you. So we recommend please kindly ask your questions so that we can tweak the talk to your needs. Please give your suggestions and questions to our near the dais, our volunteers near the dais. Okay, my first question to you, ma'am, Prabhavati Garu. So one of the basic challenges that especially girls and women in these 2-3 years of experience they struggle with is this PCOD and related problems. Can you help us understand how do we manage this? What is it that we have to take care of? How do we take care of ourselves? And is it something so bad that we cannot get back our health, or is it curable? So there are a lot of questions around it. We would want you to kindly help us understand this concept.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, this is the burning topic, especially starting from the adolescent period. Why? Because we are doing lot of things, advancing the technologies, but you see the lifestyle changes had made the sedentary lives. And the obesity is the major problem what we are facing now. So polycystic ovarian syndrome, syndrome means it is multiple. it mainly, which is first, really we don't know. So much of research is going on, but the pathogenesis of polycystic ovarian syndrome is really, there are many theories coming upon. So is it the ovary or is it the obesity which is causing the problem? So let us see. And there is criteria like Rotterdam's criteria where they say hyperandrogenism, that is the more amount of testosterone levels in our body, which will present like excessive hair growth on the upper lips, chin, beard, like male type of male pattern of growing the hair in a female. Along with that, there will be irregular cycles. The patient, youngsters, the cycles, it should come every 28 days. But unfortunately, because of polycystic ovarian syndrome, the cycles will be like it comes every 2 months, every 3 months. And the obesity, this is the major problem. So with all this, when go for a doctor and do an ultrasound, they will say you have polycystic ovaries. So if you have any of these two features out of three, what I said, that is the hyperandrogenism, that is hirsutism, what you call male pattern of hair growth and irregular cycles, along with that ultrasound showing polycystic ovaries. If you have two, this is called Rotterdam's criteria, it is diagnosed to have a polycystic ovarian syndrome. So the question is it curable? It is unfortunately, it has lot of long-term consequences. So it is, unless you change the lifestyle modifications, which will be taken care of Madhuri, Dr. Madhuri, she will be telling about the exercises and all. And the diet, what you're taking, unless you change the diet, the amounts of carbohydrates, proteins, unless you take a balanced diet, do a proper exercises, and take care of your mental health, what Pradyumna sir will talk about. So you cannot change. There it will affect your health. Starting from the beginning, there will be regular cycles. Once get married, there will be difficulty in getting the children, infertility. And even though you get marriage, pregnant, there are risks of abortions. That is called miscarriages. Abortions rates are more. The lady may prone to develop diabetes. So it is not so easy unless you change the lifestyle modifications and use some medications advised by the doctors.
Thanks so much. My next question is to you, Ramarao Garu. Can you help us understand, because there is a lot of myths around cancer, especially cervical cancer, breast cancer. Can you help us understand how to take precautions, what to do from early age, what lifestyle changes to make so that we can be more prepared, especially at this age, from this age?
So mostly the women cancers, the top cancers in India and worldwide is the breast cancer. Next is cervical cancer. The cervical cancer is risk factor is human papillomavirus, a very causative agent, which we can prevent. The prevention is in our hand with a proper hygiene, maintaining the hygiene. And there are many misconceptions, as usually we used to teach to the students. So, for example, many questions used to ask the students. If you are using the pads, is it leads to cervical cancer? There are maybe Google, they might seen some such a kind of things. But only the thing is, the causative agents, mainly 95% are the papillomavirus. There are two strains, papilloma strains, which are very prevalent in India. The other one is coming to the breast cancer, which is also equally prevalent. The self-examination is one very important kind of technique to early detection. But there are many challenges associated with this. Mostly in the high-risk group, where the family members, first degree family members, they have the breast cancer or ovarian cancer, or cervical cancer, other kind of cancer. These people have the chances, but not exactly 100%. They have a like chance to get, may not get, not sure always. So that it is a precautionary as required. That is early detection. For that, you need to go for the checkup. For example, for breast cancer, the mammography is the gold standard even today. So by maybe after 50 years, maybe it's a chance. So therefore, after 50 years, it is recommended to undergo the mammography, but high risk group at early stage. Because even though we have a first class treatment for some kind of breast cancers, but one deadly breast cancer is a triple negative, where there is no specific target or targeted therapies. But a lot of research is going, even from my lab, we have patented one method for early detection based on the blood samples. So if it is works, definitely the future will be easy to identify the breast cancer. But coming to the cervical cancer, currently there is a vaccine available, but this vaccine is cost around 2 to 3,000. Maybe 2 to 3 booster doses are required, but it is required before the intercourse or before the marriage. It will work. If you specific questions, I can address happily. Thank you.
Yeah, if chair permits, can I add something related? Yeah. In this audience, how many of you vaccinated for HPV? Oh, very good, great. You know, the recommendations, the WHO recommendations by 2030, it is 90, 70, 90. Means 90 means 90% of the girls should get vaccinated. And 70 means 70% of the women between 21 to 45 years should undergo pap smear screening test. And again, 90 means 90% of the patients who have cervical cancer should get treated. So this 90, 70, 90, this is the goal for from the WHO. By 2030, we have to reach these targets. So please, I recommend all the youngsters should take this vaccine because it is not a familial. It is mainly comes from the infection. How many vaccinated for COVID? You see, beautiful, because it caused disaster. It killed us immediately. But don't forget that cervical cancer also will do the same thing if you neglect. So please, I recommend all the youngsters to take the vaccine. And there is Gardasil, which is available with the 4 strains. That is a quadrivalent, which costs around 3,000, and the new one, nanovalent, which will cover 9 strains of HPV, it is costing 9,000. But for me, my daughter, I gave nanovalent because which is available, though it is costly, but no matter of money, but I recommend whatever it is, even it is quadrivalent also, it covers the most dangerous strains of human papillomavirus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It would be great if you can write that actually, so that after the event, we will share with the audience.
I can share the contact.
Thank you so much. And is it like one dose or a set of 3 doses?
You have to give 3 doses, 0, that is today, and 2 months after the second dose, then 6 months. So 0, 2, and 6. 3 doses are required for complete vaccination.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Coming to you, Madhuri Garu, can you help us understand like what lifestyle changes should students, despite their hectic schedules, or even professionals actually should include in their schedule so that they are more prepared for these challenges, especially in all, be it cancer, be it PCOD, whatever actually.
Sure, thank you. I was actually thinking that was great information, ma'am, regarding PCOD and also about the cervical cancer. I was thinking all of these health problems. I have about 19 to 20 years of experience working with different patients with different conditions, with different patients with different conditions. So most of the time, what I have learned is most of the time it comes back to idiopathic cause. And idiopathic cause, in the sense, as ma'am was saying, or many times we don't even know the cause, right? So it is something that we do to our body. Okay, and how many of you troubleshoot a computer? Like, of course, right? Many times you run into something and you troubleshoot, right? And it starts working properly. And please be reminded that human body is a very, very advanced machine. Do you agree? Right? It can heal itself. It is not destined to run into any of these health conditions or health problems if you don't do something wrong. And of course, I'm not talking about pathogens like the COVID or any of the papilloma viruses and all. I'm not talking about those. Those are the external agents that are interfering with our body, but that's a different story. We have to take vaccinations, we have to take medicines, but all of the pains, all of the lifestyle diseases that we are running into, right? Nowadays, we see the blood pressure or the hypertension very commonly happening in very young age itself, right? And almost many people have back pain, right? How many of you here in the audience have back pain? Can you raise your hands? So is it normal? Like, are you destined to have a back pain? No, right? It is something that you do. You did to your body and you're not supposed to have back pain. So it's a body's response that, okay, you're doing something wrong. So please correct yourself. And that one basic minimum thing that we can do for our body, for it to arm itself, to heal itself, is exercise, right? How many of you participate in any kind of a sports or a fitness activity? Only so many? Right? See, that answers your question, or that answers why we have so many pains and so we run into so many lifestyle diseases. And just as ma'am was saying, PCOD is one of the very common, it has become a very common disease for many of the girls. It was not common before. The prevalence has increased because many of the girls now, or many of the students, are now more sedentary than what we were before. So just a little bit of exercise every day, as little as 30 minutes every day, which increases your heart rate, which increases your breathing rate, is enough for the body. That is all you can do to prevent all of these. And once something has manifested into a disease or a pain or something, yes, definitely you have to come to us, all the health professionals and the doctors, to get it treated. So these manifestation can also be, or any of these things can be manifested as sadness and depression also. How many of the athletes or how many of the very goal-oriented sports person are depressed? Can you name some? Not many, right? So wellness is a very rounded thing, in the sense like you have different aspects to wellness, not only physical, emotional, and also mental, and of course you have to eat right. But then I believe that physical fitness is the first step to start, where you can actually get your other fitness or the other things in line, right? And that is the first step and the easiest step to start, like a 30-minute walk, a 30-minute game for you to play, right? It is more fun, it is giving you fitness, and it is also giving you all this health benefits. Do you agree to all of that? So how many of you can decide today that you will take at least 30 minutes of your very tight schedule to do some physical activity? I'm not restricting any, but some physical activity. It can be just a walk around the campus. Not everyone? It is just a commitment that you will take 30 minutes for physical activity. I should say everyone raise their hands.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm getting a lot of questions. So before that, I would want to ask you, Pradyumna Garu. So what is the relevance of mental health in for this kind of audience? And there are a lot of other aspects around it, like depression or something that even students go through. Autism, maybe unchecked autism, which still they are continuing. So how to check it or what to do and how to manage the pressure of college as well as personal life and still actually be sane and have a good career.
Firstly, thank you for the question. So, did you all know that Three Idiots is coming back? There's a sequel for Three Idiots. Yes, no? How many of you knew that Three Idiots sequel is coming back? Okay, now that I have your attention, let me actually answer the correct question. No. So the point is, when we are looking at students and young professionals, we are only looking at one aspect. Yes, exercising is research-based therapy. We do give that as a research-based therapy for depression. We ask people with depression to exercise a little more. We have to run a little more. But the real question is, do you actually have the time to follow what I'm going to ask you to? Because right from the moment you wake up, you are mindlessly involved in a dozen of other tasks. Right? So you wake up, the first thing that you see is that your alarm is blaring at you and you know that you have to shut it and run to the washroom. After the washroom, you will be searching for your towel. You might even fall down in the middle, but you will make it to your class at 8:30 in the morning in the hope that your teacher does not cut your attendance. Now, if I ask you how many white cars passed on your way, you won't have an answer. So is your mind really full or are you being mindful is the question that I'd like to pose here. A lot of what happens in our life with stress, with depression, with relationships for that matter, a lot of these things can be looked at in a very simplistic way. Am I observing or am I reacting? Am I responding to what's happening to me or am I reacting to what's happening to me? How many of you are engineers here? Could I have a quick show of hands? Okay, fair enough. How many of you have ever used, how many of you know René Descartes? Amazing. This is the kind of answer I was going for. How many of you have ever used a Cartesian coordinate system? An XY axis? Yeah, you know the guy I asked about, he made that. René Descartes was the inventor of that Cartesian coordinate system. Now, the one thing he said is, I don't know if I'm really fine by myself, if I'm really sane or not, because I feel like I'm just like an animal, I'm reacting to things. If you throw a rock at an animal, that animal will run away. Are you also doing the same thing, is what he asked. And then he came up with this beautiful logic, ergo cognito sum. That means I think, therefore I am. The first step in making ourselves sane is actually waking up and thinking, hey, how am I doing today? Am I better than what I was yesterday? Am I feeling worse than what I'm doing yesterday? And if so, what do I do about it? And this is one thing that I would love to tell you people. Please do not confuse my psychology degree with your Google search. Okay, one of my favorite veterinary hospitals has this saying that don't confuse your veterinary degree with your Google search, and this is true. Do not go on to Google for everything. Talk to experts, get opinions.
Thanks so much for sharing that. I would like to have a quick round actually, where my questions will be, some are from the audience that we have brought in. But I would like to ask you, Madam Prabhavati Garu, kindly help us understand అసలు ఈ audience కి మనకి అంటే ఈ టైంలోని ఏం జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాలి, లేకపోతే what are the common mistakes that people neglect at this point of time which really snowball and become big problems later on. So as a lifestyle లేకపోతే as a precautionary measure, maybe for especially not getting into bigger gynec problems going forward?
Yeah, because this is the age group, I think 20s, right? So here the problem for the girls, the menstrual irregularities. Cycle should be regular every 28 days. For example, if you are not getting the cycle for 2 months, 3 months, please don't neglect. You have to see the doctor. This is the first advice. And next is the, already I have mentioned in the PCOD, the hair growth, which is not normal, like on a upper lip, on the chins, beard, and alopecia, like falling of hair fall. These are all signs of polycystic ovarian disease. And gaining weight, if you see the blackness on the back of the neck, that is acne vulgaris. So these are all the signs which are towards the polycystic ovarian disease. And as already sir mentioned, the hygiene, the avoidance of infections, how you prevent infections, these are all things which you have to take care of.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ramarao garu, for you, my question is, especially cancer annadi, like suddenly it snowballs. Mundu asal ee age loni, what is it that we just cannot neglect? Or lifestyle, yes, we heard you, but what else can we, or lifestyle lone ela cheyali along with the regular schedules? What is doable actually? Being coming from academic background, I think you see some red flags actually ila cheyakodu. So maybe with your experience, if you can share, that will definitely help us.
So generally, as the madam said, the cancer is not sudden, but over a period of time, there are a lot of changes in the organs. There are many risk factors. One is the lifestyle, importantly diet. My observation from my study, and of course a lot of studies also, one of the key factor is the stress. But we're all aware that, but still we are giving the stress to the body. And also very importantly, sleep is one of the most important factor what we are missing. Maybe because of concentrating on the career, or maybe some gadgets or other things. The sleep is very, very important. And so if you follow the good diet, earlier we used to have a breakfast. Probiotics in the curd rice. I hope no one is following these days. Probiotics, it will prevent even the stress also. And very importantly, we like to have some street foods. We don't know what kind of oils they're using. Repeatedly they're boiling the oils, they generate some carcinogenic chemicals. That one the reason. The other one is atmosphere, the pollutants. The other day we have observed, madam, everybody likes these days having oats for various purposes. One of the BSc students came to me, sir, I want to do the project. Okay, I gave a oats for him. To do one thing, you extract the oats, some proteins or whatever the phytochemicals in the oats using different solvents. Very surprising result we found it is the ethanolic extract contains phthalate and its derivatives. They're all toxic chemicals derived from the plastic. Possibly they are absorbed through the roots, reach the food web to the levels of the that are formed. But in another interesting point, in another extract, ethyl acetate, it found one of the very important phytochemical which reducing the body fat. What we are claiming today, if you take oats, you will become slim or something, reduce the obesity. So It's a good, but because the poor conditions where we are cultivating this oats and etc., it may be contaminating equally, causing the effects. Because this phthalates, one of the what is called the hormone disruptors, it causing the hormone imbalance, one of the reason for various cancers. That is, so what my advice, take a proper diet, proper sleep, and anyway food is not in our hands, but people are claiming that it's an organic. I don't believe it in this country, at least. So you can take care of your health, it is in your hand. Earlier cancer may be very rare, but one among the four in our family members having this problem. If any questions, please ask me again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very rightly said. Ma'am, Madhuri Garu, my question to you is, now what kind of, exercises? Is it high intensity or what of these? Like there are like so many options. So is it something that you enjoy, you pick it up, or what is it the basic minimum that everybody, a working professional or a college going student, that is doable actually, and still they can come back and, or maybe if it is not possible, weekly, what is the frequency, how do we pace it actually? So that it becomes a lifestyle rather than one-off wherein we just do it for evading that problem or coming out of it, something like that.
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, according to the WHO guidelines, we are supposed to have 150 minutes of exercise or an activity in a week, which comes to around approximately 30 minutes in a day. But 30 minutes is like impossible for us, right? To work out many times when we are working on something or when we are having exams, we cannot, that is the most neglected thing. That's why we do not have 30 minutes of time. So there are actually many hacks, what I would call, or what many people are calling nowadays, that you don't even have to do 30 minutes of workout every day. There are some exercises or high intensity exercises. Even if you do like a 7-minute walk, that is good enough for you to get at least 60% of the result from all of these studies. This what is I'm talking about, is at least 60% of the benefits of the exercise you can get from at least 7 minutes of a walk, which is a brisk walk. Okay, so what exactly you need to be doing if it is a regular exercise? Some strength training. Most of the girls or the women, the strength training is only to build muscles, right? But that's not so. Strength training or lifting weights is very, very important for girls and women also. That is to build the muscle mass, and also it will help you to protect the bones. So all of this can be hacked. Nowadays, actually, the most recent hack is there is a 1-minute workout. When you are actually sitting at the desktop or the computer and you don't have any time, just getting up and doing a high intensity workout for 1 minute also helps. So it is your determination. Again, the question goes to Pradyumna Garu about the motivation to be healthy, right? If you want to be healthy, you can take out that 1 minute or maybe 7 minutes, or at the end of the day, you can actually walk. And because all of you are at the age groups 20 and all, you can actually take the stairs who don't have any serious other health condition. So you can take that stairs and maybe have a high intensity workout, maybe for 5 minutes or 7 minutes, whenever you get a chance. That itself helps you to get the benefit of the exercise or the workout you can gain, okay?
Thank you. Pradyumna Garu, help us understand about the stress, how to go about it, or how to, maybe you can touch upon how the basic ailments that they have when they are going through their interview, or the stress, how to balance that actually, because that is something which will be very relevant today.
So let's think about stress this way. If you look at a balloon, the balloon is always deflated. Okay, and that is how you are in your natural state. You're perfectly still. Your body does not want to take more stress. Your body does not want to give out, anything. Your body will not start doing anything, or the balloon will not start inflating if you will not put any air into it, right? And when you're putting air into it, the walls of the balloon will start moving out. There will be stress on it. It will feel uncomfortable for the balloon when it's expanding. If you increase that air inside that balloon to a point wherein the walls of that balloon are too uncomfortable, the balloon will blast. Yes, that's exactly what happens to a person as well. The balloon will not look good the same way a person will not shine without enough stress. And that stress is called as the eustress, the good stress, the stress that actually lets you do things. Okay? But once you cross that, your performance falls. Now, the first thing that you should be doing is identifying what's your level of eustress. Okay? I started my journey of startups when I was 16. And at that time, working 14 to 15 hours a day was very hard for us. But people around me were working 14 to 15 hours a day. Okay, so I got used to it. Now, when I came down to Visakhapatnam after working for 6-7 years, I saw that people here work only 9 hours. And now I'm used to this stress. Okay, so me working 10 hours a day now feels very stressful to me. Yes. So what are your mediating factors? What factors keep your stress going on? And how much of those factors can you control on is what you should be doing. Is it your girlfriend that's bothering you early in the morning to text her? It's okay. Tell her that I'll text you back at 9 o'clock. Schedule your conversations. That's one way to cut down the stress. Are you feeling hungry and because of that you are feeling a little irritable in the morning? Eat your breakfast. You don't need to eat much. Okay? And I don't know about these keto diets and all. Body garage kelpothun last lo nala cheskunte. But what I believe is that if you eat 3 square meals at the right times, your stress is very low. You know why? The cortisol levels in your body are low. Okay, and that's the stress hormone, right? Without the hormone, you can't get stressed, right? The third thing is when you're studying, do not postpone things till the end. All your teachers will tell you this, okay? But you never listen. And I know that, I've been there. Okay? If you study what you were taught that particular day, your memory is at least 20 to 30% boosted. So that when you have to read it back just before your exams, you don't have to do night outs. Fourth thing, be comfortable in your skin. A lot of men, women these days have issues with how they look. To be very honest, I've had issues with how I look too. Okay, all through my childhood, I've been very fat. I've been very obese. At one point, I was 106 kilos. Okay. If you come on to a realization that no, I have to cut down on my eating because of this, or I have to, run way too much one day and not run the other day, there are issues like bulimia and anorexia that come up. Okay, you binge eat and then you purge. That doesn't work either for your education nor for your food. These are small things that can keep your stress down, which you can practice every day. Okay, one last question if I have the time. How many of you are used to watching Instagram reels? Please look around. I mean, just gawk at the sheer number of people who are raising your hands. Do you know what reels are doing to you? Huh? Taking your time? Absolutely not. I mean, see, any time that you're enjoying is a time worth spending. Killing dreams, I don't know. It's giving a lot of people new ideas. It's killing sleep. Okay, yeah. Oh, giving you instant gratification. Very nice. I mean, that porn has been doing for years, but okay. Yes, true. It's reducing your concentration and attention. To be very, very honest, when you're getting used to being attentive only for 10 seconds, I highly doubt how you would sit in a class or in a meeting and pay attention to someone for 60 minutes when you have to. So my suggestion is move back into textbooks. Okay? Yeah, it's a very stupid suggestion. A lot of trees will be cut, but still, move back into textbooks. Do things that actually make sense, not that seem like they make sense. That will reduce a lot of your stress.
Thank you so much. I really want to have so many more questions to all these lovely experts because we are learning so much. But again, in the interest of time, we have to stop it here. But all of this, I promise we will keep connect with them, and please keep your questions coming. We would love to answer questions. I know all of these are really helpful people who want to help in every possible way with their expertise, with their knowledge. So keep the questions coming. We will bounce it through them and come back to you with the answers. Check our LinkedIn and all our socials. Actually, you will have all these answers, all these questions answered. Keep them coming. Thank you so much to all of you, ma'am. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. Gurumurthy Garu, sir, please, kindly. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir, for being around. Are you done? I thought you were shooting a movie. Don't you want to play? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panelists. It was indeed a delightful session, a brainstorming session. I'm sure our audience must have learned many new things which they will take from today's event. So now it's finally the time that we all have been waiting for. Yes, it's lunchtime. So no more speeches, no more dialogues. You can proceed towards your lunch. But before that, our panelists are here present. So if you have any questions still more, you can personally interact with them. So feel free to interact with them. Share your questions and our panelists are always available and they will answer your query. And whichever tech domains you are interested into, we have the domain leads as well. So you can also approach them. So our volunteers are also available for you, our tech domain leads are available for you, and so are our panelists. You can feel free to approach them. So before I finally put off this mic, few basic things. Food actually is not supposed to be brought inside, so we request everyone to please have their food outside. Do not litter the waste here and there. We have placed bins at every appropriate distances, so please use those bins. Do not get the food inside. We have washrooms, so use them. So happy lunch and happy networking, guys. See you after the lunch. We request everyone to please be seated by 2:30. I announced that 3 to 4 times. Guys, we request everyone who's sitting at the back, please shift forward. Many seats at the front are empty. Please shift forward. Occupy the front chairs, guys, please. We'll be beginning shortly.
We wanted everything, wanted everything. Mama said,
Yes, all the audience.
history, light up your wildest dreams.
Did everyone have their lunch? Where's the Josh? Where's the energy? We don't have any height.
आजा हो जाएगा या 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 या
One working mic is there. Yeah. Okay, one second. You go.
Museum victories.
Ganapatim manasa smarami Mahaganapatim. What? Center of the stage. Okay, from start? From start. Yeah, start. From start. Mahaganapatim Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Vasishtavamadevaदिवन्दितं Mahaganapatim Mahadevasutam Mahadevasutam Guru Gurumukam Mahadevasutam Guru Gurumukam Marakoti Prakasham Shantam Mahakavyanatakadipriyam Mahakavyanatakadipriyam Mushikavahanamodakapriyam Mahakavyanatakadipriyam Mushikavahanamodakapriyam Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahaganapatim
Order Marilla, 1, 5. Okay, Shiva, Udaya, love you.
లోకానికి తెలుసాని విలువా మగువా మగువా నీ సహనానికి అటు ఇటు అన్నింటా నువ్వే జగమంతా పరుగులు తీస్తావు ఇంట బయట అలుపని రవ్వంతా అననే అనవంట
మాధురి ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఉంటాం.
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. Gotta do my hair, put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long till I hit the dance floor, hit the dance floor. I got cash, I got cash, I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need dollars to have fun tonight. I'm cheap, baby, I don't need dollars to have fun tonight. I don't need I don't need no money. As long as I can stay, I don't need no money. As long as I can Come on, turn the radio on. It's Saturday and it won't be long. Gotta pay my nails, put my high heels on. It's Saturday and it won't be long till I that's all I need. No, I ain't talking, I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need dollars to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollars to have fun tonight. I don't need no money. As long as I can feel I don't need no money. As long as I keep Thank you, everyone.
అది చెప్పకూడదు కదా ఐస్ బ్రేకర్స్ అన్ని మనం చెప్తాం.
Okay, so after having a series of events, a lineup of events, now it's time to have quizzes. So I had a mic to next team a game, a fun-filled game. I hope every audience present here will participate in that game. And thank
So all of you, I see many people sleeping, yawning. So let's have a fun game. You can see your bench chase down. You'll get slips. Just search.
I think random people will get.
You can go back. Even the back chairs also have slips. You can search the whole auditorium. Move on.
Search behind every chair present in this auditorium, guys.
No, it's your turn. Yeah, who got the slips? Come forward.
Come on, audience, move.
Even the volunteers can participate.
Yeah, luck. Come forward. Who got the chips? Come forward, please.
Who have the slips with them, please come forward. To our volunteers.
Yeah, please come forward with the face.
We got two people. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Top 5. Last one more. Okay, thank you. Next 5, get ready. We're going to have another ice break soon.
We will take you the next game. Please wait some time.
I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
We have a top 5.
Yeah, okay. Please wait for the top 5. Yeah, here.
So the game is very simple. You can see balloons over there. We'll play a soft music. You have to move around and blow the balloons within 30 seconds. Okay?
Balloon should be blown while moving.
While moving only.
Cannot stop.
Yeah, within 30 seconds, how many balloons you gonna blow? You're gonna be the winner.
Guys, keep with the chits with you.
First, second, third will be. You have to nod also. You can use your clever go and ask someone to kind within 30 seconds.
So I got one more run and it's gonna be a sight to see.
Others can please be seated. Can you please come to the
Yeah, just a few seconds, please. Patience. స్లైడ్ వస్తుంది స్లైడ్ కాదు టైమర్ కావాలి 30 seconds.
So here
Okay.
the timer is set.
Your timer is set. On the count of 3, you have to start, okay? 1, 2, 3, start.
Move. Keep walking while you're blowing your balloons. Your legs cannot stop.
You can move whole auditorium.
Move as you like. Travel as you like.
We'll count here, so keep a count of your balloons.
Last 10 seconds, guys.
Oh. 9. I think audience also can count with us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Time's up. Time's up.
Your name? Here is the
highest 2, then 3, another 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Mehak goes to the first place.
Guys, applaud this, please. We have our first winner.
Second place goes to Jayant and third goes to Nikhil. A round of applause to the winners, please.
Applaud this, please.
Please come on the stage to get your badge.
Your token of memento.
Girls, round of applause, please.
We had lunch just now.
Jayant, next. Round of applause, guys. Another round of applause, please.
Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you so much for engaging us.
Thank you.
So was that fun game to watch and play? Fine. So do you guys remember when you were kids, you used to, constantly ask your grandparents and parents to tell you a story, maybe recite a story for me? At least I find it to be a nostalgic moment from my childhood, and a nostalgic moment, and because it creates a sense of connection for us with our parents, our family, and it gives us an opportunity to build relationships, shared values and experiences. So up next we have Sri Karuna Gadirajwar, the founder and the chief storyteller of Chandramama Katha. So let's welcome her on the Just toss it at you. It's all good.
Good afternoon, everyone. All of you ate the business lunch completely. You finished it completely, or you had any leftovers? Because if you had completely and if your tummy is full, I don't want to tell a story now. Because when the tummy is full and when I tell a story, it's obvious that you might think you'll put to sleep, right? Today I'm here to talk about the power of story. Excuse me. How many of you here have iPhones? I myself am an Android user. This is a Google Meet. But why I'm asking this question, you will know. How many of you know him? Yes, whether you are using an iPhone or not using an iPhone, almost all of you here, being the tech students, computer engineering and electronics engineering, obviously you know he's Steve Jobs. And do you know what did he tell? He told a lot of things. He's a pioneer in a lot of things. His autobiography is worth imbibing, but he told something about a very important role that we play in this society. who is the most powerful person in the world. He is a powerful person because the economy of Apple can buy a country. I mean, yeah, the net worth of Apple can buy a country. So he who is a founder of Apple was a powerful person, but according to him, who is a powerful person? Any guesses? Any guesses? Yes, me. Why? Because I'm a storyteller. The most powerful person in the world is a storyteller. The storyteller sets the vision, values, and agenda of an entire generation that is to come. This is not me telling the power of story, it is Steve Jobs, who is a credible person in this world, although he's no more now, telling you the power of a storyteller. So when this young girl introduced about the power of story and building relationships with parents and grandparents, it is not limited to parents, grandparents, and children listening to stories. Stories have a much more bigger role to play. And where and how they play, let me start. How many of you have seen an elephant? Wow, a lot of you, right? Okay. I see some of you are raising the right hand and some of you are raising the left hand. Okay. Because it's a post-lunch session, let's do a small activity. When I say right hand, raise your left. Let me turn back. Raise your left. And when I say left hand, raise your right. Right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand. Wow, all of you are alert in the post-lunch session. So, what did I do just now? In similar way, stories have changed us. I did not say it is an exercise. Subtly, I asked you to do something and you changed. Stories have been doing the same thing from the past 27,000 years, subtly changing our lives. They're not preaching morals directly. They are not, radically changing us, but subtly they're changing our lives. And they have been entertaining us right from then to now. Only the medium has changed. If it was the oral storytelling then, it is a web series and OTT and, RRRs and Bahubalis and you name it, even if it is a video game, you have a story there, somebody conquering some fort and somebody dying. A story is happening out in the video games that you play. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Okay, coming back to the elephant. How many bio students are there? I think 0. 1, yes. So the biology students might know that once upon a time, the elephants didn't have the trunk. So there was this elephant, when it didn't have the trunk, every day it used to go for drinking water and showering itself. But being the mighty creature that it was, to take water from the tank and drink or shower itself was a Herculean task. And it was so tired. One day it decided, enough. It's so painful with this big body of mine to just sit down and drink water or take a shower. Let me go on a strike. It said no drinking water and no taking a shower. And from the next day onwards, when the elephant was walking here and there, elephant had a lot of friends, like you all here. You all do have friends, right? Yes. And day by day, the friends who greeted the elephant started becoming less one by one. And finally, there was one good friend. One good friend is that friend who will tell you whether you're doing wrong or not. It walked up to the elephant and said, "Ugh, the best of the deodorant cannot save us from your smell. Go, take shower." The elephant said, "Oh my God, I'm in so much pain. You see this body? I can't do sit-ups for drinking water." But it decided to heed the friend's advice, like you all do. It went and decided to take a shower. But somebody was waiting there in the water. Who could it be other than the crocodile? Yes, you all know the story. And that time when it did not have the trunk, the elephant looked almost like a pig. Whether you like it or hate it, it's protruding like that. And it caught. The elephant tried to wiggle, but the crocodile snap, it's so strong that nobody can just open it up. And the rest is history. The elephant has its trunk. This is a Kenyan folktale. All of you know where Kenya is, of course. And cut to India. We have the Gajendra Moksham, where King Indradyumna was reborn as elephant Gajendra, and he was offering lotus to Vishnu, and the crocodile caught it, and Vishnu had to come. Just look at the connection. Two different continents, two different, separated places, but stories are connecting. That is the power of story. Do you think the story is only told to kids? No. In this, you can learn geography, there is history, there is mythology. Such a lot is there in the story. So, why do we tell stories? As all of you can see in the slide, it started right from when we were cave people. When all the men used to go out and hunt, and women used to gather food from around hunter-gatherers, if you remember your school, geography and history. And when the men came back, they used to sit around the fire and share how they hunted, how they were chased by a lion, how not to go in that direction. They were learning from each other. And the women said how the snake came and ate the hens, chicks, and how the eagle swooped and took something. There was always something to share about. It is there in our blood. Why? Because I need answers. This is an interactive session. It's not a monologue. We want to share. Why we want to share? Experience. Yes. That is because human beings, we are emotional people. We have emotions like happiness, grief, and so many things. And this emotions is there as human beings. That's why it is in our blood to share stories. And next, communication becomes quite easier when you tell it in the form of a story. You all are engineering students. Definitely you're good at math. Math was one of the subjects I hated in school. Though I did graduation in math and later on did my MBA. So A plus B whole square. How many of you remember? Many of you? Yeah. And Hare and the Tortoise story. How many of you remember? Oh, both are equal proportion. I thought everybody knows Hare and the Tortoise story. But anyways, the reason is we haven't written anywhere the Hare and the Tortoise story, but A plus B whole square, we must have written it 100 times in so many problems that we solved. In spite of that, we remember the Hare and the Tortoise story. Why? Because that is the power of oral storytelling. Stories get ingrained in our brain, and that's why even when the basic mathematics is taught to us in school, we have the problems called as story problems. How many of you remember there were, two cats fighting for half of this one? Yes, right? So first of all, communication is quite useful for making surviving easier. That earlier I was sharing about it. The cave people, they shared these stories. Okay, is there a story in this slide? I need at least 3-4 raised hands, and you can stand up. What is the story you see here? Okay. Yes, the boy, yes. One versus many. Yes. Good versus evil. Lovely. Yes. Negatives and positives. So, red is negative and green positive. Green uniform, keep it up. Yes. One man army. Huh? Magadira. Very good. Yes. Huh? Okay. Nice. Battlefield, yes, like Bahubali, right? Different formations. Yes? Unique among the commoners. Very good. See? Ooh. Yes, Jay? Arrows. Leader. Yeah. See, one picture and it is giving multiple answers of a story in that. I shown the same slide. I said one ship and boats. Somebody else said one shark and tiny fishes. In one picture, there are many different stories. Because our human mind thinks in patterns of a story. Yeah. So all of us know about intelligence. All of us are born with average intelligence. We have our IQ, some are above average IQ, some are just, nobody is born very below unless this one. That is, we are born with it and we cultivate on it. And how we cultivate is our extelligence, and extelligence is possible only through stories. So we developed a variety of media forms, books, theater plays, films, games, but the main reason why we tell stories hasn't changed much. That is, we want to get a point across in an appealing, memorable form. How many of you have heard Modi ji's speech? Nobody? Bhaiyo or Behno? Ever? He has been narrating so many personal incidents from his life or what he has seen. In every speech of his, you can see a story being told. Obama, Michelle Obama, anybody. Whether it is Shah Rukh Khan, any good public speaker, they will share a personal story to make it effective. So whenever you are on stage or whenever you are in a boardroom or whenever you are even writing your SOP, all of you are aiming to go for your MBAs or MS abroad, and every university asks you for your SOP. And in that SOP, how effectively you put down your story, that matters to you to get admission. It's not your GRE, it's not your, of course, your GRE score, your TOEFL score is, but your letter plays a very important role. And in that, how effectively you put on your story does matter. And there comes in hand your extelligence. How many of you know the story? Yes. Do you know who wrote the story? Where is it from? No one, not even a single person. It is not Chandamama Katha. Have you heard of a name called Aesop? Aesop's Fables. Aesop is a person who has written lots of moral stories, and his name was Aesop. And he wrote the story being in a prison. Now, do you think a grown-up man who has been convicted and in prison will write stories for children? Is the story only for children? Yeah. Why? Because hair, as we know, is a mammal. And tortoise, as we know, is one of the oldest forms of living beings. So the undercurrent tells us we are mammals and we have to gain wisdom from. And when you look at it in the form of mindfulness, it's okay now in present times to take rest. What if you didn't win this race? There is another race to win over. What are you going to gain after winning this race? Whom are you proving a point to? In a simple story which you think is for kids, there is so much of thought. And there is so much of what if also. What if there was not a race? What if the rabbit or the hare didn't sleep? What if the tortoise slept instead of the hare? Thus increases your creativity and imagination, right? Okay. Yeah, next slide. So, as a generation who have raised hands that you all were watching Insta Reels, so you can see stories. If a magazine has to be a good selling magazine, it has to have a good cover story. If a news channel has to be doing good with TRPs, it should have good news stories, an Instagram story, Facebook story. If a brand has to do good, it should have a good brand story. If a particular product design has to be good, it has to be presented to the investors as a good product story or a design story. So every aspect of our life, there is a story. And now I want to tell, okay, we covered all aspects, geography, history, philosophy, mythology, everything is over. Now I'm going to tell you a small story. There was a boy, and he was extremely naughty, and he just didn't want to go to school. He didn't want to study. He was failing in every subject. And then his parents didn't know what to do. They were really frustrated. Any of your parents were frustrated when you were in school? And then he had an elder brother. His elder brother was not his own brother. He was a brother from another mother, stepmother. But unlike fairy tales, his stepmother was not bad. And his stepmother said, put him in something, please. And this boy was fond of playing tennis. His role model was John McEnroe. He was playing forehand and backhand, but unfortunately, they belonged to a middle-class family. And tennis and golf are two sports which are very expensive. And then they chose the sport which anybody and everybody can play anywhere and everywhere. Which is that sport? Cricket, yes. And then he started playing, and at the age of 16, he went into the Indian cricket team, and from there, he's called the King of God, and that is his... No, sorry. The slide order has been changed. Okay, we'll talk about Mary Kom. How many of you know her? Yes. And what is she famous for? Boxing. Yes. Do you know Mary Kom belonged to the Northeast? Yes. And she was in such a poor family that she did not have the television or anything to watch when she was growing up. But she was told one story by her parents or grandmother, I don't know. And she read and heard that story again and again. Any guesses? What is that story? That story is about David and Goliath. How many of you know David and Goliath? Yes. The tiny boy taking upon the giant and winning over the giant. So every time Mary Kom went on to win a match, she always reread that story in her mind. That is the power of story, for somebody to get motivated, inspired, perform, and win medals for the country. Yes? Next. Yeah, this I already discussed with you. And so this is the story of Master Blaster. Unless you're ardent cricket fans, you will not remember how many centuries, what are the world records, how many, half centuries and not outs and whatnot he achieved. But this particular story will be ingrained in you, how he grew up to be a great cricketer. And this is what we call creating your personal story. Being inspired by someone's story. Someone is failing in studies, but he put all his power and concentration in the game. And we can learn from other stories. That's why biographies of great people sell like hotcakes. And they are personal stories. So you have the power in your hand to write your life story. Yes or no? And last but not the least, earlier we had a panel here, and as our concentration levels are becoming 15 seconds and 20 seconds as the reels of Instagram, and we are, as a generation, being hooked to our smartphones and are not talking. People you coming from, where are you going, what do you do, who is there in your family, and then they become pen pals or exchange phone numbers when at least the phones were not smart. But now, whether they come from rural background or whether they are educated, uneducated, everybody is watching something on the YouTube or somebody's on the Instagram or WhatsApp or Facebook. And that is what is causing the loneliness. You have 2,000 friends on Facebook, but nobody to talk to. Nobody to share your story of what happened at college that particular day. I think many of you have once or twice had this situation that all your friends are busy, but you wanted to tell something, you wanted to share your story of that particular day. Koi to ho, to whom I can talk to whom I can tell what happened to me today. Because each day of our life, we are living a story. Today, me coming here and telling you to the power of story is a story that I'm creating in my life story, right? So, emotional well-being also happens when you share stories. Because earlier, if you remember villages, end of the day when they used to work in fields and come back and sit under the banyan tree, the men, and the women in the courtyard, when they are just not the this one from the rice or cleaning up the things. They all used to sit together and exchange stories of what is happening in their lives, what is happening in their kids' lives. And that was therapeutic. That bonding, that created harmony. So emotional well-being is totally linked with sharing stories or sitting in a circle and sharing your triumphs and failures and all that. Because even in emotional well-being, I myself am master's in psychology and master practitioner in neuro-linguistic programming, that is NLP. There is a therapy called as metaphor therapy and storytelling therapy. When you hear to a story, and you identify yourselves with one of the characters in the story, if that particular character is going through some trouble and has overcome it, you automatically heal inside. That is the healing power of a story. And I'm working towards that. My forte is also emotional well-being. It's not just telling stories to children. So it increases positive emotions, helps those with dementia, helps us engage with others. When everything is automatic and AI is taking our lives, taking over our lives actually, and day in and day out, we are becoming isolated. Even our creativity is also taken over by AI with ChatGPT and all that. It is time we sit down and share stories, talk to each other more, and write. If you have some thoughts, put down on paper. Even that neurons, when you hold a pen or pencil and write down something, whatever comes to your mind, instead of, just texting, that it creates a lot of intelligence connectivity in your brain. So when you feel like telling your story, share it with someone. When you feel like writing a story, put it down on paper and read stories, create stories, and share stories. So master the art of crafting a story. If you want, I'm there to help. My number we can share with you. Create your stories. Every day is a story. How beautifully created is, because stories are automatically created. Even in the most common form of gossip, stories are there. Hey, I saw her, she was going with that boy and she's wearing this to the, I saw her. They were so lost in each other. It's a story. Yeah, we all are telling stories every day, in every form. So, but create your own stories, scandalous stories, please. Disclaimer, okay? Otherwise, your parents will come to me. Share your stories, either success stories, if you have done well in a campus interview, or if you have failed. Come out, tell your friend why you failed, so that she at least will not repeat the same mistake. Yeah. So share your stories and believe in the power of story. I hope you enjoyed the session, children. Thank you. Thank you. It was a wonderful story. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing this story with us, which we would cherish throughout our lives. May I request Usha Damani, ma'am, to felicitate our speaker with a huge round of applause, guys. Okay, moving ahead, let's now call upon stage Sneha Surapuneni Garu, who is the co-founder and head of operations at EDMIUM, which is empowering our overseas education. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, this is Neha. I am head of operations at EDMIUM. We are into overseas education. So how many of you are planning to study abroad? Okay, yeah, Geetam is known for it. Yes. Yeah, so how many of you applied for universities, got admissions into your I-20 process and everything? No one? Okay. So continuing for the storytelling, yeah, you can create your own story because you can have your own life story by studying abroad. So pros and cons of life stories, akkada ela chesaru, em chesaru, so how did you get through all odds and everything. So you have a story to tell to study abroad. So we're into overseas education, helping students. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're a network acting as a bridge between universities and students. So we help you study abroad, processing, career counseling. We help application processing and everything. So we have AI matching algorithm, which once you put up your profile in our CRM, we have CRM backend which connects you to, which matches your profile to the university's entry requirements and gets your shortlisting on the spot. And we help, our motive is to help students make informed decisions with a complete transparency process. Can you, next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thank you. So our services include career counseling, admission, visa processing, pre-departure briefing. We also have IELTS, PT, and GRE training, but which is online. So it is a free trial which we have. If you want, you can browse. It is prep.admium.com is what it is. So these are the best study destinations. Yeah, the top layer is all English-speaking countries, which we are all fond of. And Germany and France are most leading countries for overseas education. And Germany offers free education as well. If anyone mechanical or any techie can really think of applying to Germany, which a student can have fully funded options to them. Next slide, please. Why do you think people study abroad? Why do you think people study abroad? Okay, good opportunities. Exposure, correct. Correct, money. The dollar is fluctuating down. What more? Who told India is underdeveloped? Yeah, so you have a world perspective, career outlook, so where you have more number of opportunities. And yeah, India in terms of course options, it is very limited. If you want to have blockchain technologies, India is not yet have that course curriculum into our course curriculum. Whereas in USA or UK, for that matter, they change the curriculum every 2 years. So they have more adaptability to the industry standards, and more importantly, communication to strengthen your communication and culture. So you experience your culture like in a first hand. So you talk to US citizens, you experience New Zealand, Australia, or whatever it is, whichever country that you're planning for. And leadership, so boosts students' confidence and community leadership. So you meet really new people, and so that will help you to grow your network as well when you're finding your jobs. Next slide, please. So ఇవన్నీ నేను చెప్పాను, మీరు చెప్పారు, but what actual stats are in the survey, 35% who students feel that participating, there is a notable difference in their career plans. So you think something, and once you study abroad, so your mind says something and your career plans change. So 35% think that there's a notable difference in their career plans, and 58% of students think they're actively pursuing careers in other countries. 73% of employers' view is that abroad experience is an advantage in making hiring decisions. So if I studied abroad, so if I come back to India, my market value is much more higher because I have much more experience in terms of dealing more people, or in terms of grooming myself to a certain individual, and so forth. So 90% of employers believe students who study abroad possesses highly desirable skill sets. So what are highly desirable skill sets? In terms of your campus interviews or in terms of study abroad, what are highly desirable skill sets? Communication, yes. Interpersonal skills. Problem solving, yes. So once you come out of the cocoon, మమ్మీ డాడీ దగ్గర నుంచి బయటకు వెళ్తే, సో మనం ఏంటి, మనకి ఎలా సంపాదించుకోవాలి, సో how do we pay the debt, so how do we maintain our relationships, or how do we grow ourselves in terms of how do we expand our network, is what you learn in your life, and that will really help you to grow yourself as a good person. So ikkadunna andarlo, what are the myths that you have usually to study abroad? Okay. Luck. Okay, yeah, US visa ki luck. Sorry? Fear of missing out, okay. Okay, homesickness. Language barrier, racism, okay. So yeah, to answer the first question, it costs a fortune. No, it's actually very affordable. The tuition fees can be as low as 3 lakhs. Can be as low as 3 lakhs, but you have to plan really well ahead of an year or year and a half, and you really have to have good academics. Like 50% వచ్చిndi, danto 3 lakhs ki avadu. If the student is really meritorious, yes, 75% and above or 70% and above with 0 to 5 backlogs, yes, they can have free study abroad options. Sorry, in countries like Germany, you can also try UK Sheving scholarship, and USA there are a couple of universities which you apply and then apply for a scholarship again on a meritorious basis. And yeah, write your own story. SOP gurinchi indaka ma'am chepparu. So SOP also makes a lot of difference when you're creating your own story. That brings you a lot of scholarships as well. And it is too tough to crack your prerequisite exams like GRE, IELTS. Chala mandiki fear of writing exams kuda untundi. Enta mandiki undi? So if you really do not want to write any exams, there are countries which accept Asians as without any examinations with your English 12th English marks. There are universities which accept with 12th English marks as well. So you do not have to really worry about exams అన్ని రాస్తేనే క్లియర్ అవుతుంది, or you have fear to attempt the visa interview. You really don't have to worry about. There are other options as well. The process is really complicated. No, it is very simple if you approach any other right consultants who guide you very well in terms of understanding your requirement in terms of your budget issues and health issues. If you have asthmatic problems, if a counselor is suggesting go to Canada, it's really good. No, because your health will aggravate. So there is nothing that you have to relate health and your monetary benefits and plus academics. So these three combinations will work together. So the right planning and demonstration of skills will go long, and you will all need to know is your good entry requirements. And the other myth is you can't apply until you have full set of documents. అంటే మీరు ఫైనల్ ఇయర్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే యూ కెన్ స్టార్ట్ యువర్ అప్లికేషన్ ప్రాసెసెస్. యూ డు నాట్ హ్యావ్ టు కంప్లీట్ యువర్ హోల్ bachelor degree and then start, because there is a time lapse again. You do not have to waste your time until your completion of your degree. You can straight away apply from your 4th year or the 3rd year ending if you are in a BBA. Next slide, please. Yeah. So other myth is, I'm from a mechanical background, for example. I really want to study psychology. And there are people I've seen, I counsel people because this is not my choice. This is my parents' choice. Now I wanted to study myself. Yeah, in abroad, you have those options which have interdisciplinary courses, which a student is accepted from a multidisciplinary streams. So if I'm a mechanical student, I wanted to pursue psychology. Yes, it is possible. Extreme stream changes are possible. If I'm a zoology student, wanted to study data analytics, there are universities which accepts data analytics from a science background as well. So we can mix match with the entry requirements. And previous slide, please. Yeah, you require very high prerequisites to study abroad. So really not. Depends on the level of university that you wanted to go for. We have options for even a second-class degree with a 25 backlogs or 40 backlogs. Wanted to study abroad? Yes, you can study abroad. Yeah, it's difficult to find scholarships for international students. It is not really true, but it all depends upon the time frame when you're applying for. So if you have a good meritorious percentage, you can apply an year ahead and then apply for your additional scholarships as well. and it is very unsafe racism, and no, it is actually really safe. And if you feel as racism, India also has racism. Do you guys agree? Did you ever face? No, I was called a Madrasi when I'm in Mumbai. So do you call it as a racism? No, not in Andhra. Yeah, that is also called as racism. So we in India also have separate this thing, but as an Indians, we do not really feel because it is a part of India. So in abroad, there are places which have high crime rates, I agree, but choose wisely when you're going for those places. That is when you need to really research about the place that when you're going for. And the process is really simple. Choose the country. If you are not able to choose, approach any other consultant or approach us. We will counsel you based upon the requirements that you have or where you fit in with your percentages. And test preps, if the country requires any test preps, you have to write it. And the SOPs, LORs, everything. You submit your application. We will do it on your behalf as a consultant. And whole other process we will be helping you out. So a second step okkati matram meer cheyali, because I cannot write exams on your behalf. And enrolling kuda. And the ideal time to start the application process is 1 year prior to the course start date is when we suggest student to start the process. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is a classic marketing slide of ours, Edmium. So how are we different? So we create a very transparent process while you're starting the process. So we give freedom of choice. I do not force you to apply for only my set of universities. So there is a choice that a student can choose for, and direct university associations. So we have 350 plus universities, direct universities, where you have when we have direct universities, we have first-hand information regarding scholarships, deadlines, and the seat availabilities or the entry requirements, where the student will get benefit out of it, and the application fee waivers as well. Where you apply through an agent, you have an application fee waivers as well. And next, previous slide, please. And all our counselors are certified. So there is a different certifications which counselors need to do before starting career counseling or before guiding students to study abroad. So all our counselors are USATC and EATC certified counselors, and we give free counseling. Okavela meer ekkadaina already join ayi, or if you are still wanted to figure out if your option is a good option, yeah, you can come to us. We will give you a free counseling. We do not charge for any counseling, neither the short listings as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, we're into 12 plus years of in the same industry. We have processed more than 1,500, 9 offices in 3 states. We have 4 branches in Hyderabad. We had headquartered in Visakhapatnam. We have a branch in Vijayawada, Guntur, and we have a branch in Bangalore as well. Yes, I'm done. Yeah, these are the certifications of our counselors. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, we approach all our, we send all our counselors abroad to experience their culture in first hand. Next slide. And I'm proud to say that we have processed for all these universities, and all our alumni are in these universities. If you wish to talk to any of our alumni, I'm happy to help you with that. And we recently awarded as a Best Overseas Education Consultancy for 2021 and 22 for Andhra Pradesh from Times Business Award. Thank you. And these are our reviews. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure the students in the room who are interested to pursue their higher education have gained really good insights. And since education is done, what we try to do in life is build a career. And often we wonder what type of career choices do we have to make in technology. So here we have National So, what career opportunities do we have? This is a question that I have been, I had been in doubt with. And here we have Matt Shilpa ma'am, who is the founder of the
Hi, everyone. I think you have been patiently waiting since morning, and there have been a great lineup of speakers. And I think I was inspired by some of those speeches. And first of all, thank you, Usha Garu, for giving me this opportunity. And when she called me and said, can you please talk about your journey and how you landed here and explain and inspire students, particularly, on what you do now. So a little bit of background. I don't want to bore more, but I would take some examples from my life, and I have two key takeaways today from my speech, I hope. So introduction, I just made this, so I have something to speak about. So this introduction, alternate career choices and work-life balance. So I have been in the US and worked in the US for 17 years, and I moved back to India in 2017, which was not a planned move. We had a personal loss, and that's when, as a family, we decided we are going to stay back in India. That was a huge change for me because I left for the US to do my master's 20 years ago, and all my friends, my family, everything I built crashing down, and the decision was made, and I had no choice. So that was a change, right? So we plan something in life, but everything doesn't go according to our plan. So I'm here looking at myself, my kids, and my friends, because Vizag is not my city. I knew no one in Vizag, and my kids were, I have my son there who is going to be embarrassed, but anyway, I'm going to share the story. My son was can you please stand up, Shashil? He's in 10th grade. He is in 10th grade now. But so when I came to Vizag, my son was doing, I have two sons, but my son was doing a lot of robotics and everything in the US. And when I came to Vizag, I didn't see anybody teaching robotics or anything related to STEM in Vizag. So I went to a couple of organizations which I didn't feel were like up to what I was expecting. So what I did, I took some time off from work, went to Carnegie Mellon University, and I got certified as a robotics instructor from Carnegie Mellon University. Then I came back, and then I started a Lego League. Everybody is familiar with Legos? Have you used Legos before? Okay, so I started a Lego League with my friends and my son, and I'm proud to say that we were the first team from South India to represent in the nationals. So that's how my journey started. And after that, then the school started approaching me and asking me what I do. But again, why am I telling you all of this? There was a change in what I have planned. So even in your careers or in your life, you might have planned so many things. But we should we as humans, we resist the change. I think we should be open. I resisted the change initially, so I was not ready to take the change. I told my husband, I'm taking the kids and moving back to the US. So I think as humans, we have a tendency to resist the change. So even in your life or in your careers or wherever you are, you have to be prepared to adapt to change. So that is one thing I wanted to share. So, and after that, there was no looking back, because there were a lot of schools that approached me and asked me like if I could do these robotics programs in some of the schools and IDs programs. And that's how the idea started, as why can't I start it as a side gig. And that's how Coding for Kids came up. Like, I came up with Coding for Kids. And one more thing, I still work for the US job, but why do I do this? I mean, why do I do, why do I teach robotics for coding, like Coding for Kids and like all of this? Because it gives my satisfaction that I don't really get at my work, probably, because I come from my parents were academicians, my grandparents. So I think that was already in my genes. And at some point, I think I enjoy being with the students, being with the kids and teaching them, and get a lot of satisfaction out of it. So like how, there's a small story I want to share from my life again. When I was in my intermediate, like everybody else, I was MPC2. And my grandmother said, engineering chaduvamma, manchi husband ostadu, manchi matches ostai. I was like, what the hell? You know, I was in a mindset. I've seen my mom as a working lady. I've seen my grandfather, everybody, and my the elderly people in the family were like, engineering chadu. And then I wrote MSET, and my rank was not up to the mark. Mechanical ever cheskuntar ninno, she said. I was like, what the hell? And that was a problem again. And then anyway, I ended up doing mechanical engineering, which was a taboo for women at that time. I'm talking about 20 years ago. Then after that, even my mom being an academician, she said, after engineering, you're doing masters. That's it. She set the path for me, what I was going to do. She didn't even give me they didn't even give me a choice. It was more like, mama edi chesadu, US helparu, veellu idi chesaru, ee desam helparu, you should be out of the country once you're done with engineering. That's it. Okay, so I applied, everything went well. I went to, at one point I told my mom I want to be a singer and a dancer. You must have seen her reaction. So I think, as many of the speakers here has already said, follow your passion. Don't be afraid to follow your passion. It's not like, okay, I have a great presentation by Sneha Garu, but going abroad is not the only choice. You have so many career choices that you can make. I'm sorry, I'm not taking your marketing thing out of you, but you have what is a good life? In a perspective, if you look at it, how do you define good, or how do you define an excellent life? I think at some point once you're very young, actually, all of you are very young. So once you reach a point in your life, I think you look for satisfaction and quality of life. I did not realize that when I was running the rat race, when I was in the US. So life has taught me, or the change that I had to adapt to has taught me that there is a lot more than just doing this cycle and earning money and, come back to India and probably go around with a mineral water bottle in your hand. So... So that is one thing. And before I do that, I just want to share some pictures of my students and the work. I'm sure you would like to see that. So that's a brief background about myself. Next slide, please. So we have the competitions we have participated so far. So we have been to London, we have been to Dubai, we have done a competition in Maryland, USA. We just came back from Japan last Sunday, and these 3 boys here, can you please stand up, were a part of the winning teams and won 3 awards for India. And now, thank you. And now I have 4 team members in the back in the green. We are working on a project which we will be representing India in London in July, and they are working on a project on UN goals for sustainability. So next slide, please. So these are some of my students with all of our winning trophies and smiley faces. Can we go to the next slide, please? You can browse through. This is some underwater ROV project that we have done, and actually our team has presented this in Geetham Ideathon, right? Yeah. And then next slide, please. This is the Japan. These are the awards we won in Japan. Next slide, please. That's in London. Okay, so this one has a tiny story too. So when Usha Garu was talking about ChatGPT when she initially started this thing, I did the same thing. I went to ChatGPT and I typed several different ways. It gives you 5 questions that you can ask for free. After that, you have to pay. So I've been using different email addresses to do my questions. I was like, maybe it'll be easier. Then a thought came into my mind and said, what if everybody is getting the same answers and I put up the same here? Then I was like, well, some of them I can take it up. Some of them are like, okay, I'll make it on my own. But again, the gist is it's giving me the same information. So you might see some similarities here with ChatGPT. I did use ChatGPT, by the way, and it's very powerful. Okay. So again, these are some pointers I wanted you to look at when I'm talking. But another thing I want to definitely tell you, because you're so young, for all the youngsters here, take the risk. This is the age for you to take the risk. Once you have family, once you grow a little older, I think you have a lot of other responsibilities that you are caught up in, like family, kids, your careers, ailing parents, and all of that. So this is the age where you should not be afraid to try out. So if there is something that you want to try, you want to take the risk, go take the risk. Because if it fails, but at least you have tried, right? And you have your family to support you. Because if you take the risk now as students, you graduate out of engineering college, and then you probably want to do a startup, you want to be an entrepreneur, then you probably have to take that step and try it out. Because if you fail, you are failing as a person, you're not taking your family down or anything like that, and you have your parents or your support system to fall back on. It'll become hard as you grow older to take the same risk. Okay, so that is my second takeaway for you, is don't be afraid to take the risk, and be ready, be adaptable for any kind of change that happens in your life. Those are my 2 key takeaways for you. So, and then again, the title is Alternate Careers in Tech. With COVID and the pandemic has taught a lot of things. Tech has become more accessible, and we have proved the world that anything can be done from anywhere in the world. There's a saying, there's a book by Tom Friedman which says world is flat. I think the world is indeed flat now. We can work. You can be in India, work for a job, work for someone in the US, or you can be anywhere in the globe and work. You can deliver whatever needs to be delivered. So with that flexibility, I think since women have a lot of responsibilities, I'm not saying that you have to pursue STEM careers, but you have a lot of opportunity and flexibility in the tech industry, where you have work from home, flexible work arrangements, and all of that. So you might want to consider that. But again, like I said, only tech is not the only career that you want to pursue. You can be a writer, you can be a great artist. Like I said, at some point, I think in my life, I'll be a singer and a dancer, which was my passion when I was growing up. Anyway, so I think with that, I think I'm okay. I'm done kind of with the 2 takeaways that I have for you.
May I request Usha Ramani ma'am to felicitate our speaker with a token of memento. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable insights. I'm sure our audience must have got clarity on making their choices of career a bit more simpler and easier. Moving on, if you are looking to break free from your traditional 9 to 5 work culture, freelancing can offer you the freedom and flexibility you have been craving for. So whether you are a beginner or an experienced freelancer, you are sure to learn something new from the next session. So now let's get started with our next session. I now invite Manas, who's a Swift student scholar, a student and a developer. Karthik Dasari, who's the GDSC lead for Vignan and the CTO for House of Griffin. Mani Teja, who's a front-end developer. Sahiti, who's a GDSC lead for Vignan and a full-stack developer. And Vasant Korada, who's a software engineer at Multiple with experiences in various technologies like Flutter, Firebase, React. So let's welcome all our speakers with a huge round of applauses.
So hello everyone. So I am Vasant. So I'll start with a bit of introduction about me. So basically, I'm working as a software engineer at Multiple. So like I work on different technologies like Flutter, Firebase, React, Golang, AWS, and previously I worked at product-based companies like Abibus. So my experience include 2 years of full-time experience. So basically today I am here to speak about how to land your first developer job. So what will be the different pathways to land your first developer job, and what are the things you need to take care of while you are in your college. Okay, so most of you are here college students. So you're like, how many of you are your first year and second year students? And how many of your third and fourth years? Okay, see, I can see a lot of people from third and fourth years. So, but I will try to share like what will be the paths for both the groups to get your first developer job. So, and I will also try to explain the reality. So, you in the college you might be in a different mindset, but that will not be the reality in the industry. So like first thing I want to like to share is, don't be very serious with your CGPA. The thing which you need to take care of is building skills. So when you are in your college, try to explore different domains. Like first, don't get into something. So first, keep your focus on exploring different domains. Like it could be AI, ML, web, mobile, cloud, backend, so Web3, blockchain. So first explore all these things, find your interest, pick up a particular domain. So whether you might like mobile or web or AI, pick up a particular domain and start building projects on that. So academics will not get you high paying jobs. Academics will not give you high salary jobs. So skills is what, and building projects is what will get you a high paying job. So like if you're a fresher, most of you might be getting 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs. So if you wanted to be something apart from that, if you wanted to stand away from the crowd and get started with a high paying job, say like, something like 15, 20, 25 LPA, you should not be the regular guy. You should be something unique. You should stay away from the crowd. So to do that, you need to work hard first thing. So for that, you need to build projects. Let's say you have picked up a mobile domain. So that's what I did when I was in my college. So I took Flutter and I built around 12 plus mobile applications, and that helped me to fetch intern opportunities while I was in my second year. So I started earning while I was in my second year. So you can also do that. It could be not only Flutter, it could be any other domain as well. So firstly do that, and that will definitely fetch you intern opportunities while you're in your college. So and also these days you need to make your LinkedIn profile very attractive. So back then they used to look at resumes and all. So now LinkedIn profile and like, so to be different from others, you need to work differently. Like everybody will have a resume, everybody will be having a PDF resume, but what makes you unique is, like, let's say you can build your own portfolio website with your skills, so that will attract the interviewer basically. So this guy has something unique when compared to the other guys. So try building a portfolio website unlike the normal PDF resume. So that thing, try maintaining a good LinkedIn profile. So I got many campus offers, like I've got around 8 campus offers, but I haven't choose one of that. So I got opportunity through LinkedIn. So that was from a product-based company. So my first company was Abibus. So like if you're offline and if you're active in the community events like this, and if you're active in the communities, you can definitely get more opportunities. And the one thing I would like to suggest is try to get into a product-based company instead of service-based company. So product-based companies, in the sense like companies like Cred, PhonePe, Paytm. So these companies will give you a good career path. Like, so you will be having a good sense of developer knowledge. So these are the companies which are trying to shape the future of India. So try to work in those companies instead of working in the service-based companies. Like, so that's what I would like to recommend. And also, these days remote opportunities are also very, very popular. Like, so Teja will explain you more about the remote opportunities. So the scope for remote opportunities and the salary for those opportunities will be very high when compared to your normal regular jobs. And also one more thing you can do when you are in your college is starting a club. So you on your own can start a coding club. So to start your own coding club, Google is there with Google Developer Student Clubs, and Microsoft is there with MLSA, and GitHub is there with GitHub Campus Expert. There are so many opportunities, but the thing you need to do is you have to take that first step. So taking that first step is very difficult. Once you have taken that first step, then everything will be in place. So please don't be like a regular guy. So please don't be like a regular person who comes to college, studies and goes home. Try to build something. So learning itself will not be sufficient. So building something from your learnings is very much important. So that's what interviewers will be looking for. And so that's what will help you get high paying jobs instead of the normal regular jobs. So I highly recommend to focus on these things, so that you will be definitely having a very good future if you wanted to be a developer. So that's all. So now I hand over to my friend. So he will continue on. Thanks.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah. So, is everyone capable Telugu language? Okay. అంటే తెలుగులో చెప్తే బాగా అర్థం అవుద్ది కదా, సో మాట్లాడుకుందాం. మనకి చాలా మందికి మన బీటెక్ లైఫ్లో కానీ మనం చదువుతున్నప్పుడు కానీ ఎంజాయ్ చేయడానికి చెప్పి ఉంటుంది కదా, బయటికి వెళ్ళి ఎక్కడికైనా. కాకపోతే ఎంజాయ్ చేయాలనుకుంటే మనకి మనీ కావాలి. ఫర్ సపోజ్ మా ఇల్లు గాజా నుంచి ఆర్కేబీస్ కావాలంటే మనీ కావాలి కదా. మన పేరెంట్స్ అడుగుతాం, మన పేరెంట్స్ ఇస్తారు. బట్ సమ్ అట్ పాయింట్, ఒక పాయింట్స్ ఎన్ని రోజులని అడుగుతాము అని చెప్పి మనకి అనిపిస్తుంది ఒక పాయింట్ దగ్గర. లైక్ ఎన్ని రోజులు మనం ఇంకా డిపెండ్ అయి ఉంటాము, సో ఇంకా ఎంతైనా అడుగుతాము. మన రోజు అడుగుతుంటే మన పేరెంట్స్ కూడా ఒకసారి ఏం చేస్తున్నాం మనీ అని చెప్పి అడుగుతారు కూడా. అయ్యా క్వశ్చన్ లైక్ ఎవ్రీ స్టూడెంట్ ఇంట్లో వస్తుంది. సో అలాంటప్పుడు మన ఏంటి ఎలాగా లైక్ మనీ ఎర్న్ చేయాలని చెప్పి ఒక థాట్ వస్తుంది మనం చదువుతున్నప్పుడు. సో అందరికి ఏంటంటే వస్తుంది, ఏం చేయమంటే ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ అంటాం. ఓకే బాగానే ఉంది ఫ్రీలాన్స్, బట్ ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ అండ్ థాట్ రాగానే మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు? ఫస్ట్ హౌ టు డూ ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ గూగుల్లో సెర్చ్ చేస్తారు కదా. సెర్చ్ చేయగానే ఫస్ట్ 2 to 3 వెబ్సైట్స్ వస్తాయి. freelancer.com ప్లస్ సమ్ వెబ్సైట్స్ వస్తాయి. రాగానే మీరు వెబ్సైట్స్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తారు, చూస్తారు, అప్లై చేస్తారు. కాకపోతే అందులో లాస్ట్కి ఏంటంటే ఒక 2 days చూస్తారు. మీరు అప్లై చేసిన దానికి కొటేషన్ బిడ్డింగ్ చేస్తారు, రాదు. మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు? ఇంకా సరే ఇంకా ఎలాగ రాదని చెప్పి వదిలేస్తారు. ఈ సినారియో నేను చాలా దగ్గర చూసాను. ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది చూసారు ఈ సినారియోని? మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద పీపుల్. సో నేను చెప్పేది అంటే మన ఫస్ట్ క్లయింట్ని మనమే వెళ్ళి ఎత్తుక్కొని తెచ్చుకోవాలి. మన లాస్ట్ క్లయింట్ మన కోసం మనకి వస్తారు ఎత్తుక్కుంటూ. సింపుల్ లాజిక్. మీరు ఎక్కడికో ఏదో వెబ్సైట్లోకి వెళ్ళి అప్లై చేసి బిడ్డింగ్ చేయడం అవసరం లేదు. మీ సరౌండింగ్స్ లోనే ఉన్న వాటికి హెల్ప్ చేస్తే చాలు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, వీఆర్ ఆల్ కాలేజ్ స్టూడెంట్స్. మనం కాలేజ్ చదువుతున్నాం అండ్ ఆ కాలేజ్కి ఏదైనా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఉండొచ్చు కదా. There are so many like processes, works are done in colleges manually on papers. దాన్ని మనం ఆటోమేట్ చేయొచ్చు కదా. We can do those things. అలాగా మనం ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళకుండా మన చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్నదే అది బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కాలేజ్. అండ్ దెన్ మన సరౌండింగ్స్ లో లేదంటే మన రిలేటివ్స్ లో గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ చేస్తారు. స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్, దే ఓన్ సమ్ కంపెనీస్, సమ్ షాప్స్, సమ్ XYZ. వాటిని కూడా మనం బిల్డ్ చేయొచ్చు కదా ఏదైనా అప్లికేషన్. అండ్ another thing, బిల్డ్ చేస్తాం, ఓకే, మనకు తెలిసిన వాడికి బిల్డ్ చేస్తాం. అండ్ వీ షుడ్ నాట్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ ద ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ యాజ్ ఇన్ రిటర్న్స్ ఇన్ మనీ. మనం ఎప్పుడైనా ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేసామంటే గ్యారంటీ మనం మనీ కోసం ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయకూడదు. బికాస్ మనం ఎప్పుడైనా మన క్లయింట్కి వెళ్ళి మన ఫస్ట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ నేను చేస్తున్నాను, నాకు మనీ ఇవ్వండి అంటే దే వోంట్ అగ్రీ లిటరల్లీ. సో అలాంటప్పుడు మీకు బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఏంటంటే చేయాల్సింది ఏదైనా ఒక ఆర్గనైజేషన్కి చేస్తే అది మీకు బాగా యూజ్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఆర్గనైజేషన్ అనేది దిస్ ఇస్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్, ఇట్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ సమ్ సర్టెన్ ఏరియా, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఏరియా, సమ్ రీజన్స్, సమ్ స్టేట్స్ అలా ఉంటాయి కదా. దాన్ని బట్టి మీకేమవుద్ది, మీకు ప్రమోషన్స్, మీకు సెల్ఫ్ ప్రమోషన్స్ అవుతాయి. అవునా కాదా? మీరు దాన్ని చేశారు అంటే. నేను ఎలా వచ్చానంటే సేమ్ ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ చెప్పాను, అవన్నీ నేను చేసినవి నా ఓన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ బట్టి నేను చెప్తున్నాను. నేను చేసిన ఫస్ట్ ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ మా ఫ్రెండ్ కంపెనీ, ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీకి వెబ్సైట్ చేశాను, స్టాటిక్ వెబ్సైట్. దాని తర్వాత ఒక మొబైల్ అప్లికేషన్ చేశాను. అండ్ దెన్ మా కాలేజ్కి ఇప్పుడు వరకు అరౌండ్ 5 వెబ్ అప్లికేషన్స్ చేశాను, విచ్ ఆర్ లైక్ లిటరల్లీ వాళ్ళైతే లైక్ బయట వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చి చేయించారు కానీ చేయలేకపోయారు. అవన్నీ నేను చేశాను. సో అవన్నీ లైవ్ లో ఉన్నాయి. సో ఇలాగా నా ఫస్ట్ ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. అండ్ నౌ ఇప్పుడు నా లింక్డ్ఇన్ లో అరౌండ్ 3 to 4 మెసేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకా నేను చూడలేదు, రిప్లై కూడా ఇవ్వలేదు అబౌట్ ద ఫ్రీలాన్సింగ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్. సో ఏంటంటే మనం ఫస్ట్ వెళ్ళిన వెంటనే మన డబ్బులు కావాలి, వెళ్ళి ఏదో వెబ్సైట్లో ఎతకడం అవసరం లేదు. మీ చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న వాటిని మీరు ఎత్తుకుంటే లాస్ట్కి మీ దగ్గరికి వస్తాయి అన్నమాట. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద హౌ వీ విల్ బి గెట్టింగ్ అవర్ ఫస్ట్ client freelancing Kate. Thank you.
గుర్తుపెట్టారా నన్ను? Do you guys remember me? Who am I? No, Antoddu. I'm just asking the guys who don't know me yesterday, but the guys who saw me first time today, this side I think. Do you guys remember me? Who am I? My generation fast and you're too fast, it seems. Okay, let me ask a simple question. Which domain do I represent? Thank you. That's a big achievement for me. You guys remembered me. Thank you, guys. So today I would like to share like a personal experience from my life, which I think many of you can reflect. Not everyone, but many of you can reflect because many of you are from middle class and under middle class as well. So yeah, so my talk title is basically just shared on the screen. It doesn't have any perfect name or anything. I just came a caption that which I always used to write on a paper before I sleep when I was in BTech. Can you guys read it with me? Work globally, live locally. So this is one of the captions that I always follow, and I just share like a small 3 minutes example. So while I was in BTech, in first year, I used to be like, in intermediate, I was like a really good student. It's like, I got like district first of 988 marks out of 1,000. No guys, please don't clap about this crap. I'm just trying to share. Yeah, so I was like 988 because I studied in a college where there is no MCET training or JE training. It's only focused on IPE. Because our family don't used to have a budget to join me in any of the colleges like Sri Chaitanya, Narayan and all those stuff. So I joined in a local college which paid me 10,000 in order to study in their college. Really, which paid me 10,000 in order to study in their college. So I just, because our financial situation was very bad back then, so I just joined the college and just moved on with the intermediate. However, for my surprise, I got like 988 marks, even I don't believe that, because I was really weak at Sanskrit and English, which are like the languages. But I don't know how, but I got 99 marks in both first and second year in Sanskrit. That's a crazy thing. So just leave it. So after joining BTech, I don't have any MCET coaching or anything. Our family don't used to have a budget to join me in like short-term coaching for MCET or JE. So I just purchased textbooks of physics and chemistry. I was really interested into physics, but not so much into chemistry. So I just read, and I just, with my own effort, I got 16,000 rank in MCET. And unfortunately, I belong to OC category. So whatever branch, basically there are two filters, right? One filter is college and the other filter is branch. If you apply for college branch, the branch will be removed. If you go for branch, the college will be something random college, right? So this is all the situation that you guys will be also. So I just, I don't have an option. So I picked CSC in Lendi College, which is in Vijayanagram. So, and I started studying there. In 1-1 and 1-2, I got like 9.3 in JNTU, affiliated college. In 1-1 and 1-2. No, again, this is also crap. Right. Yeah, this is the problem with our generation. Whoever says grades or marks or claps, our hands will automatically come close to each other, right? So this should be changed after my talk. So I studied, but after 1 year, I also, the second year started and going well. Then came this beautiful virus called Corona. Sorry to say it beautiful, but it's the one that added colors to my life. You might be surprised, right, how Corona added colors to my life, because it gave me the free time that I would get in my life. Even summer holidays are for 2 months, right? But Corona gave us like close to 1 year of holidays. So what I did back then was I just learned some technologies and started with mobile apps, web technologies and every stuff, just watching YouTube. So I started doing an internship in my second year for an Indian company. It's basically a startup which used to pay me 5,000 rupees per month. And I was handling the entire front end, like React, Next.js, Node.js, and all the stuff. And they used to pay me 5,000 rupees per month. And I was like, oh my God, this is so much for me. So I was really enjoyed. I'm telling really, I just felt like this because 5,000 at the time was really huge amount for me. So I started working for that company and I worked there for 6 months. And then one of the founder texted me on one fine night. He said me one thing: "You are underpaid." So even when the founder says you that you are underpaid, then there's something seriously wrong, right? So what he said was, you are doing a lot of things that would give you so much extra money if you work in other places, right? So that gave me a spark. So however you do, wherever you do in India, you get paid really less. The main reason is if you are a fresher, it will be really low. So that day, I had this idea, which changed my life. And that idea was how to earn money quicker, rather faster. So that day I got this idea, like the next day I got a notification from a news app which said dollar crashed, which means like the rupee is falling with dollar. So which means $1 value is keep on increasing when compared to rupee. When I was in first year, $1 is around like 65 rupees or something. But in second year, it's 70. It's ever growing, $1. So that day I got this idea. What if I work for a US company and stay in India? So that gave me a spark. And what I did the next day was, I applied for a US company. And to my surprise, the same day I got a message. They sent me a video call, Google Meet link, which I joined. And to my surprise again, and it's based on an AWS startup, but I don't know AWS as well. I just joined the meeting and just chatted with the founders. And to my luck, one of the founders was an ex-Indian. So that gave me an added advantage. So we just chatted and it felt really well. And I just joined the company the next day itself. And this is a bit surprising. That company has paid me 50 times more than what I paid the second year. I don't want to say the amount, please calculate yourself. The company paid me like 50 times the same amount that I used to get in my second year. And I just did the company. So if you see my title, work globally. So those are the 5 countries that I worked in the last 2 years. So US, Canada, New Zealand, Norway. Any guesses? Yeah. Thailand. Do you think software? Okay, let this be. And in the last 2 years, I haven't stepped out even to Hyderabad as well. I worked in all those 5 countries in my home, in my room, and with my laptop. So with my talk, just to brief the summary, to give a summary, you guys don't need to be in the US or don't need to be out of the Indian world in order to get a job in any other countries. Other countries has a huge demand for Indians because they think Indians are really clever, but also they work for really cheap. We might think that if you get 2 lakhs rupees, 3 lakhs rupees per month, it's a huge amount for us. But for them, it's like an average salary, right? So the thing that I would like to suggest to all the young minds here, don't always think that the campus placements are everything in your college. And please focus on learning domain skills and start applying for the companies which are outside of the world as well. They will pay you, they will overpay you basically for your work that you're doing. And currently I'm working in Norway-based startup. So, yep, so that's what all I want to say. Please don't limit your thinking, right? Think big, you will automatically achieve out of the world. Thank you.
సో ఇప్పుడు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరూ చాలా బాగా మాట్లాడారు. సో నేను ఇక్కడికి ఎందుకు వచ్చానంటే నేను చేసిన తప్పు మీరెవరు చేయకూడదని. బికాజ్ 4 years బ్యాక్ వెన్ ఐ జాయిన్ ద కాలేజ్, నేను ఎందుకు ఇంజనీరింగ్ తీసుకున్నానో నాకే తెలీదు. ఐ థాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ కెరియర్ ఆప్షన్ దట్ ఐ కుడ్ టేక్. సో ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ విత్ ఇంజనీరింగ్. సో విజ్ఞాన్ ఉమెన్స్లో ల్యాండ్ అయ్యాను. So first semester was like successfully completed. Like 4 months ఎలా వెళ్ళిపోయో నాకు కూడా తెలీదు. And after a month I got the results. సో నాకు ఎన్ని పాయింట్స్ వచ్చాయి అనుకుంటారు? I got 2 backlogs. సో ఆ తర్వాత లాక్డౌన్ వచ్చింది. సో లాక్డౌన్ వచ్చాక నేను మా అన్నయ్య ఒకే దగ్గర చేరాం. మా అన్నయ్య హీ గాట్ వెరీ గుడ్ పాయింట్స్, అరౌండ్ 9 వచ్చాయి. సో హీ ఆల్సో స్టార్టెడ్ డూయింగ్ కోడింగ్ అండ్ స్టఫ్. సో ఇలా చేస్తున్నాడు. ఐ ఫెల్ లైక్ వెరీ బ్యాడ్, లైక్ నేనేం చేయలేదే, ఐ డెంట్ చూస్ అ ప్రాపర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్. నాకు చాలా ఛాన్సెస్ వచ్చాయి. ఈవెన్ ఐ గాట్ ఎ ఛాన్స్ టు like study in same college as my brother, but I didn't take it. I refused to choose that college because I just want to stay in Vizag. So in the regrets madhya, I don't know what to do. So I just followed my brother. So మా అన్నయ్య కోడింగ్ చేస్తాడు, నేను చేయాలి, నేను మా అన్నయ్యలాగా అవ్వాలి. So I tried it for 2 years. It didn't work for me. Like coding was not my stuff. So ఏదో ప్లేస్మెంట్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఆయన రాయడానికి క్రాక్ చేయడానికి అంత వచ్చు కానీ మరి అందండి అంత ఎక్స్పర్ట్ నేను కాదు. సో దట్స్ అ పాయింట్ వేర్ ఐ డిసైడెడ్ టు స్విచ్. సో ఇంకేం చేయొచ్చు అని ఆలోచించాను. సో మన క్యాంపస్లో ఏంటంటే చాలా యాక్టివ్ క్లబ్స్ ఉంటాయి. దే కండక్ట్ ఈవెంట్స్, హ్యాకథాన్స్, కోడింగ్ ఇలాంటి స్టఫ్ అన్ని చేస్తారు. సో మా కాలేజ్లో కూడా కొన్ని క్లబ్స్ ఉంటాయి, but they're not very active. So I just wanted to start a club and I wanted to tell students there are more stuff to explore than coding. అంటే కోడింగ్ ఒకటే కాదు, యూ కెన్ లైక్ మూవ్ ఇన్ టు డెవలప్మెంట్. అంటే నేను చేసిన తప్పు ఐ డెంట్ వాంట్ మై జూనియర్స్ టు డూ దట్. సో ఆ ఉద్దేశంతో I like approached my college faculty. I like told my ideas. No, it didn't happen. So that is where I got rejected for a year. చాలా సార్లు మాట్లాడాను, ఎప్పుడు అవ్వలేదు. సో ఐ జస్ట్ అప్పుడే GDSC గురించి తెలిసింది. ఐ అప్లైడ్, ఇంటర్వ్యూ అయింది అండ్ దెన్ గాట్ సెలెక్టెడ్. సో ఇప్పుడు నా అచీవ్మెంట్స్ అన్ని మా కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు పేపర్లో వేస్తున్నారు. సో ఏంటంటే మనం చాలా మంది ఏంటంటే దే విల్ బి ఇన్ దర్ కంఫర్ట్ జోన్. సో ఇది చేస్తే వస్తుంది, ఇది చేస్తే వెళ్తాం, అలా కాకుండా ట్రై డిఫరెంట్ థింగ్స్. ఇఫ్ యూ ఫెయిల్ అయినా పర్వాలేదు, మళ్ళీ రాయొచ్చు, మళ్ళీ లెగొచ్చు. నా బ్యాక్లాగ్స్ గురించి అంటారా, తర్వాత మొహమ్మద్ గజ్నీ లాగా యుద్ధం చేసి క్లియర్ చేశాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అమృత.
అది ఇంకా అన్న అన్న ఒకసారి పీపీటీ లెఫ్ట్ ఆఫ్ సైడ్ ఇటువైపు ఉంది, ఇంకా కిందకి లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్, ఇంకా ఇంకా లెఫ్ట్, ఇంకా లెఫ్ట్ 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 మీరు డౌన్ లెఫ్ట్ అప్ కొంచెం ఓకే. Okay, before I go ahead, first I'd like to know how many of you have at least read through the shortlisting questions which are given in the attendee registration before you like entered it. Okay, okay. So remaining audience did not even read the question before. Okay, we need more better prompt engineers. Okay, yeah. So in that we asked 3 questions basically. In that one question was, what is your dare to be statement? How many of you understood that? We asked the question, what was your dare to be statement? No one understood that question? Thanks for the feedback. We'll try to improve on that next time when we create the registration link. But yeah, so when I was actually, the theme for this year's IWD 23 is, okay, if I have to first abbreviate what is IWD, it stands for International Women's Day. So Google gave this year's theme as #WTM Dare to Be. So we all want to do many stuff. We try to, like, some people like art, some people like to sing, some people like to dance, some people like to be creative, some people like to be bold, some people like to be fearless. We have different adjectives. Maybe if you open open Oxford dictionary, we'll get a list of adjectives, which my friend Srinidhi is really good at writing adjectives. So instead, if I have to share, when I was filling in the form myself, even if I am speaking here, I need to fill in the form. So when I was filling in the form, I had one question in my mind. What should be my day to be statement? I scratched my head a lot. I sat for 3 hours. I could not get anything which I was very good at day to be. So instead, I just filled in NAN for the time's sake, because I had many other stuff rather than filling in this application form. But now truly I understand what I should really write on that. I guess I should change that to be hashtag day to be coming up on stage many times from morning. I guess I've come on stage many times. So I guess I should put it day to be coming up on stage many times. So if I put that up, but you've already heard that. I'm the anesthetism facilitator, and I'm also a student of first year Geetham. Yeah, this is the same thing. We keep on coming to the same hall many times in Geetham. And yeah, I'm a part of GDG from the last 1 year. I just joined in last January, and then yeah, that has taken me from one person there to our person here. So if I have to share what is the thing that took me from the attendee seat to where I'm standing today on the stage, I'd like to ask Praise to change the slide, please. Yeah. So, like first time when I joined, I had one big fear. Could anyone guess what do I fear of? Anyone in the audience? What do I fear of? Nope, I never actually scared, but please. If my mom hears about that, she's going to kick me. But yeah, I know. So, anything else? What I would fear of? Probably. No, I literally don't even remember my 12th marks. It'll be somewhere in the. But yeah, one thing which I felt afraid was when I joined in the community, like actually the reason why I joined the community is because I did not receive swags. So a spoiler alert for that. But yeah, when I joined in this community, I was introduced to a group of experts. You must have seen speakers like Maniteja Anna, or Sambat Anna, Balaka. All these people were there before me, and they were already working, and they had a lot of experience, and they were more knowledgeable me than I'm just one crazy idiot standing on the stage here speaking with all of you. But if I have to say that, I felt scared that like, hey, I'm the youngest of the team. Like now my brother has taken my position, I guess. But if I'd have to work with that, I guess I was the youngest then, and I was like afraid. Okay, all these people are more experienced than me, they're more talented than me. Then how do I make my way out? So then that is what, if I'd have to say, I feel remarkable that I was able to overcome that fear and I just gave it a shot. Another thing that I got frightened, but I gave it a shot, was working at an intern. I started working at this intern when I was in 11th grade. So when I started as a Flutter developer at this startup called Spot My Cell LP, the manager of the startup, he just came and he said, hey, we have a small design thing that you need to fix up. There's a dark theme that you needs to be implemented. That was my first project. So I went on with it. So during that, I had to read a lot of guidelines, some material design, all this stuff I had to read. And then finally I finished the project. Once the project was done, he was like, hey, how on earth did you do it? Okay, like, okay, done, yeah. My work is done, I'm happy. So then the next project which came up was, the next one, please. Yeah. So yeah, that would do. So the next project which we worked on was A-square go-karting. How many of us have heard about A-square go-karting? Or at least have went there? Yeah, it's at Anandpuram. Yeah, those people bunked the class day before yesterday and they went. So if anyone would want to complain to the teacher, they bunked the class and they went to A-square go-karting. So yeah, actually, if I'd have to share it out, it's a public secret. They're my relatives. Yeah. If I'd have to quote Karthik Anna, my maternal uncle works, he's the manager of this company. So when they got it, first when they showed the design, like, see, I have one small disease. Many people already told me that you have this particular disease, but how much ever I try to give in medicine for this disease, it doesn't work out. Could anyone guess what is that disease? Maybe people who know me really well could probably guess it. Anyone else? That is what my dad tells and my mom tells. That is not what I feel. Anyone? Okay. So the biggest thing, that was last year. Like last year, I was one of the volunteers for IWD 2022. They've asked the question where it was held, but did anyone ask what was the theme last year? Last year's theme? Any idea? Yeah, it was progress, not perfection. But I totally believe in the totally opposite thing as well. So I truly believe in Steve Jobs, which he said he actually prefers the reverse. Perfection rather than progress. So that is something which I follow. I put up a lot up on my head, but I want to achieve perfection in everything. So that is when I came in. So the design which the designer had given me, they usually pay me 5K. So yeah, my mom says for 5K, why do you work so much? But I just feel the satisfaction. So when I started working, so the design was really bad, and then the user experience flow was a little bit outwards. So when I started, I said like, okay, the design headache is my headache. Instead, I will try to redesign that whole app for you, and I'll try to do it. You know what he said, my manager, if he's going to listen to this talk right now, he's going to thrash me out of the company, I'm sure for that. But if I have to just share it, he said like, why do you want to take extra effort? Why do you want me to take extra effort to convince the client to go for another design? I said, let's not work for money. Let's instead work for what we do the best. Let's work from something for the user. The user should be happy to use our app, not be frustrated like, when will this app open? Will this app crash when I do the payment? So that is when I worked on it. That was my first time a manager shouted on me because I did extra work and I did the design. So finally, this was the output that we got. So this was one of the apps which I worked on. Yeah. And then this was one more app, which if I'd have to reveal it out, it is being done by the government of Andhra Pradesh, which is called Nandi Krushi, just an app that farmers can actually buy products from the end users can directly buy products from the farmers. So when we started it out, how many of you know about government websites here? I'm not degrading our government, but let's speak about reality here. How many of us know about our websites? They're very laggy, 1947 HTML design and all this. But would our new generation be happy to work with that? No. So that was what I actually wanted to do. So they have given me some design. I said, no, I'm not working for this design. Then we did, we iterated that design over for 3 months with the latest principles. And then when it came to actually the final day of the client meeting, my boss said, hey, you have 1 day time to finish the app. But if you now change the production level code, how many of you have heard this on LinkedIn? Never change working production code. That is same as murdering yourself. How many have heard that on LinkedIn? So yeah, he told me that same dialogue. I didn't listen to that. I went forward. He said, I'll fire you. I said, look, I don't care, but let's work for the best because this is something which is totally going to change our country's economy. So I said, let's do something good for the farmers. Let's make that app experience very easy for them who would want to just fill a big form just to sell one brinjal. That would mean a lot of sense. So instead we worked on it, and then finally this app got launched. So what I would want to basically say is, just because you are young or big, or because someone is at a higher authority than you, doesn't mean that you don't have your voice. Instead, try to share your voice and see the change that it makes. With that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thanks so much. Please come here. So this has been our idea. This particular session I wanted to include to showcase to you that it is very important that you start early. The earlier you do. Each one of them, I'm really proud of them being in my team. Manas, as you have seen, heard him actually, he has been the youngest in our team. He joined us when he was in class 12. Last year he was saying, he's in first year actually now. He joined us in class 12 before even writing MSET, and his father was very, very upset with him spending insane amount of time with us actually on, there takes a lot of time to make events like this, isn't it? And this is a voluntary activity. And all of them and all of my volunteers, all of us have been spending insane amount of times actually to make events like this possible. So I'm really proud of them, and the message we wanted to convey through this particular session today is that start early. Everything is changing. Have some, do some side gigs, side hustles, and it is possible. I'm really proud to hear for many of them, this is first time sharing this experience. Nobody has asked them to do this, and And I'm happy to hear people like Maniteja speak. I particularly push them to share their story today because I believe there is many of you over there who are like in his initial years, who are listening to his story today and going to be super inspired, who are going to go back and say, when he can do with so many challenges, I can definitely do. My challenges are definitely lesser than that. I'm super proud that he's working for so many countries and still making money. He is from a very humble background, but his parents, his college, his peers, even my community is very, very proud of him. And it's been 2 years since he has started that transformational journey. He believed that there is something possible. He has been in a lot of hardships, but he is like, okay, let me figure this out. I have to sort it from myself. And I think it's very inspirational. So does Vasant. He has many apps on the App Store. He has put it up there. You know, as Manas or Karthik initially shared, you don't get paid initially, but that doesn't stop you for anything. And it doesn't equate in that way. Naku ento stundi appude nen chestanu. It doesn't work that way. You first give. Mimmalni namutnaru kada first actually somebody with their work act. So give them the benefit of doubt. Even they say all, their work is crappy and all that, still go ahead and do it. You will come out little richer, at least in experience. I'm super proud that even Sahiti shared her story, and as well as Karthik. So all of them, in their limited circumstances, with their challenges, they tried to figure it out. And that is what we wanted to bring to you in this session today. I hope you all enjoyed and go back richer actually and do something for yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we please have a photo? I don't know where these people will be, and I'm super proud to have them. Maybe I'll take an autograph also. If you get a chance, please do. You will not find them all at one place for sure.
Thank you, team. Those are a bunch of mind-blowing stories for sure. Now we have Pradyumna Vedula, founder of Brain Image, who has great knowledge in mental health and well-being, to take charge of the workshop, Accelerating Your Career Through Storytelling. Welcome, sir.
I've sent you the link over the mail. It's the Canva link. Okay? All right, so very good afternoon, very good evening almost. How are you guys doing? Okay, how many of you are from Geetham? Okay, I can't get Commander Gurumurthy back, but if he was here, he would have said, hip hip. Yeah, see? Geethamites know it. How many of you are from Lendi? Oh, you're the only one from Lendi. Oh, wow, nice. Oh, you're from Lendi too. Ex-Lendi. Okay, have I taught you before? No, good. No problem. No, it's almost at that point that I've stayed in Vizag for a little too long. And then I always feel that I've not stayed in Vizag long enough. Okay, Vizag is just that one city wherein you can stay as long as you want and still not know everyone. But as soon as you move out of your home, you know someone that knows you. Okay, do you feel me? Yeah? Okay, yes. Because I've stayed almost everywhere in South India. I was born and brought up in Odisha. I've stayed almost everywhere in South India. And I do not find another city like Vizag. Today's sessions that my co-speakers have taken somehow inspire you people to get across your point more boldly, more confidently, and bring out whatever is in your mind, whatever ideas are in your mind, outwards towards the public. My session, unfortunately, is not going to be such a dramatic one, wherein I can boast that this would change or transform your life. Yes, this will add a little bit of value to your life, provided you want it to. Okay. Now, in my session, I'm not going to show you magic. There's no magic as it is, but I am going to talk to you about how you can use simple words, simple things, and accelerate your career. Having said that, please know that I do not want you to accelerate your career. I want you to take your career at a normal pace, at a slower pace, because one of the very famous psychologists and linguists, okay, that I believe in, once said the fastest way to go somewhere that you want to go is slowly. The faster you run, the more you fall. The more you fall, the more you're bruised. The more you're bruised, you might reach your destination, but maybe you don't have all your parts with you anymore. Okay? I don't want that to happen. Yeah? Well, if I were to talk about accelerating your career through storytelling, I'd first like to ask you, what is storytelling? I'm very happy that someone has already done what storytelling is with you before. So I just tweak this question a little bit. What are the important parts of story? When you see a story, what is it that you notice? It's connect. Okay, so the relatability quotient. You said something? The characters. Okay, who are there in the story? Yeah, okay. Do you particularly look for someone in the story, or like anyone is okay? No, he needs to be a hero. No? Okay. Let's say that I want to convince you. Okay? I just want to convince you to come for a therapy session. I mean, it's in my advantage, right? So why not? Who would be best to convince you? Should I get Priyanka Chopra? No? Okay. What about Pariniti Chopra, her sister? Yeah, they lady dendukana. Okay, sorry. Kareena Kapoor? Sania Mirza? No? Okay. Tollywood, okay. Kajal Agarwal? No. RRR is famous, no? We'll get like, Junior NTR? Alia Bhatt? But do you know that all these people have actually endorsed mental health? The people that I've just talked about, they've actually endorsed mental health, and we still don't care about it. Do we? Why? If characters were so important, you had your characters right there. What else is important? Theme? What theme is being set? How am I talking about this particular thing in this particular way? Okay, I'll ask you one simple question. How many of you have your own scooty, car, or bike or whatever? Yes? Okay. And those of you who don't have it, if you want your parents to buy it for you, how would you ask them for it? Would you randomly go and say, na kavali? Huh? Puppy, yes. Please. Okay. You'll give them reasons. Yes. What reasons will you give them? Nana, every day my girlfriend is going on that fellow's bike. I mean, at least once in my life. My girlfriend on my bike, please. No? That won't convince them, right? Okay. Study. Yeah. Papa, every day I'm coming to combined studies, yeah. College, it's too far away. Yeah. I mean, Vignan Institute of Women's and Vignan Institute of Information Technology, it's almost 40 kilometers from here. And from my home, it's 35 kilometers. Okay, you're from VIIT? Graduated from there. Good. I'm very happy that you graduated from there. No, I'm happy that you graduated. But no, with engineers, usually I just have to get happy that they graduate. Okay, I'm an engineer too. I haven't told you about myself completely yet. But well, that's the power of storytelling here. I'll just start with my story and then we'll go to the other stories there are. I was born and brought up in Odisha, in this small town called Sambalpur. Have you ever heard of this town? Oh, you've heard of this town? Okay, is it because of the Hirakud Dam? Oh, the saris. Okay. Yes, sure. A dam which powers half our country, no one knows about, but the saris are good. Yeah, all right. Yes, the important parts. So I was there, that was not important. I came to Visakhapatnam later on in 4th grade as a hostler. Okay, and that was very important because my entire view of world as it was changed. I was in this restrictive community. Okay, I was in a colony, Mahanadi Coalfields colony. My father was working there, and luckily because of his job posting and all, I had the privilege of staying very secluded in a place wherein you got anything anytime you want. Okay, and the first time I moved into a hostel as a 4th standard student, I picked a fight with 10th standard student saying that why aren't you giving me that ball to play, and that was a basketball. उनका PT period था, मेरा नहीं था. ठीक है ना, फिर भी I went and I picked the fight कि क्यों नहीं दे रहा हूँ ball. And what I understood that day was that I was used to getting things when I needed them because people gave it to me that way. How many of you have that issue? Yeah? How many of you want internships in first year? How many of you want money in your first job? Both those things are not same. Don't worry, both those things are not the same. How many of you want love in your first try? The first girl you see, you wanna, or the first fix for that. Yeah, okay, that's the worst thing you can do. Don't do that. But yes, it's the same thing about career too. Okay, it's absolutely the same thing about career too. You start too early, and then you choose something, you fall in love with it so madly that you say, I don't want to shift from this. Okay, not always is that healthy. And here are a few reasons why. First things first, how many of you are into UI UX development? It's a Google developers group, so UI UX, yes. Front end. Fair enough. Do you know that psychology plays a very, very, very deep impact in how people perceive your web pages? Yes. Forget color schemes here. I'm not even talking about color psychology. I'm talking about whether the tile should be square or circle. How much should be the distance between those two tiles? Should it be 0.3 or 0.6? I know this because I worked as a scientist. Okay, after my first degree in engineering, for almost 9.5 months, I worked in image processing. Okay, so I was working 14 hours a day from morning 8:30 till 10:30 in the night in a city like Chennai where the heat was too much and the girls were too little. So I don't know what raised the heat. Okay, I don't know what was so hot about Chennai, but okay, fair enough. And the only company I had was 4 people who were constantly drinking when I got home because their job ended at 5:30 in the evening. Right. So after 14 months in Chennai, I decided, okay, this life is not for me. I love coding, but I do not love coding this much. So I know how to code Python, C, C++, C#, R, and I do not code in any of them now. I'm very happy this way. So if you ask me why are you speaking at a tech makers fest, that's because Ramni ma'am invited me to. But otherwise, I want to talk to you about how STEM should actually be STEAM. Okay, what career actually means and why are we neglecting arts? If you are an engineer without an interdisciplinary knowledge, I do not know what problems are you solving. Because this is the first thing that I ask a lot of my engineering students. Okay, including this year, I've taught at Lendi, I've taught at Vignan Women's. Recently, last week, I've taught at Vignan Women's, VIIT, Geetham. Okay, and 1 year I've even taught at Andhra University. But the first thing that I ask my engineering students is, what makes you engineers? If you're sitting in a classroom and you're trying to learn something without having a problem to solve, why are you solving any of these problems? Okay? And the second thing, why should you stop at engineering? Who's Sundar Pichai? CEO of? Abba, engineer at Inke, Manishan Cheppe. ఆ సినిమా దేంట్లోనే ఎమోషన్ నువ్వెవరు నేను మనిషిని. Right, okay. Sindur Pichai is the CEO of Google. Okay. Alphabet. Right. So what is he of Google? What does he work as with Google? CEO. నేను చెప్పింది తప్పు కాదు కదా. No. See, India is such a beautiful place. Okay, I do not, Mani, my dear friend, he stayed in India and he's worked with 5 other countries. Yes, India is such a beautiful place that you don't need to step outside. In fact, 4 of the biggest companies of the world, Amazon, okay, you have Google, yes, Meta, Microsoft. Out of these 4 big tech companies, 2 have CEOs as Indians and 2 have the biggest businesses in India. So I do not know why you ever have to go out. Okay? Now, yeah, I didn't help any of them do that, but okay. I like your class, so sure. If I talk to you about what story is in this small story that I've told you, there are 5 elements. I don't know if you've captured them or not. Could we just go to the next slide? Yeah, so the 5 elements that I put forward in this story were the character. The student who you are is the character that I'm talking about over here. The setting is your career opportunities. Okay? And no one likes a story which directly talks about the main part of that story. Have you ever seen an advertisement that comes and tells, excuse me, I think this toothpaste needs a little bit of salt. Have you ever seen a story successful like that? No. What do we want? We want a heroine with like loose hair to come, bang the door. Do you have salt? Yes, we love that. Yeah? Why? Because psychologically we are involved in that. Yes? Yeah. So that is where the language comes into play. It's what you say in that story that really makes up the story, not what that story really is all about. Okay, you could be a person who's sitting behind your computer, okay, and just typing lines and lines of code without any particular use for 20 days, and on the 21st day, you made a nice, neat app. But if you tell that you were a hardworking, or if you tell that you were a diligent, determined individual who has practiced with persistence for 21 days, someone who's trying to recruit you will definitely listen to you and be impressed. Okay, instead of you telling, yeah, I sat behind my computer, it was hard. I worked hard. Sometimes I forgot to sleep. No, I mean, no matter if you tell that or your dad or mom tells that, people won't be very interested, right? So make use of those 4 main settings. And the 5th setting that you should know about is your point of view. यार किसके लिए बता रहे हो आप ये सब? Okay, whom are you trying to tell all this to, and whom are you telling this for? Okay, my mom, she's well, not very educated. She's done her BCom, LLPM, and LLB. She's a lawyer. Okay, and she's a smart woman. She's not very educated woman. She's a smart woman. I'll tell you the difference. She told me 2 things. I still follow them. First thing she told me, listen, Praddy, never ask questions that you don't want to know the answers to. जब आपको पता है कि आपको आंसर हजम नहीं होगा, क्वेश्चन मत पूछो. This used to happen when I go back home and I ask my mom, Mummy, क्या बना रहे हो खाना के लिए? She's like, मत पूछ. You won't eat it. And the second thing that she taught me when I was going for public speaking is that always imagine everyone in your audience is an idiot. No, I don't follow it. Don't worry, I don't follow it. But her logic was, if you don't know whom to speak to, think that you're speaking to everyone. Yes, but unfortunately nowadays, that doesn't work anymore. Yeah? Let me ask you, who are your major clients? Yes. Corporates to schools. So maybe someone who wants to learn and utilize that knowledge in public speaking. Right. Who are your major recruiters? Who might recruit you? Any product-based companies? Okay. How many of you, first of all, know the difference between a product-based company and a service-based company? All of you. Can one exist without the other? Okay. Then why are you saying product-based companies? If I say that you have a kid of your own, you didn't adopt him, okay? And I ask you, who was more important, you or your wife? Who was more important in making this kid, you or your wife? And that's the whole debate about product versus service-based companies. Yes, product-based companies pay better because you are constantly in the life cycle, my friends. But every product needs to serve a purpose, and without that, there's no affordability. That chair that you make, the affordability of that, it lets you sit. If it does not let you sit, if I make a chair that's so uncomfortable, so stylish, so freakishly stylish and uncomfortable that it does not let you sit, you won't buy it. Am I right? Yes, no? Yes. Yeah. So the first affordability of a product is in its service. Yeah. So I would just make a small addition to what Mani said. Mani? Is that Mani? Yes? Manas. What Manas said. Choose product-based companies which have strong service output. Okay? Do not choose just product-based companies. If you wanted to work for Flipkart, it's a service-based company. They don't have products of their own. But I do not know Flipkart ever throwing out as many, engineers as Sapient did or ENY did. Yes. I do not know how many engineers got fired from Amazon this year, but I know that people from Google and Microsoft have been crying. Yes. Yeah, and these are facts. So what should you be doing? Make your story in a way that you bring out these 5 relevant things. First, sit down, make a paper plan for yourself. Who are you? Okay, it's not like, wait a minute, who are you? Right, I mean, it's just like that. But पहले पता कर लो आप हो कौन? आप कहाँ से हो? आपको करना क्या है? What is it that you want to do? Okay, then put up your resume, then go on to your LinkedIn, then make your Instagram profile. And yeah, okay, let's come to the next part. What is social media to you people? Hanji? Okay, social media. Tell me all the list of sites that you are on. Instagram, cool. Yeah, Snapchat, very good. Who's gonna recruit you from Snapchat? I mean, yeah, Twitter. Huh? LinkedIn, yes. GitHub, okay, yes. Huh? Stack Overflow, okay, fair enough. Slack. अरे नहीं देखो ऐसे तो मतलब ओनली फैंस भी सोशल मीडिया है, but that is not where we want to be, right? No, let's talk about career-based social media sites. LinkedIn, the first thing is LinkedIn, obviously. Have you ever heard of Glassdoor? Yes. What does Glassdoor do? Yes, it tells you about companies. Yeah, it just tells you, देख भाई, ये इतना पे करता है, यहाँ पे समोसा अच्छा नहीं रहता. Yes, that's what Glassdoor does. Okay, all right. I'll talk to you about each of these social media platforms a little bit. Okay, and I'll tell you how do you make yourself more comfortable around these platforms. Don't worry, my slides will be blank because I did not really have a lot of time and I made them just now. But yeah, I've a few slides. Okay, and before I can go ahead and tell you how you can craft your story, which is personal to each one of you. I don't know your story, but I'd be more than happy to listen to it sometime when we both are free and give you tips on how to improve it. Okay. Before that, I'll just talk to you about a few very famous, very nice stories. Yeah. Can I just move to the next slide once? This is a video. Can we have a sound? This. What do you think this video would be about? Now that there's no sound, I can make it a game for you. Huh? A movie trailer? Yes? Okay, very good. You guys are amazing. I don't have gifts for you for a reason.
Yeah, really. Why do you keep saying really?
A sequence of a movie.
You're all there, mate?
A sequel movie trailer.
Man,
Very
just
good.
get a
Very good.
clean shave with my
Are you a student?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
See you next week, Barry.
No, we'll see.
When your dad did it, he was...
It's a full movie trailer. Yeah. You know Chris Hemsworth? Thor? Yeah, muscles? Yes, yes, yes. I don't have any of those, but brains are
Not a lot of crocs out here, huh? It's just 37,000 miles of pristine, beautiful beach, mate. Did you know that Australia makes some of the finest in the entire world?
No, it's okay. I mean, we can go to the.
Hello.
That's not a knife. That's a knife. Really? Yeah. Really? Why do you keep saying really? You're all there, mate? Nothing to see here, man. Just get a clean shave with my machete. See you next week, Barry. Yeah, when your dad did it, he was much. Well, my dad told me about this. He was just like, yeah, I just came up and they did this, okay? But stuff you can see you from back here. Not a lot of crocs out here, huh? It's just 37,000 miles of pristine, beautiful beach, mate. Did you know that Australia makes some of the finest wines in the entire world? No, I didn't know that. Very much. Wait, hold up. This isn't a movie. No, it's a tourism ad for Australia. Yes, but listen, you're the best Crocodile Dundee since Crocodile Dundee. Really? Yes, really. We had the best trip ever, didn't we? It was pretty sweet. Hey, you know, there are some great things to Australia, right? Dude, I get it. It's not a movie, it's a commercial.
So, was it a movie? No, it was a. Yeah. Obviously, it was an ad. For what? Tourism ad, yeah, for Australia. Okay. Now, let's look at whether that story actually reflects the 5 things that we want. Who are the people that they are expecting that they would go to Australia? Someone who is like really okay with dining at world-class restaurants, yes. Someone who is fun-filled, someone who wants to spend time at the beaches. Otherwise, they would choose other locations, right? If they wanted hill stations, they won't go to Australia. Yes. So it is the relatability. Yes. Why did they choose Chris Hemsworth? He's from Australia. There's not much of a reason. Itna bhi mat socha karo. Okay, there's this small law. I think you follow that in UI UX development also. Oftentimes, the most complicated questions are answered by the simplest answers. Okay, and if you can't find simple answers for complicated questions, you're complicating your life more. Yes? Now, always remember, when you're drafting a story, the best things to look at are advertisements. Why? Because an advertisement convinces you to do something or not to do something within 30 seconds of your life. If you look at a recruiter, if you take me personally, when I open applications for internships, we get like 30 to 40 applications every 1-2 hours. Okay? I do not have the time to actually go through all those resumes. Yes, and my company is not big enough to take an ATS. We don't do applicant tracking systems. So what is the other alternative? I look at the objectives, and if I find the objective well crafted, if I can understand the story from the objective, I call them. You know why? Because skills can be taught, attitude cannot. Skills can be nurtured, personality cannot. Yes? So before you start developing your skills in your college, start developing an attitude, the right attitude towards your career. Okay, I very distinctly remember asking a lot of my students this, and I'm gonna ask you this too. If you are in an interview, who do you think has the upper hand, you or the interviewer? Okay, you guys sure? Okay, you guys are wrong. How many of you said interviewer? Oh, you said interview. You're wrong too, bye. You said depends, no sir, so you're wrong too. The thing is, the answer is constant, and the answer always is both of you are important. In a process like communication, okay, think of it like this. There's a branch of a tree, and you are on one side hanging onto a rope. The interviewer is on the other side hanging onto a rope. Either of you let go, both of you fall. That person is taking his salary, has incurred a flying cost, is incurring staying costs. All of these are costs for that company just to come hire you. Do you understand that? Yes? So they're putting a lot of effort too. And on your side, it's not that that's the only company, but out of all the companies, that could be your dream company. If you look at the recent trend of CEOs leaving, Tata company, the consultancy services company CEO, he joined TCS as a fourth year graduate, as a recent graduate, and he told that he never updated his CV until that day when he left TCS. Things are changing with time, and you guys, I wouldn't want you to stick to one company. But I would definitely want your first company to be your best experience. Okay? Why? Because if you do not get the best experience at your first company, you'll start resenting or you start comparing that with every other company that you go to. Okay? So please make sure that if you're getting 3.6 lakhs at a company versus 4 lakhs at a company, don't choose randomly that 4 lakhs for a company. Go onto their website, see what kind of culture they have in that company, what is the kind of positions that they're offering. A lot of times you pick automation positions, not knowing that they're dead-end positions. Yes, for someone who has a capability of being a full-stack developer, if you take up automation right after your school, grad school, that's really hurting your career chances a lot, right? Don't do mistakes as such. Can we go to the next ad? I have two more advertisements, and then I'll actually open it up to you people. This is for all you product-based, fact-based people.
जब आपने सोनू भैया को पॉप की और मुझे ये वाली वेफर चॉकलेट तो सारी असलियत सामने आ गई। सोनू भैया की पॉप 17 ग्राम की थी और उसमें 4 वेफर थे और मेरी चॉकलेट 11.5 ग्राम की थी और उसमें सिर्फ 3 वेफर थे। एक वेफर और 5.5 ग्राम का फर्क शायद आपके लिए कोई मायने नहीं रखता पापा, पर इसी फर्क ने आज मुझे इस घर में अपनी जगह निकाली। मैं घर छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ पापा, आपका बोलो। नई 2 पीस वाली कैडबरी पर ग्लूकोज, एक्स्ट्रा वेफर, एक्स्ट्रा चॉकलेटी, एक्स्ट्रा प्यार, वही 5 रुपए में।
So, if we look carefully at how the things are going in this advertisement, what all did you notice? What all do you think is important in the story over there? Of course, that's the product, right, that they have made. What came to the utilization of that product? You see that at the end, there was one baby that was jumping. Yes, that was the product differentiation. Now, people like you and I, who are great at technology, okay, often have one major flaw. We are afraid of going in front of people and speak. Okay, it's easy for us to come out and speak in front of our own community. But unfortunately, one thing that we don't realize is that our community does not work from us. Our community can work with us. The people who want work from us do not understand the fancy jargon that we use. In fact, when I make websites for people, they don't understand what header bars are. They don't understand a certain way. And they don't understand that bezel. Bezel is a very, very common term for us, right? They won't understand what bezel-less display is. These are the challenges that you face in your real life when you're going forward. So when you are with your client, the kind of story that you confirm makes a lot of importance. Sometimes the client cannot really tell you what they want reflected. So sometimes the client can't really tell you what they want reflected in their website. The client just comes to you and tells you, listen, we are a 25-year-old company who are extremely good at making rubber tires. Okay. And the only thing that's special about our rubber tires is that so far, we've not had even one accident because of our tires. It depends on you to come outside, make sure that that story is told in a way that all of us can understand. And I'll give you an example of a brand that does that. How many of you have ever heard of Volvo? Yes. Have you ever seen one advertisement of Volvo where their car has crashed? Volvo comes out saying that our engineers are so perfect that there's not been even one death from our company. And if that can't convince your clients that you're safe, nothing else can. Yes? Who developed the product? Engineers like you and I. Yes? But who is selling it? Storytellers like you and I. Okay? So in this new day and age, it's not enough for us to be great, thinkers or great leaders in engineering. I don't know, Sundar Pichai, the whole reason I talked about him in the starting also is because in 2002, he got his 3rd degree from Wharton School of Business. Okay. Unfortunately or fortunately, I had a dream of going to the Wharton School of Business too, but we aren't that rich for us to go abroad. And I have a sister, she's flying out now, but my father couldn't have supported both of us together. Okay, and I knew that I can work well enough within India. She's into biosciences and technology where India does not have a lot of funding opportunities. I'm into engineering where everyone in India can use my products. You have a market opportunity of 1.5 billion. What are you doing with it? Depends on what kind of story you're telling them. Just a small example. If I come and tell you that, hey, listen, your brain has a lot of, small wires. I call them neurons. And the next time you're sad, I want to put electricity in it. Would you let me play with your brain? Okay. Now, what if the way I told in the morning, anyone who's sad can just wear a cap and feel happy again? Would you let me play with your brain now? It sounds cool, right? At least it does not sound scary to you anymore, right? That's the whole thing. It's not exactly what your product really is, but what are you trying to project about that product that really matters? Okay, can we actually go to the next slide, please? Now,
भाई कितना सोओगे? स्कूल नहीं जाना है? सुन.
डियर पापा, आज मुझे पता चल गया कि मैं और मोनू भले ही भाई हो, पर आप मुझसे ज्यादा मोनू को प्यार करते हैं. नहीं पापा, मना मत करिए. आपने ज्यादा टेस्टी और क्रंची मंच उसे दे दिया और मुझे ये भारी चॉकलेट. क्या सोच क्या रहे थे आप? क्या पराठा खाने से पहले मम्मी से ये पूछते हो कि वो कितने ग्राम का है? चॉकलेट भी टेस्ट के लिए खाते हैं पापा, वेट के लिए नहीं. अब आप ही इसका पेपर वेट बना के यूज करो. मैं ये घर छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ पापा. आपका भागा, अभागा बेटा सोनू. सोनू.
Crunchiest ever, tastiest ever. Nestle Munch, the choice is clear.
Nestle, good food, good life.
Now, if you look at the character work in this entire conception, the point was for them to talk about the amount of sugar. Okay, a lot of engineers who were working on the product design for this. In fact, one of my very close friends, my roommate from college, I studied my engineering from VIT Vellore, where I got my electronics and communications engineering with the minors in marketing. So this person works as a product manager head for Mama Earth. Okay, he was involved in the complete product design, A to Z of the bottles, everything in. So their entire mission, okay, was to communicate with their clients in a way that they did not want to add more plastic. Their point was not that our products are extremely great for you. The products was their purpose was that our products are so safe that they're not just safe for you, but also for the environment. That we reduce the amount of plastic every time you buy a product from us. And that convinces your, audience for a very simple manner. If we can just move to the next slide. Actually, we can skip this slide.
Bei einem Horrorfilm, ne, da rechnet man mit allem, aber mit sowas ja nicht.
Sometimes you don't need words to understand what's happening. This is a very good example. Well, McDonald's and Burger King are product-based companies. To be very honest, they're in the service industry, but they're product-based companies. And that's how weird the world is here. I mean, look, I don't know how old the audience really is, but what's the average age of the audience? 24? How many of you 20 to 24? Well played. So the average age of the audience is between that range. Yeah, so I'm hardly like 2-3 years elder to you. Okay, and this is what I have seen in my 2 years of life that I've lived extra from you. There's nothing that is black in this life. Okay, it's always all gray. There's nothing that says I'm a product-based company or I'm a service-based company. It's always either I'm a great product with a mediocre service or I have a great service with a good product. Okay, and I'd love for you to establish yourself as a leader in both the domains. Okay, so if you're giving a great service, if you're providing a great service as a freelancer, also build your own website that can take your clients directly to your own landing page, not some other website's landing page. Instead of getting clients from Upwork or freelancer.com, they should come from thepradisharma.com. Do you get what I'm saying? No, there's no thepradisharma.com. I'm just saying that. Don't go and type it down. Or if anyone is interested to make it for me, I'm all okay for that. But yeah. Now, 2 reasons. You can capture your own client data. You won't have to be at the mercy of someone else. And think about the totally free marketing that you can do on your website. And what do you need? Server space. Yeah. Get AWS credits. You've been participating in so many competitions. Win 4 competitions, get AWS credits. If you're a student and you write to Amazon, they give you free AWS credits as well. The problem is we're not aware of these things. And GDG, GDXC, these are a few places where you can become aware of these things, right? So be in constant touch with people who know these things to improve. Yeah. Can we just go to the next slide? Right, so here I've brought a few examples from LinkedIn. Okay, just a few that I have actually, taken from. One of them is my ex-girlfriend's thing, but I'm not going to tell you which one. No, obviously I'm not going to tell you which one. But yeah, a very beautiful storyteller. I mean, I fell for those stories. Yeah, later I got to know that they're stories, but okay. So if you look at this guy, Kushal Lodha, if you just click on the see more, it goes almost till 1.5 screen sizes. Okay, your 1.5 laptop screens is covered with that story. And basically his story is great. His story talks about, how how he was a just so-so student, and later on he became a great person, which basically all of us are. Okay, we are all so-so students. How many of you have never had a backlog in your life? Go get one. What are you doing? I mean, see, my best friend often tells this, that experience is a true and valid source of knowledge. Yes, until I got my backlog, even I didn't know how to tackle with it. कल के दिन आपका बच्चे का backlog हो जाएगा, आप क्या बोलोगे? And always remember, yaar, these small failures inoculate you. How many of you have never failed in life so far? I'm serious. How many of you have never failed in life so far? You all failed in life at one point or the other? Yes. How many of you are sad about it? It's okay. You're sad about it? Good, be sad, no problem. The only point is, know that that sadness is temporary. Okay? I'd like to borrow a small Sanskrit saying from Bhagavad Gita. It's kind of tattooed on my wrist, actually. Not that I'm copying or anything, but yeah. It's called Etadapi Gamishyati, which means nothing is permanent. Neither your failure nor your achievements. Okay? Neither is the story that you have that particular day. Why am I telling that? Just so you know that you update your LinkedIn every single day. The story that happened in your life that day deserves to be heard. It deserves to be known. You know why? Because there are people interested in that. There are people who are... I'll tell you who those people are. I am one of those people who is sitting on LinkedIn and seeing, okay, which of my students has actually done something good in coding so I can offer them an internship. You know why? It's always better to work with someone that you know personally. And there are hundreds of people on your LinkedIn, right? Yes? Even if 5 of them are checking your stories every day, and 1 of them is reposting your story every day, still in a month, you've got more than 150 views on your stories. There are 150 people who are interested in your life. If each of them give you 100 rupees also, you have 15,000. And that is how behavioral economics work. No one's looking at what is the capability of you today. If today you made, I won't say Maggie, but today if you wrote a code that can correctly generate the recipe of Maggie for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes variations, be proud of that code and put it onto LinkedIn. Okay? It doesn't matter if someone will copy your code. What will you do of that code? Yes? Just put it down. Let people know that yes, in your free time, you're not writing down your hobbies like watching TV, playing badminton. You are actually sitting and coding. It develops coherence. Second thing on LinkedIn that you can do, bio. Bio. All right, the about part is what you should really fill. Okay? If you look at that person, they've brought in a beautiful story. They've started by saying that, you know what? My marketing career spans over 16 years with almost equal time in agencies and brands. That means I've experienced working with both agencies and brands for 16 years. I could have written as 16 years of experience, worked in agency, worked in brand, worked in this. I could have done that. No. That's more easy for you to read through. Yes, but it's not easy for you to remember. You always connect to stories. You remember the story of that person. The only reason I remember Manas' name clearly is because I know that he was the youngest member of GDG who joined it in 12th grade, and he's been here on this stage 4 or 5 times. If he told me I was on stage 4 times, I was youngest member, I wouldn't have remembered him. I really wouldn't have remembered him. Yes? And that is why stories are important. Apart from LinkedIn, where else can you use stories? How many of you want to go abroad? I think Edmium has come right today, and they've spoken about it. Yes, so I've been a verbal ability faculty for the last 5 years. I've been teaching CAT and GRE students for the last 5 years. I think that's how some of you know me, right? So I've been writing SOPs for people who have been going abroad. As a rule of thumb, I always tell people, write your own story. If you can't write it well, I'll write it for you. Okay, but if you write your own story, there are 3 advantages. First advantage, you know yourself the best. I don't know you as well as you know yourself. Second advantage, you know your, well, what do I say, ambition the best. Today you might want to be a product manager, but tomorrow you might not want to do anything with product management at all, right? And the third thing will be a lot cheaper. But I'll charge you 5,000. You can do it for free. That's how it works. Yes. So let me just move on to the next slide. The last thing that I want to talk about, I don't think you can see this. Can you guys see this? Okay. Yes. These are resumes. Before you think that I'm showing you Netflix and Spotify, they're resumes of people who have applied to those companies. Stories help you build a brand, okay? And no one told you that brands are only meant for companies. The way I see it, each of you are a brand, okay? The way I see it, each of you has a story to tell. Now, anyone who wishes to, talk about, actually, you know what? I'll break this down into 2 parts. Let's have 2 people of each part. Please do not feel shy, okay? We're all idiots, for that matter. No. The word idiot comes from a Greek word idio, meaning peculiar. Idiot is someone who's peculiar, whose own intelligence is low. I could be an idiot at swimming, you could be an idiot at basketball. That's the only difference. So the first thing that I want to ask you about, can you tell me a very short story about something that scares you? Anyone? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the thing that scares me the most is, I don't, okay. So the thing that scares me the most every day is me waking up and me, not being fallen into the cycle, the corporate cycle actually. So, we all have the corporate cycle, and once or the other time we are prone to it. That if you wake up, you do something, you eat, and then you repeat that same thing, or you sleep and then it repeats the next day. And this is a cycle that kind of kills your productivity, even though people think it is the most productive. And that is what scares me, because every day I think that I'm falling or I'm prone to that cycle. So yes.
Now let's take that same thing, turn it into a narrative style, okay? Because when we are talking about things, the purpose of our communication is to inform people, not to convince people about something. Here it's to inform people. I can do it in 3 ways. I can either give you all the facts, I can either describe that scenario, okay, or I could make it an experience. As soon as I wake up, there's this small hint of hesitation. The moment I open my eyes, I'm still on the bed with my whole body heavy, and I'm thinking to myself, looking at the fan, do I really even need to get up? Is there really any work for me to do today? And if I get up, wouldn't I have to run to the shop and get eggs for my mom? I just stay there on the bed for another 15 minutes until the first ray of sunshine hits my face and all the dust from the window falls onto my table, and my mom yells at me, "Yo, wake up." The same thing that he said, that you've gotten used to the corporate cycle. You wake up, you do not think, you do stuff, you go back. But the way of saying your story impacts how people take it, right? Yes. Stories are perfect to regulate your mood. A lot of times when we are trying to advance our careers, I don't know about you, but most of my friends are co-founders, founders of companies which get like, $2 million, $3 million in funding. And yeah, I'm really happy for them. Amazing people they're all. But yeah, I do sometimes get jealous when I'm scrolling LinkedIn. Does that happen with you people? Yes? What do? Immediately stop scrolling and get out. Yeah? Boys, girls, they might go for a smoke, come back. Arey aa yadavake ela vastunayi naku teliyadra. Manaku ravatledu. Yes? Yeah. Tell a story. about that person to yourself, okay? And then you understand what were those qualities of that person that you really missed out on. Okay, so there was this one friend of mine, actually a very, very close friend of mine. He runs this small company called as Flying Wedge Aerospace. Okay, he is one of those people who got rejected from NCC 8 times. Yeah, he got completely rejected from NCC all the times. Now he makes weapons for the army. And that story is brilliant. I might not remember him otherwise, but with that story, I know that anyone, if they want any kind of a drones, even if it is not warfare, I will suggest his name. All right, guys, that's pretty much what I'd like to talk to you about. Now it's your turn. Make the right moves. Just make sure that when you have a story, you should have the confidence to say it out. Okay? No matter what the story is, no matter who is in your story, and no matter whom you're telling it to, you are the hero of your story. You are the only person that matters in your story, and you should be the one to tell your story. All right? Thank you so much. Have a good day. I'll wait. I won't go.
Thank you so much, sir. Ending could not have been more blast than this session. So thank you so much for the session. May I request Usha Ramani ma'am to please felicitate our speaker with a token of memento.
Okay, so this is the time that all of us have been here, the time that we try to run to our home because we have many more responsibilities, but I'd not like to finish it in a sentence. And I'm so sorry, again, you're having to see my face on the screen for another time. But I guess I have 5 minutes. Can people give me 5 minutes? I wanted to thank everyone wholeheartedly. So I have a script. I'm not as great as Rajmouli sir in writing dialogues, but please give me a chance. I have a few things that I would want to share. First of all, the backbone for our event today, we would like to thank our speakers who spoke today either directly or indirectly. Our first, Sampath Baliwada, Kiran Sangeeta sir, Anjali Gurumurthy Didi, Shilpa Tantu ma'am, Madhavi Lata ma'am, Pavan Gupta sir, Dr. Prabhavati ma'am, Dr. Madhuri ma'am, Dr. Ramarao Malla, Dr. Padrima Vedula sir, Karuna Raju ma'am, Surni ma'am, Nagashilpa Seetam Raju ma'am, Vasant Korada, Karthik, Maniteja, Sahiti. Cinema silent అయిపోయినా లాగ్ అయిపోయినా అంటే మనం కావాలని కాదు బట్ లాగ్ వచ్చేసినా మనం అందరం ఉంటామా ఇక్కడ సో మన a bigger round of applause to all our speakers for making our time out of their busy work schedules to try to share something with the audience like us. ఆడియన్స్ మీకు ఒక చెప్పనా దేనైనా పుట్టించే శక్తి ఇద్దరికే ఉంటది ఒకటి నేలకి ఇంకోటి వాళ్ళతో మనకి పోటీ ఏమిటి సార్ జస్ట్ సరెండర్ అయిపోవాలంతే సో ఈవెంట్ కి కృషి చేసిన ఎవ్రీ ఉమెన్ వాలంటీర్ కి ఆర్ ఉమెన్ టీమ్ కి ఆర్ మదర్స్ సిస్టర్స్ ఆర్ నెక్స్ట్ జెన్ we should all give them a big shout out. So a big thank you for carrying out all your responsibilities. We couldn't have pulled out a great day today without all of you, and a big thanks to all the allies who have surrendered to Team Women. So let's have a BGM later. Hashtag the boys. Yeah, I'd now like to thank my mom for letting me stay up late, finishing up my tasks for the day amidst many responsibilities. And I'd like to personally thank the team for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to also personally thank Usha Ramani Vemuru ma'am, our ambassador and our organizer for WTM Vizag, for taking us allies, pulling together our team, providing our ever-lending support despite life-shaping challenges, never backing down and helping us grow. I would also also like to take this space to thank Miss Bala Tripura Sundari for being there for us and covering up our mistakes, which we did a little bit, and constantly being at the back of me to take care of myself and not letting me drown myself. I would also like to I would like to take this space for a minute to personally thank, I guess I should say, Acharya for being there with me, helping me learn many things, guiding me in many ways. For one thing, building the website, which all of you have used. We hope you loved the website this time. Learning to work as a team, sharing his job experience, being a mental support, someone who I could always reach out to anytime, share my ఫ్రస్ట్రేషన్ ఆల్వేస్ మేడ్. ఇంకా మిమ్మల్ని మర్చిపోలేము. ఇప్పుడు కూడా నేను చెప్పకపోతే ఒక ఆర్ఐపి ఎమోజీ వేచేస్తుంది నా పేరు పక్కన. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇంతకన్నా మేము ఏం చెప్పగలేము. మీకు దొరికి ఒకే ఒక ఖాళీ టైం ఈ వీకెండ్ ని త్యాగం చేసి ఏదో నేర్చుకుందామని చెప్పి లెట్స్ బిల్డ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్స్ అని చెప్పి మార్నింగ్ 7:30 నుంచి ఇప్పుడు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 5 అయిపోయింది. సో ఇంతవరకు శ్రద్ధతో విని అని కొత్తగా కొంచెం తెలుసుకుందాం అనుకొని అసలు అంత ఒక ఇప్పటి వరకు ఉన్నారు ఎంతో. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆడియన్స్ ఫర్ బీయింగ్ సచ్ ఎ లవ్లీ ఆడియన్స్ టుడే. అసలు అంతా కలలాగా అయిపోయింది. మేము ఐడబ్ల్యూడి అనౌన్స్ చేయడం, మీరు రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వడం, వర్క్స్ అని చేయడం, కమ్ అండ్ గో లాగా అయిపోయింది. ఇప్పుడు హ్యావ్ టు షేర్ సంథింగ్ రియలీ ఐఎమ్ రియలీ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ ఫర్, ఆర్ వాట్ ఐ షుడ్ ఫీల్ ఐ బెన్ రివార్డెడ్ ఫర్. ఐ బెన్ డూయింగ్ టిల్ నౌ. క్షణం ఆలోచించకుండా చెప్పగలను. ఇట్స్ మై GDG టీమ్ అవుట్ there. So for all team out, big round of applause. Then team అన్నాను. జీవితం అనేది తినడం, పడుకోవడం, పని చేయడం కాకుండా నా జీవితాన్ని రంగులతో మరియు ప్రేమతో నింపిన మా జీవితం చెప్పుకుందామని తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. బట్ ఇప్పుడు ఈవెంట్ అది యాక్చువల్గా లాస్ట్ వీక్ అంతా మేము చాలా ఎంజాయ్ చేసాం ఈవెంట్ హోస్ట్ చేయడానికి. సో నైట్ అవుట్స్ అన్ని బాగా ఎంజాయ్ చేసాము. బట్ ఇప్పుడు ఈవెంట్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇంక ఇప్పటి వరకు ఎంజాయ్ చేసినంత మళ్ళీ దొరకదు ఇంకో త్వరలో అంటే బాధగా ఉంది. బట్ ఇప్పుడు నాకు నచ్చిన ఒక డైలాగ్ చెప్తాను. మార్నింగ్ కీనోట్ లాగా నా ల్యాప్టాప్ మాట్లాడగలిగి ఉంటే వీడు వస్తాడు, కోడ్ చేస్తాడు, ఛార్జింగ్ అవగొట్టేస్తాడు, చంపేస్తాడు, రిపీట్. సో ఈ సిచ్యువేషన్ లో నేను చెప్పాలంటే GDG వస్తారు, ఈవెంట్ చేస్తారు, నేర్పిస్తారు, ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తాము, వెళ్తాము, రిపీట్. అంటే నెక్స్ట్ టైం వి హోప్ యు హావ్ ఎ గ్రేట్ డే. సో ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి గైస్, ఈవెంట్ చించేసామా? ఆన్ దట్ నోట్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Thank you, Manas, for such an unscripted word of thanks. Yet it was better than the scripted ones. So, as with this, we here come to an ending note. Before that, before we depart from here, can I hear from few of you, how was your experience today at this venue at IWD 2023? Can few of you actually share how was your day, how was your experience here, making new friends, new connections, listening to all the speakers who were present here? Any one of you, in few sentences, who want to share their experience of being here from the morning till the evening? Anyone? Yeah, can we get a mic there? I expect one from right side as well. Yeah. Our logistics will come. Just please raise your hands. So there we have someone speaking, and then we'll get back to boys.
Yeah, so since approximately by 10 a.m. I'm here. So it was very good, insightful event. I listened, the panel members discussed about various things that a woman can face. So how they all can overcome, what all they need to see to take care of themselves and making aware. And I see there are even many guys who came to this event. So it's very good that even they are knowing about it and they are also being aware. And of course, we had various shows by the volunteers. Even my friend performed. She's a volunteer, so I was very excited to listen to her performance. And yeah, and then at last, all the members who came gave presentation there. It was very good, and I learned a lot today here.
Yeah, Mike, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Prem Sai Verma. So I am from GTM University.
So actually, I like to attend a lot of technical events. Actually, I'll be attending all technical events at our college and also like Google Fest and all something. But today, I thought like we'll be having workshops, but I would say we have a very good speaking session like the non-tech sessions. I would say I like more the non-tech sessions than the tech sessions after today's event. So actually, I really like this today's event. I'm looking a lot more to attend. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take one more. Yeah, one more story, one more experience.
Hello everyone, I am Charan Manikanta from Raghu Engineering College. So good to see you all. Okay, so initially when I got the notification about this event, it told me that it was going to be happening only up till the afternoon, 1 o'clock. And my friend called me today in the morning and told that this was a full day event. Okay, fine. So they said full day. I was expecting some tech workshops and everything, but I'm not at all disappointed that no tech events ever happened. I'm more than happy I wouldn't have felt better even if the tech sessions would have happened. The non-tech sessions, the speakers, all the storytellers, to be specific, all of their stories were truly mind-blowing. And, this is what actually a community means, storytelling and everything. This made me realize that today.
Thank you so much.
And one more thing I'd like to mention for the GDG Vizag. I see quite a few members, important people here. We're from Raghu Engineering College. These are my friends. So we applied to start a new chapter at our own college. So I hope GDG would help us recognize our chapter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, fine. Last one. Promise. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and sorry, I'm taking just 2 minutes from you. I think this has been a wonderful day, and I have to thank all of my friends who are sitting with me here. A few of them I knew you from start, from this day, and a few I knew now. And it's a good chapter. I guess we've all added a new chapter in our story, in the storytelling. So maybe it's a wonderful chapter, and I really thank Usha ma'am for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. I'm glad you all enjoyed the day and had a good experience. One disappointment is the turnout of the audience. We were not happy with it. We actually expected 600 plus audience today. It was a conscious decision to do a non-tech event today. And as I rightly shared, all the tech sessions are already done. We have completed the test sections on the name of pre-IWD. So pre-IWD అని చెప్పి ప్రతి డొమైన్ లోని మేము కంప్లీట్ చేసేసాము అవి. Okay, and because I think this is important to say in this platform that when you are such a big audience, 500 members, right, the efficacy of the content that goes, I'm talking about a code, for example. Now you saw Pradyumna sir talk about it, right? You will not be, we have to see every minute thing. For example, even if the system resolution is good, the capability of the audio visual systems of the venue, we don't know. So we generally don't risk going into that detail for this big an audience. Having said that, we did not want to do for 100 people because people came back to us in the last experience and they said, ma'am, we wanted to be part of cloud, we wanted to be part of web. We did not like that it was happening parallelly. We did not know how to solve that, how to crack that. Because we had 100 limited capacity for each session. We did not see value in repeating that actually. So we thought we will have individual slots, which we will do anyway, because our community runs technical events through the year. It is like we will have Flutter festivals, we will have Android study jams, we will have Cloud Compose. So, and Google actually announces some week or some months actually for that, 1 or 2 months it blocks world over for a particular domain, for talking on particular technologies, and they share resources with us. It is at that time that we do domain-specific events. But now actually, we thought, since all of us are in our, engineering or first, second, third, fourth year of professional work, there are some things that need to be spoken about, some things which entirely doesn't have to be tech, but which are really very important. And it is with that idea that we all together decided that we will have an entire day of non-tech. So while we had one or two speakers talk about a little bit of tech that they use or how they, take it, I think we focus the entire day, or we curated it in such a way that it is more pushing you towards thinking about what you can do. It is always not tech. Tech is again a small part of the bigger picture, right? Even if you're going and earning for yourself tomorrow, guys, please. Even if you're going and earning tomorrow, tech is again a small part. You run a business. I run a business. But tech is again a small part. There's so much more. Operations and again, storytelling, and how do you even market it? How do you even tell about it? How do you build your brand? How do you put yourself up there on LinkedIn? These things nobody talks to you. And unless you attend, see, you had Pradyumna sir come here, or you had every speaker that you witnessed today. Getting their time is really not possible individually. You just send them a LinkedIn request, you're not bound to get a response. But here you have the opportunity of connecting with them. You even have an opportunity to talk to them, because it is such a big audience actually. So there are senses which we can make it work for this non-tech. We, on behalf of WTM and GDG, haven't ever done a non-tech event exclusively. This is the first time. It's a risk for us as well. But we thought we will go, because again, as the theme goes, we dared to do this. And now we found that, okay, some things don't work. Let's see how. Probably we may not do it for this big an audience again. We might do it for a smaller audience next time. So there are our lessons, but having said that, we don't regret. I believe it's the misfortune of people who missed out today actually, because we thoroughly enjoyed it, and the event is totally, entirely streamed online live. We had a lesson. It's the first time for us to even stream it. So we got, our entire teams got upskilled on that, I believe, which we will repeat for other sessions as well. So, and if you want to share what happened, please do to your friends, to your college mates, because the entire thing is streamed. So you can e-session bondi, you just check it out. Gani. Fortunately, we have it online. So thanks to technology today. So that is the idea, and that is the, if many of you are thinking, we wanted to go have only tech, that is why the reasoning behind our structuring of the program today. Okay, but I really appreciate your hanging out till here. Thank you so much for helping us do such wonderful events. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you from all of us. And I cannot thank enough my team actually. Please guys, all my volunteers, come here once. Come on, come on, come on. We will leave them. I know. I'll take 5 minutes. We will disperse. Tea is there. Tea is served outside. All of you, please have your tea and you can leave actually. Have some tea, biscuits, talk to your friends, network, and then you can leave after a quick photo. Before that, just give us 2 minutes so that we wanted to have a picture. Sure. the auditorium is khali. These many people, can you believe it? We put the event together for you. మీ వెనకాల చూడండి యాక్చువల్లీ సగం అందరు ఖాళీ అయిపోయారు. ఐఎమ్ సూపర్ ప్రౌడ్ అండ్ ఐ వాంట్ టు షేర్ దిస్. ఒక కంపెనీలో ఒక పని చేయాలంటే ఎందుకు చేయాలి, వాట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ ఇట్ ఫర్ మీ, పని చేయించడం చాలా కష్టం, అవునా కదా? ఈవెన్ దో యూ పే యువర్ ఎంప్లాయీస్, it is very difficult. Imagine how communities so big can work. All of us are working as a team, as one unit, to make something possible for you. It is just because we are all passionate about the same thing, about helping others, about sharing a knowledge, about collaborating. And that is why we are here today. And you can also join us if you are sharing the same passion for subsequent events. So do join us. We'll have only one picture, they are waiting. After that we'll have, okay? Yeah, thanks so much. What is the problem? Team is having it. Come. Come, go down, everyone. Everyone, please come down. So much.
Guys, before you all leave, we have few small announcements to be done. We have high tea and coffee arranged for you. So once you leave, you can actually have your high tea and coffee. And please collect your swags. This time we are having seat.
Come closer so that we can have a picture, please. Come closer. And then you can leave from this door. Actually, have tea, okay? You can collect your swags. This door, you will get your swags. Come here so that we can have pictures. మనం కూర్చోలేమో ఫ్రంట్, వాళ్ళ వెనకాల వాళ్ళు కనిపించడానికి చూడండి, లేకపోతే పైకి పెడతారు. మనం బయట ఫోటో బూత్ దగ్గర తీసుకున్నాం.
Why from this side? Hashtag IWD. It is not a selfie, na?
Guys, don't forget to collect your swags before you leave. We have seed pencils, which is very eco-friendly. So make sure you check your pencils. Please spread across so that we can have a group photograph instead of standing in a single line. Spread, please.
Students, you're standing by, please come forward and spread across.
Come join, come closer, you're part of us now. You are part of us. Come.
All those standing in the line are requested to come forward and disperse.
మీరే కనబడతారా, అవే కనబడతాయా? మనం అందరూ వస్తున్నారు. నేను నిల్చుని తీరా. సంపత్. You said you will say something.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag please collect your swags while you leave. Please collect all the bags. Do not leave any bag or your collectibles here. And a small announcement, we have food packets outside. So if you want, you can collect them from our team. We have food